Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 251 to 300. Chapter 251 _ Poison type treasures, crystals of profound meanings, packed and taken away. It is about 500 meters away from Lu Yin and Jiyu Qingqing. Father and son Sha Yang and Sha Feng are staring at a flat screen. What appeared on the screen happened to be the scene of Lu Yin disappearing with Jiyu Qingqing. Seeing this, Sha Yang stood up abruptly, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Okay, great. This Lu Yin is really not simple, he has found the background. Sha Yang's performance made Sha Feng puzzled for a while, and he couldn't help asking, Father, what is the background? Sha Feng gave full play to the spirit of asking if he didn't understand. The background is the value of the secret realm, and it is higher than the value of the king-level elves. Sha Yang took a deep breath and told the image of the truth about the secret realm that he had spent a lot of money on. After listening to Sha Yang's story, Sha Feng couldn't control his excitement. The richness of the realm, all of which can be combined together to create a champion trainer. If Lu Yin can become a champion trainer so quickly, will it have something to do with him finding the secret volcanic island? Although he has recognized Lu Yin's strength in his heart, but Sha Feng still couldn't help but want to feel his luck. Father, what shall we do next? Sha Feng knew that Sha Yang had an idea, but he had just seen Lu Yin's strength, so he couldn't help but be a little worried. Of course we have to snatch it. A crazy look appeared in Sha Yang's eyes. He was already so old, but he was only a low-ranking Heavenly King level trainer, with only 3 ordinary poison-type Heavenly King level elves. Look at Lu Yin again, he already has champion-level elves, divine beasts, and quasi-gods at such a young age. How could he not be jealous? I spent almost all my savings on the black technology that I bought with the plasma team, and I can't help but use it today. Once used. Lu Yin, I hope you don't have too many valuables. Hey, just kidding, you can give away the crystals of ghost-type profound meanings at will. There are probably a lot of valuable things. Sha Feng had already begun to fantasize about inheriting Lu Yin's resources, a beautiful picture after he became stronger again. When the time comes, first compete for the regional king of the Nagumo district, and then try to break through to become the champion. Father, are we really going to do this? Compared to Sha Feng, Sha Yang still has some hesitations. Although he is arrogant and vain, he is not a bad person. Coward. Sha Feng glanced at Lu Yin with hateful eyes, and said angrily, how could I have such a son? He has been a non-toxic and not a husband since ancient times. Do you want to see the Jiyu family climb on top of us? You want to see an inferior girl standing on your head and looking down at you? And that, Jiyu-sen, you want to see someone who is not as good as you and surpasses you. The reason why you can stand in the front now is because of you and me. If it wasn't for me back then. Sha Feng, it's time to tell you what kind of man you want. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yin led Jiyu Qingqing into a strange space. This space is similar to the space under the magma that Lu Yin entered. Beneath the swamp is not endless mud, but a semicircular white enchantment similar to a shield. And Lu Yin's guess was right, that there really is a peculiar small space left over from the king-level stinky mud. Seeing the surrounding environment, his worries disappeared, his eyes narrowed, and he used his superpower to control himself and Jiyu Qingqing's body to fly downward. Jiyu Qingqing was completely stunned at this time. She didn't expect that there would be other heavens under the swamp. Looking at the surrounding environment, she found that it was the inside of a semicircular sphere, with a white light curtain on the periphery that isolated the swamp outside. At the bottom is the ground of the hemisphere. This piece of land is very flat, with a glowing purple crystal inserted in the most central position. On the purple crystal, there are 3 identical spar floating around. Seeing the appearance of the 3 crystal stones, Jiyu Qingqing was shocked. This is actually 3 pieces of poison-type mystery crystals. Jiyu Qingqing couldn't rubbed her eyes in confidence. Any piece of the poison-type mystery crystals that can make countless people snatch their heads. Here, there are actually 3 pieces of what is this fairy plot, and the precious mystery crystals can only float above that crystal column. Then what kind of precious treasure is this crystal column? Ji Qingqing can be sure that he has never seen such a strange crystal before, not even in a book. At this time, Luyin has turned on the radar function of the game console for identification. Prop, Poison Marsh Crystal. Function 1. To help poison elves below level 3 recover all injuries instantly, and help god level elves recover quickly. 2. Leaves poisonous elements slowly condense, and every 5 years can condense a piece of poison-type mystery crystal. 3. To help elves realize and master the poison mystery. Yes, yes. Very good. Luyin was very satisfied with the efficacy of the crystal in front of him. This is a crystal, not inferior to the lava crystal he got before. The first is to instantly restore all injuries of any poison elves below the 3rd level god. Even god-level poison elves can help speed up the recovery. This effect may be the crystallization of all attributes. If the poisonous elves are injured in the future, Luyin can use this crystal to help him recover. The second day was a little different. Lava crystals are spawning evolution stones. This poison swamp crystal seems to be a little more powerful, and it actually directly produces the profound truth crystal. If it wasn't for 5 years, it would be a bit of a time. Luyin said that this thing is more valuable than lava crystal. However, compared to the lava crystal, this poisonous swamp crystal does not have the ability to help elves evolve. Of course, what Luyin cared about most was the ability to help poison elves comprehend and master the profound meaning. In his opinion, this ability is the real value of this crystal. Luyin, what is this? After a long time, Ji Qingqing finally recovered from the shock. Noticing Luyin's calm expression and the previous series of skilled operations, she realized that Luyin was here specially. Then he must be where this place is. What are these things? Chapter 252 _ The Shah's father and son who followed. True, find your grave. Here is the real secret of the secret. Luyin didn't hide it. He smiled and explained the situation of the secret realm to Ji Qingqing. So, as long as it is a secret realm, there is such a place. After listening to Luyin's narration, Ji Qingqing opened her mouth in surprise. She felt that her cognition had been greatly impacted. It turned out that secret realm back there is still such a huge secret, and it actually has a strong background to help trainers reach the championship level. This is incredible. But Luyin had already introduced the function of the poison marsh crystal by the way, when he thought that this thing in front of him could help the poison elemental elves understand the profound truth, and even master the profound truth, and would regularly produce poison element profound truth crystals. Well, although it can't be believed, it can only be believed. Can only be said that the time of powerful people, ordinary people really don't understand. Perhaps this is the legendary, drought to death, flood to flood. Then next, are you going to tell the Alliance about this discovery? Ji Qingqing asked curiously. When Luyin introduced it just now, he also proposed the corresponding system that the Alliance has introduced for the. As the discoverer, after Luyin told the Alliance about the secret realm here, he could still enjoy the benefits here. No, I'll take this place away. Luyin shook his head, and the answer he said was beyond Ji Qingqing's expectations. This poisonous swamp belongs to the secret realm of the Alliance, that is, the entrance. The control is not in Luyin. It is true that, as the discoverer of the heritage, he can come at any time as long as he needs it. Even if he doesn't need this qualification and has the ability to record a copy of the game console, he can enter the secret realm of poisonous swamp at any time. No matter what, as long as this mysterious small space stays here, it will be controlled by people and managed by the Alliance. Luyin only had the right to enjoy it, and he had to be under the surveillance of the Alliance. He didn't want this feeling. Therefore, he still intends to directly take this mysterious small space away. This kind of good places directly in one's own hands and becomes a force to be mastered. Isn't it good to take it away? Ji Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, how do you want to take it away? Ji Qingqing's heart is towards Lu Yin, although this mysterious small space should belong to the alliance in name, but without Lu Yin, it is estimated that it is difficult for anyone to find it. Besides, to support the man you like, do you need to bring so many principles? Some people may, but Ji Qingqing will not. She is just curious. Of course I can. Lu Yin smiled mysteriously, but he didn't rush to explain, but looked up at the entrance to the top secret realm and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, we need to welcome two uninvited guests first. Guest. Ji Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Yin's position. Sha Feng, master of Xiang Pavilion. Looking at the location of the entrance to the small space, Ji Qingqing's surprised expression, Sha Feng and Sha Yang had appeared there at some point. How could they be here because of this small space, or did they happen to encounter? Champion Lu Yin has such a keen eye for observation. He is indeed a superpower. You will find us as soon as we enter. Sha Yang and Sha Feng slowly fell to the ground, clapping and applauding constantly. But his attention has always been on the poisonous swamp crystal and the three floating poisonous profound meaning crystals behind Lu Yin, with undisguised fiery in his eyes. Huh. Of course I am observant. So I found out early in the morning that the two of you were following me. Lu Yin sneered, and what he said shocked Sha Yang. You already found out we were following. Sha Yang didn't believe Lu Yin's words, because he considered the problem that Lu Yin was a superpower. He could take out the micro-aerial tracking, and he was 500 meters away from Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin find them? Did he always release his superpowers? Sha Yang knew that 500 meters was nothing. As long as he was within 1000 meters, he would appear on the screen of Lu Yin's game console. Tracking is just a joke. But it doesn't matter if you know it or not. I want to thank you for bringing me here. Next, everything you have will be inherited by me. Without waiting for Lu Yin to answer, Sha Yang took out a silver metal ball from the space device. Knowing that the villain died of too much talk, so he planned to do it directly. From the very beginning, he never thought about letting Lu Yin live and letting Lu Yin live. How could he swallow this small space for himself? And, in his eyes, Lu Yin's own heritage was more valuable than this small space. What he didn't know was that Lu Yin kept pretending he didn't know what he was following and asked him to follow him, but it was the same attention. This Sha Yang has impure goals, dares to think about himself, and brings his son to this muddy water, then use his life as the price. Crack. After Sha Yang's reaction, Lu Yin's reaction was quicker. He also threw a metal ball forward, then grabbed Ji Qingqing's wrist, and with a wave of his hand, he put 3 poison element profound truth crystals and poison marsh crystals into the game console. Immediately following, he silently recited, "Enter," in his heart. Quote. Swish. The figures of Lu Yin and Ji Qingqing suddenly disappeared. What? How is it possible? Sha Yang's eyes widened in horror. Before entering this small space, he clearly prevented the device from isolating superpowers from the outside, but this time he used all the information accumulated over the years. There is only one purpose. Occupy a small space in Lu Yin's legacy, and complete a wave of riches. But how could Lu Yin still teleport away with Ji Qingqing? But before he could figure out the situation, it was a really strange sound like the cracking of an eggshell. Into his ears. Click. Click. With the sound of this sound, Sha Yang only felt that the surrounding light was weakening, and his vision was being occupied by darkness. Oops. Sha Yang's pupils shrank, and he suddenly realized that after Lu Yin had taken away the poison marsh crystal, the source of power that supported the existence of this small space had disappeared. He immediately looked up and saw that the white energy shield was becoming dim, some of them had begun to crack, and a large amount of swamp mud had penetrated through these cracks. With the infiltration of the swamp, the speed of the shield disappearing is getting faster and faster. If there is no way to leave, he and Sha Feng will definitely be buried alive. Fenger, release the elf. No, father, the Pokeball won't open. What? Chapter 253 _ The game console comes with a secret realm that can grow 3/4. Father, what shall we do? Sha Feng approached Sha Yang with panic in his eyes. The Pokeball can't be opened, they have no power, the surrounding energy layer is rapidly disappearing, and the quagmire is rushing in frantically. If they can't find a way, they will definitely be buried alive. Look for the metal ball that Lu Yin threw just now. Sha Yangqiang calmed himself and ran forward to find the metal ball thrown by Lu Yin. The metal ball is a special shield with high cost. As long as someone activates the metal ball, within a certain range, the Pokeball cannot be opened artificially. At the same time, it can also block the elves' perception of the outside world, so as to prevent them from discovering the master's situation and actively breaking through the Pokeball. Of course, if the elves themselves are strong enough, they can still feel the situation outside, and they can force their way out. But obviously, the special shield thrown by Lu Yin was definitely not an ordinary thing, at least the Heavenly King level elves couldn't know the situation of the outside world under such interference. Other words, the elves on Sha Yang did not know that their masters were suffering from a life and death crisis, and Sha Yang himself could not open the Pokeball. Yes, father. With the direction of action, Sha Feng forcibly calmed down, and also ran in the direction Lu Yin threw the metal ball earlier. Unfortunately, Lady Luck is not on their side. Because they needed to avoid the quagmire that could fall at any time, the two father and son couldn't run very fast, and the direction in which Lu Yin threw the metal ball was the most edge position. And there, the mud had already seeped in. In this quagmire, it was impossible for Sha's father and son to find the metal ball. And it didn't take long for the quagmire in this space to rise to the height of Sha Feng's thighs. It is becoming more and more difficult to act. Father, what shall we do? Sha Feng had already given up. He looked at Sha Yang, and hoped that his father, who he had admired all his life, could do something about it. I don't know. Sha Yang weakly closed his eyes. Life was at stake. Without Sha Feng asking, he also wanted to find a way to get out of this secret realm. But after losing the power of the elf, he couldn't do anything. Compared with Lu Yin, who has superpowers, he is just an ordinary person. There was nothing in the props he carried that could make a difference in this situation. And, it was already doomed. Father, I don't want to die, I'd rather die in this place. What are you crying for? 16 years later, he is a hero again. Successful and defeated, from the moment we calculated Lu Yin, we should also be prepared to be dealt with. This time, it was because of our bad luck that we lost. It's a pity that I have no chance to use the trump card I bought with my life savings. Sha Yang looked at the metal ball in his hand. This metal ball was bought by him from the Hejong area of the elf world. It contains a special electronic net. The strongest can trap a champion-level spirit. Of course, trapping does not mean that it can be conquered, nor does it mean that it can be defeated. Therefore, Sha Yang never thought of using this line to capture powerful elves. In that case, he would only do it even for this gym owner and trainer. He thought was that he could find an opportunity for a senior high-ranking king, or a champion trainer, to inherit their legacy and take revenge. Of Lu Yin became his goal. It's just that he didn't expect that Lu Yin would have so many means and guard against him early in the morning. No, there will be a chance to use it up. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Sha Yang's ears, and then he saw that Lu Yin appeared in front of him at some point, wrapped in a layer of blue light, floating above the swamp and looking at him. I'll make good use of your things for you. Lu Yin chuckled and waved the metal ball in Sha Yang's hand, as well as the space watch in his hand and the space watch in Sha Feng's hand, and then disappeared again. Lu Yin never made a loss-making business. In order to deal with the loss of a special device by the Shahs and his son, it is natural for them to pay for it. Nor is he the virgin. Since Sha Yang wants to kill people and win treasures, it's hard to let them die. Shoo. In a strange space, Lu Yin's figure appeared out of thin air. The things he grabbed from the Shah's father and son had disappeared, and he put them into the prop space of the game console. As for where he is now, he recently discovered a small space that comes with the game console. This space is not large, it is about 200 meters high, it is always very bright, the ground area is moderate, it is a circular land with a diameter of about 200 meters. There was a foggy area around the land, and Lu Yin went through it and found that he couldn't enter. In addition, the area of the space kept increasing, and Lu Yin found that it seemed to be related to his spiritual power. And it pulled the poisonous swamp crystal from the poisonous swamp, which is to be placed here. Going out of the poisonous swamp crystal, he has also moved the lava crystal to this small space. Such treasures that can help fire elves and poison elves comprehend and even master the profound meaning must be carried around and used all the time. Lu Yin, are you all right? Soon as Lu Yin appeared, Jiyu Qingqing greeted him. Look at him, there is undisguised concern in his eyes. Everything that happened before was too sudden, and she still has lingering fears to this day. Do you look like I'm in trouble? Lu Yin stretched out his arms and turned around in front of Jiyu Qingqing. It's fine. Seeing that Lu Yin really didn't seem to be in trouble, Jiyu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. At this time that she was curious about the fate of the Sha family. Lu Yin, Sha Yang Pavilion. And Sha Feng, how are you? Lu Yin didn't answer, but instead asked, what do you think? You won't, did you really kill him? Jiyu Qingqing asked cautiously. Some did not dare to look at Lu Yin. Things like murder were too far away from her before. She never expected to meet suddenly, and she was one of the participants. Almost. Lu Yin replied calmly, and then laughed. Why, you are not feeling well. No. Jiyu Qingqing hurriedly waved his hand and explained nervously. They are not good people, that. Shaoyang seems to want us to take action. We are just self-defense, this is nothing. It all happened so suddenly. Suddenly. Lu Yin's mouth twitched lightly, and suddenly he leaned in front of Jiyu Qingqing, pulled her into his arms, and asked with a smile, I almost killed you back then. So suddenly. Chapter 254 _ The Flaming Bird of Red Lotus Island. 4 quarters. You, what are you doing? Being held by Lu Yin, Jiyu Qingqing was very nervous, her body tensed unconsciously and became a little stiff. Of course it is for you to experience what a real suddenness is. Lu Yin smiled slightly, lowered his body, and kissed the red lips. Having made Jiyu Qingqing the lover of her dreams for so many years, now there is a chance, of course, to speed up the strategy, flirt if you can, and don't back down. After a long time, the lips parted. Jiyu Qingqing lowered her head shyly and asked in a low voice, You, what are you? Of course it's for you. Tell you, I wanted to do this 3 years ago. Humph rascal. I'd love to be this scumbag. Shameless. Shameless, do you want to know what a real shameless is? Well, I was wrong. And Jiyu Qingqing in the game console space for a while, but also to divert her attention. Seeing that it was almost time, Lu Yin took her back to the secret realm and left directly. Now that the secret of the secret realm has been found, there is no need for him to stay. After leaving the secret realm, Lu Yin followed Jiyu Qingqing back home, and also visited Jiyu Fen. Jiyu Fen was very happy with Lu Yin's change, and strongly invited him to stay for dinner. After dinner, Lu Yin took Jiyu Qingqing and Jiyu Sen away and went to Hangzhou. Regarding this matter, neither Jiyu Fen nor his husband who entered the Jiyu family have any opinion. Jiyu Fen has a total of 3 children, Jiyu Qingqing is the second child, and Jiyu Sen is the third child. Now that she has a good place to go, of course she will not stop her. And if they develop well, they can also help their big brother who stayed in Nagumo. However, before leaving, Lu Yin left behind a first poison-type profound truth crystal to Jiyu Fen. The news of the disappearance of Li Dao's museum owner is believed to be spread soon. At that time, the Gu family, no, it should be said that Gu Fen may be able to compete for this position. Now that Lu Yin already owns the Poison Marsh Crystal, he really doesn't value the Poison-type Profound Truth Crystal that much, and he doesn't think it's a pity to help a relative who values him. Besides, Gu Qingqing and Gu Sen will follow him in the future, what is there to care about? The time comes 5 days later. In the past 5 days, Lu Yin sorted out his income during this period of time, and also accumulated a little strength. During this time, his nine-tailed champion became the third champion elf in his hands. Cosmogu also joined the experience-eating army, and now his strength has been achieved, but he has not evolved, but the only trick he can use is still a teleportation. If it wasn't for Lu Yin, it would be quite difficult for ordinary people to cultivate it. Of course, he did not forget the situation in the pavilion. The Rockets had a very difficult time during this period. Looking at the king level and the champion level, there are even master level trainers who just want to find the Viper instructor, but this Viper instructor has never appeared, even the Rockets insiders can't contact him, he seems to have evaporated from the world. This made a lot of doubts, whether this Viper instructor only wanted to become a master, and even betrayed the Rockets. In dealing with the Rockets, Lu Yin didn't get involved anymore. At this time, he didn't spend all his time on his women. He did the same. For 5 days, he took Nazi and Gu Qingqing with him. Hangcheng played around and became familiar with the place. And today, the 6th day, and tomorrow is the day of the gym competition, Lu Yin plans to leave for the Red Lotus Island in the Kanto mainland of the Elf world. A huge inland island in the waters under the jurisdiction of the Kanto region, and there are active volcanoes on it. The most famous thing in Honglian Island is the hot spring. Lu Yin planned to arrive 1 day earlier, and also enjoy it. If it was a year, it would take a long time to go here, but after the world merged, a square of light spheres just landed on this island, and the location corresponding to this square of light spheres was Magic City. So Lu Yin took the girls to Red Lotus Island without much trouble. He used teleportation directly and arrived at Red Lotus Island in a blink of an eye. Hey, why did you arrive at Red Lotus Island so soon? Looking at the crater with thick white smoke not far away, Serena showed a surprised expression. Teleportation so powerful. Lu Yin's teleportation is somewhat different. Nazi answered. He took me from the Golden City back to Hangzhou, which is a blink of an eye. So fast. Catalia looked surprised. She is also a superpower, and she is only 1 step away from the king, but if she teleports, it is only a few kilometers. From Poly-U to bring me and Komori to Hangzhou, it seems like a blink of an eye. Quote. This time, the girls were shocked. It take to go from Poly-U to Hangcheng. So, he not only crosses the border fast, but also has a long horizontal distance. Cough, I naturally have my own way. Lu Yin coughed lightly, the matter of the game console is absolutely impossible to talk about. Girls are curious, then let them be curious. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't have any intentions to say, the girls didn't ask any more questions. Bang! Suddenly, a movement came, which attracted the attention of the group. The voice of giving up, Yi noticed that there were many gatherings somewhere, and said curiously, Hey, look, why are there so many there? Go and see and you'll know. Lu Yin chuckled lightly and controlled the flow of superpowers in his body. Swish! Under the leadership of Lu Yin, the group instantly moved behind the crowd and looked in front of the crowd. There is a man who is commanding a spirit to fight. And the spirit who fought against him. It's actually a flame bird. Serena showed a surprised expression and hurriedly took out her phone to take pictures. During this time, under the guidance of Lu Yin, she became more and more comfortable with the training of fire elves, and the fire fox has evolved into a long-tailed fire fox. At the same time, her love for the fire department is also growing. 4. The legendary fire elf Flame Bird, she likes it very much. Flame Bird. Lu Yin showed a surprised look. There is a legendary elf in Red Lotus Island. Looking at this strength, if it is suitable, he can be subdued. But the flame bird is not the problem, these people are the trouble. Chapter 255 _ The Master Champions attracted by the flame bird gather. Name. Flaming bird attributes. Flame flight features. Oppression has hidden features. Flame body has level. Level 3 God Champion Level 79 Qualification. Level 2 God Intimacy, 50 Carrying Items. Flame Gem Skill, Wing Attack. Flower. Sunny Day. Hot Air. Sunbeam Divine Bird Punch. Feather. Flame Vortex. Move at high speed. Hold on. The Original Force. Jet Flame. Mysterious Guardian. Air Cut. Storm. Burnout. Omitted. Wait. Championship. Interesting. You can take it. Seeing the strength data of the flaming bird, Luyan's mind raised the idea of wanting to conquer this kind of elf. But this should be a little difficult. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't beat the flaming bird, now that he could show his aura. He also had Gengar, Shield Sword Monster, and 3 champion elves with 9 tails beside him. The whole card also has a game console copy mode. It is impossible for him to beat the flame bird. What worries him is the people gathered in front of him. These people stood clearly on both sides, and Luyan also knew the 2 leading people. On the left is Dr. Damu, a master-level trainer in the elf world. Behind him are Yulongdu, Grandma Juzi and other champion-level trainers, as well as Shabo and other heavenly-level trainers. On the right, headed by a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes, this person Luyan also recognizes, is the master trainer of the Blue Star World Beauty Emperor. Howard, the ace elf, like Hyarna, is a fierce biting land shark. There are many people behind Howard, and Luyan is also no stranger to these people. Because these people are usually big people who appear wonderfully on TV. In this world of elves, the trainer is the biggest star and the biggest topic, so powerful trainers are often paid attention to. And the people behind Howard, the worst, are also champion-level trainers, and most of them are king-level trainers. These people come from different countries of the Blue Star World, such as Ryongsheng, Island Country, Smekta, etc., and now, they are all headed by Howard. And now, the reason why the trainers in various regions of the Blue Star and the trainers in the various regions of the elf world can be united is mostly due to the flame bird. A legendary elf with champion-level strength made these people's hearts moved. In fact, what Luyan didn't know was that there would be a situation like this, which had a lot to do with him. There are very few legendary elves in this world, and they are ghosts, and their whereabouts are irregular. In addition, they are the darlings of the world, and they are born with a strong 6th sense of crisis. So in most cases, they won't be seen. Even if anyone could meet them, it would be a minority, and there would be no danger in them. Example, Shaoji. Of course, there are also some places where elves have been said to exist, such as Asia Island in the Whirlpool Islands. But the 3 divine birds there are of great importance. They are elves that are not allowed to be subdued by the Alliance's special regulations. They are worth the strength of the 2nd-level gods and master-level peaks. If they cooperate with the power of the priesthood, they can play the role of minding the 1st-level gods and supernatural powers. The strength between the gods and beasts, so no one dares to do anything to them. And this time, because of Luyan's calculations, the strengths of all parties gathered in the Kanto continent to deal with the rockets, which made the rare champion-level trainers and the rare king-level trainers appear together. At this time, the flaming bird was injured for some reason and had to come to Red Lotus Island to recover its physical strength with the help of the power of the volcano. After the rockets discovered this situation, they immediately spread the news. Now that things have developed, these champion-level trainers and king-level trainers, how many, have given up on finding the Viper instructor. Suddenly getting the news of the legendary elf flame bird, these people naturally swarmed. With so many powerful trainers gathered, the Firebird has no chance to escape. If nothing else, this flaming bird will definitely be subdued by a trainer present. Say who this trainer can be. Tisk tisk tisk, if I hadn't just subdued Cosmogu some time ago, maybe the reward for the first subdue beast would be a little mysterious. Hey, how can I think like that? This flaming bird is here and can be subdued by others. Of course it belongs to me, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed a wise light. He decided to think of a way to intervene in the matter of subduing the flame bird. But this is somewhat difficult. Is about reaching out, on the spot. There are so many people, there are master-level trainers leading the team, there are many champion-level trainers, and there are many king-level trainers, and it also involves the battle between the two worlds. If he wants to intervene, it will be a little difficult. Bang! A loud noise, and King Nido, a champion trainer, was defeated by the flame bird using jet flame, and it ended sadly. Seeing this scene, Dr. Damu and Yulongdu, who were originally tense, breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Howard and others all showed an annoyed look. Obviously, now this defeated champion trainer is from the Blue Star world, and this time he didn't succeed. Standing on the collective interests of Blue Star, he was injured. Next, it's time for us to continue sending champion trainers. Dr. Ogi smiled. This time, because there were too many people on the scene, Howard and Dr. Damu came forward together and made a plan. First of all, Heavenly King level trainers are not qualified to shoot. This point, the Heavenly King level trainers have no objection. First of all, they can't beat the flame bird. Even if they are lucky enough to win now, they will only be betrayed by the flame bird in the future. So they were just here to join in the fun. As masters, Dr. Omu and Howard will be the last to make a move. As for who makes money and loses, everyone sees the benevolent and the wise see the wisdom. And now, the one who is really qualified to shoot is the champion trainer on the field. There are 444s on this side of the elf world, namely Yulongdu, Shiba, Grandma Juzi, and Mikri. 3s on the Blue Star world side, 1 Smecta regional champion, 1 Ryongsheng regional champion, and 1 Indian champion. Since the Blue Star world side has the smallest number of people, the people from the elf world side will give priority to the challenge. As for the order, after drawing lots, it is decided that it is Shiba, Grandma Juzi, Yulongdu, and Mikri. 3 people on the Blue Star world side are India, Ryongsheng, and Smecta. Each of them can only produce 1 elf. And now, both Shiba and the Indian champions have lost. Next will be the turn of Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Seeing Granny Juzi walking out, a strange light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Hey, there's a way. This time I didn't intentionally, just coincidentally. Let me pit you, Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. The master trainer can now enter the opponent's world and it is not allowed. It will be mentioned later with the power of a certain item. Chapter 256 Lu Yin's words shocked all 4. Granny Juzi leaned on a cane and slowly walked out of the crowd and came to the flame bird. The flaming bird has already begun to breathe heavily at this time. Although it is a legendary elf, it is only 1 step away from the 2nd level god. It can be challenged by 2 champion trainers and their ace spirit in a row, and its current stamina is also heavily lost, and it has suffered a lot of injuries. Not surprisingly, the battle will end here with Mother-in-law Kikuko. This situation was clearly seen by those present. Therefore, the trainers on the side of the elf world are in a good mood, with smiles on their faces. On the Blue Star world side are not so beautiful. You know, this incident is still being filmed by the Alliance TV station that came to hear the news, and it is now being broadcast live on the whole network. If you can conquer the flame bird in front of the people of the world, it is definitely a very honorable thing, and it is even more honorable for your own world. Champion trainers present on the field will more or less have this idea. For example, now, the internet has been arguing about this matter. And Nazi, who was obsessed with me recently, noticed the situation at the first time and pulled Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin, look, isn't this already known to the entire internet? Lu Yin took the phone, looked at it and absorbed all the comments above. Damn it, why is Lakocha doing such a good thing here? There is a Shiba Heavenly King in front of him who has used up the stamina of the flame bird, and he still loses. Upstairs, the keyboard warrior and the flaming bird are the legendary elves and mythical beasts. Can they be won by two ordinary champion elves fighting with one wheel? Flaming bird is so handsome, even in the face of elves of the same level with the help of a trainer. He is not weak at all, and he has won 2 games in a row. Now it's the mother-in-law Kikuko from the Kanto region. He is the oldest regional king, and his strength has already reached the championship level. In addition, she uses the ghost-type elf known for its weirdness. She should be able to defeat the flame bird. The third appearance, the advantage is too great. Haha, after all, the trainers in our elf world are still superior. It's obviously luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. You Blue Star World Lakocha played the second battle, didn't you also lose? That's when Sheba lost. What did we say? The screenshot upstairs, when Sheba lost, you people in the elf world made a lot of excuses. Cough, luck is originally a kind of strength. If you want me to say, it means that our Blue Star World champion Lu Yin is not here, otherwise we will conquer the Firebird in minutes. Upstairs, Fengda is not afraid of flashing his tongue. Although Lu Yin has the nickname of instantly killing the Demon King, his strength has only just subdued a champion elf. Don't blow it up. Lugia. Although Lu Yin is very brave, strong, and gifted, but let me tell you, let Lugia leave, he does not rely on strength. I'm just brainless blowing Lu Yingguan. Lu Yin didn't read any further information. From some of the comments, he has roughly figured out what's going on here. An orderly battle of the wheels. Now it's mother-in-law Juzi's turn. This is really a godsend for me. Then it's time for Instructor Viper to show his last remaining heat. Also, I can't let the people who support me down. As for those people who don't like me, although your comments seem to be true, I am very upset, so I'll slap you in the face. He sat down quickly in his heart. He decided, seeing that Granny Juzi was about to send a spirit to fight with the flaming bird, Lu Yin immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, Granny Juzi." Swish. Someone suddenly interrupted, and immediately caught the attention of those present, as well as netizens who were watching the live video. It's Lu Yin. Soon, someone recognized Lu Yin's identity and exclaimed, "It's this kid." Dr. Oki frowned slightly. Lu Yin is also a champion trainer and belongs to the Blue Star World faction. His appearance is not a good thing for the elf world side. But thinking that the mother-in-law Juzi would take action soon, and that Lu Yin came too late, he put this anxiety in his heart again. Different from Dr. Ogi's calmness, everyone at the scene started to talk in a low voice. It's the Lu Yin champion. Why did the freshman champion of the China League come here? Now there are 4 champion trainers in our Blue Star World. What regulations have been formulated? Lu Yin calculates to join, and can only be ranked last on Blue Star's side. Yeah, he's late, it's not his turn. You told me to stop, what's the matter? Hearing Lu Yin calling out to herself, the unruly mother-in-law Juzi, who has always done her own way, did not rush to throw out the elf Lu Yin for some reason, ignoring the discussion of the surrounding crowd, and passed through them to mother-in-law Juzi's place. In front of him, he smiled and said, "Without him, I want to make a deal with you. I think you will give me this chance to fight the flame bird." As soon as the words came out, all 4 were shocked. Lu Yin said, "This time really reached this point. Don't talk about those around. The powerful trainers who are rarely seen at ordinary times, as well as those on the internet. The people who eat melons, are." Lu Stealth. The girls on the side were also shocked. With mother-in-law Juzi in exchange for the opportunity to attack the flaming bird. Discerning eye can see that the flame bird has lost a lot of physical strength now, and it has been cleaned up. What price did Lu Yin pay to have a chance to win the legendary elf flaming bird? This flaming bird is still a real champion. After passing this village, there is no such shop. Trade. On the contrary, Granny Juzi was interested, because she had some unpleasantness with Lu Yin, so she knew something about him instead. This talented young man is good at creating miracles, and he accomplishes things that are difficult or even impossible in the eyes of others. Perhaps, he can really open up the conditions to make his heart move. Chapter 257 Inches Purchase, Priority Battle Rights. Shameless Smecta. 3/4. My God, say Cao Cao, Cao Cao is here. It means Lu Yin is here. People from the Blue Star world, look, your dear champion Lu Yin is here, and you will have the opportunity to see his helpless expression for the first time. Upstairs, I don't know why, but seeing champion Lu Yin appear, especially when he has a calm smile on his face, I don't think this is necessarily the case. Blue Star blows Lu Yin without a brain, it's terrifying. Cough, I am the Kanto Golden City. Cough, I am Ziwan Town. The Kanto region is a rebellion. Come on, look at it, Lu Yin's reputation as a champion miracle creator is for nothing. First of all, he has to make mother-in-law Juzi willing to trade with him. If champion Lu Yin proposes it, he will surely succeed. After Lu Yin appeared, the barrage on the internet was stagnant for a moment, but soon it was overrun by more barrages. Roughly speaking, 80% of Langsing netizens think that Lu Yin can succeed, but the elf world is just the opposite. The only people who support Lu Yin are the people in the Kanto region who have received his favor. They are not mindless support. It's just that Lu Yin gave them hope when they were desperate, so they trusted him very much. How do you want to trade? Mother-in-law Juzi is very interested in the deal proposed by Lu Yin. She knew that Lu Yin was not simple, and she knew that he would not aim at nothing without a reason. Since he stood up, he must be able to come up with an equivalent item. Let me think about it. Lu Yin held his chin and thought. His appearance surprised many people. Why, you can't come up with good things if you stop people from making jokes before you think about it yourself. Oh, yes. Lu Yin clapped his hands and said with a smile, I have a lot of valuable things, but I can't bear those things, but I have a piece of news, I believe you must be interested in mother-in-law Juzi. And the reason deals with me. Just a message. Grandma Chrysanthemum could not help frowning. She wondered where Lu Yin's confidence came from. A mere piece of news can make her give up the chance to conquer the flaming bird. Lu Yin nodded heavily and smiled. For example, let me tell you where the Viper instructor is now, how about it? Everyone, what did they hear? Lu Yin actually knew where the Viper instructor was. How could he know that he knew, and why didn't he make the crystals of the ghost system? He was afraid that he would not be able to grab it. Also, there were so many people on the scene. There are master-level trainers leading the team, there are many champion-level trainers again, and there are even king-level players who have not found the Viper instructor. How did Lu Yin know that he could beat them all alone? What? The most rude is the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Finding the Viper instructor and killing it was about to become her obsession. Spectre Rule crystals should be placed in the back. If Lu Yin really knew. Yes, I can trade with you. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum didn't even want the palace, and couldn't wait to say, as long as you can tell me the news, and the news is correct, I can give you my chance. King Chrysanthemum. Yulongdu wanted to stand up and say something, but before he could say anything, Dr. Damu reached out and stopped him. Dr. Ogi knows mother-in-law Kikuko better than anyone. As long as Lu Yin can really provide information, and there is a way to ensure the accuracy of the information, there is no way to organize her. Moreover, the flame bird is an elves of the flight type and the fire type after all. Granny Chrysanthemum specializes in the ghost type. It is not worth capturing it. The flame bird is a mythical beast. You can't spend so much value, just get an elf that you see and cultivate. In fact, it's not just mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. After hearing Lu Yin's words, no one around could be calm. But no one hurriedly asked. After all, although their goals are all the crystallization of the ghost system rules on the Viper instructor, but the slogan of coming to Kanto is to eradicate the evil organization Rocket. There is no reason for anyone to force Lu Yin to reveal the information of the Viper instructor. Viper, where is he? As long as you can tell me, I can immediately promise to give you the challenge authority. Grandma Juicy was very straightforward, and she even ignored Yulandu's voice. No one can understand how deep her obsession with poisonous snakes is in her heart now. That obsession is enough to completely blacken people who are not determined. Of course. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Hearing his words, everyone around held their breaths and pricked up their ears. The flame birds and the others don't want it anymore, but the crystallization of the ghost system rules is still a lot of time away from 7 days. Maybe there is still a chance, but after waiting for a long time, they didn't wait for Lu Yin to speak, they only saw the various changes on the face of Grandma Juicy. They seemed surprised, puzzled, and relieved. Opposite her, Lu Yin was always just smiling. This situation confused everyone. What's the situation? Lu Yin didn't speak either. But King Juicy seems to already know the answer. But she doesn't seem to believe it. You said, where is the Viper instructor hiding? I don't know, I just want to know how Lu Yin secretly told mother-in-law Juicy. Nonsense, have you forgotten that the owner of Lu Yin is still a superpower? Oh, telepathy. Seeing the changing expression in mother-in-law Juicy's ears, her heart tickled like being scratched by a cat. They were very curious about what Lu Yin said. But it's hard to ask questions. After a while, mother-in-law Juicy still didn't seem to believe it and asked, are you sure? If you lie to me. Don't worry. Lu Yin raised his hand to interrupt mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, and said with a smile, you think I will do it for the flame bird, in front of so many champion-level trainers, king-level trainers, 2 master-level trainers, and many people watching the live broadcast. Lie to you. Of course, if you don't believe me, I don't mind swearing to the will of the world. Just like that, the news will be widely known. Said, Lu Yin swept across the faces of the people around him. These people are all coveting that ghost-type rule crystal. Chapter 258 smacked his ugly face. Lu Yin's amazing handwriting. 4 quarters. You swear for a reason. Lu Yin's voice fell, and mother-in-law Juicy immediately believed it. In the era of the fusion of the 2 worlds, the will of the world really exists. If you swear to the will of the world, some oaths will be verified. Lu Yin was an 18-year-old genius who had already become a champion, and he also had other divine beasts in his hands. Mother-in-law Juicy didn't think he would be so stupid, so she made this oath in order to deceive the flaming bird. Apparently true confidence. And wanting to understand this. After that, mother-in-law Juicy said that she is not stupid, and it is impossible for Lu Yin to swear. Everyone knows the real trouble, how can she expect to get this ghost rule crystal? You promise, he still or? The mother-in-law Chrysanthemum asked one last question. If the Viper instructor is dead, then she can take revenge and vent her anger, but there is no chance to get the crystal of the ghost system, even in Lu Yin. How to do it is hard to say. Of course or. Lu Yin nodded and said, I know he is hiding there, and I have already told you the reason. Instructor Viper is a veteran champion trainer. After knowing that his strength may have fully recovered, I am not sure that I can defeat him, and of course I will not trouble him. Originally, I wanted to report this information to the Alliance in exchange for awards. But now it's just an exchange with you, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Good. Granny Chrysanthemum nodded her head. The deal is done, and the old man's chance will be given to you. Of course, if it turns out that you lied to me in the end, then I will make you pay the price if you don't give up your life. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum simply gave up the opportunity. Although she has a bad personality and is very unruly, she definitely has no problem in keeping promises. Otherwise, Granny Jin might have borrowed her name to achieve so many acres of land. As for the final threat, this is a must. Don't worry, I said, I can't be shameless in public for a chance. While I'm not afraid of a champion trainer, I don't like the hassle either. You can have 10,000 hearts. Lu Yin waved his hand, although the mother-in-law Juicy finally made a threat. This time, he did not have a hard-hearted attack. To trading, it is necessary to show off your muscles. And, he really didn't lie. Originally, he planned to find someone to cooperate with him to perform a play, while completely removing himself, he planned for the future. Now I just choose the mother-in-law chrysanthemum, and by the way, I have a chance to conquer the flame bird. Why not do it? At that time, countless people in the rockets, especially Sakagi, etc., will fall into his calculations again. I believe in you. Grandma Juzi nodded, then looked at Shang-Chi and said, let Lu Yin have my chance, no problem. Hearing this, Dr. Damu glanced at Lu Yin and said with a smile, if there is a problem, do-n't care. Whether it is the number of challenges or the order, it is the result that I discussed with Master Howard and you, the champion trainers, together. Lu Yin is not cutting the queue, but taking the opportunity that belongs to you. Reasonable. Dr. Ogi's agreement was not unexpected. Although he is a master trainer, everyone knows that he is very talkative. Of course, being nice doesn't mean you don't have principles and bottom lines, and it doesn't mean you don't get angry. If it conforms to the rules, he approves it. But if someone wants to break the rules, he won't be polite. Okay. Granny Juzi nodded, she glanced at Lu Yin, and then recognized a pokeball. Swish. Ray of light shot out from the pokeball, and a pilgrim appeared. This is the walking spirit of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. After releasing the eagle, Granny Chrysanthemum walked to its back without saying a word, and directly directed it to take off. Seeing this scene, many eyes flashed strange colors. After the conversation between Lu Yin and Juzi's mother-in-law just now, no one doubted the authenticity of the former's words. Everyone also understands that now Granny Juzi is absolutely following the information provided by Lu Yin and set off to find the poisonous snake instructor. She is very straightforward. If she is lucky, she can find the viper instructor, and maybe she can get back the crystal of the ghost rules. This is the crystallization of the ghost rules. Maybe, mother-in-law Juzi can take this opportunity to step into the big world. How can this make others uneasy? But it has nothing to do with Lu Yin. He has already set up the stage, and the snake instructor and mother-in-law Juzi are already in place. If someone else wants to do a group show for free, he doesn't mind watching it. And he is only a director who earns both fame and fortune. Now, it's still more important to fight against the flame bird. He could move, one stopped in front of him. Something happened. Frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man who stopped him. Champion Lu Yin, I think you should consider the overall situation. The middle-aged man showed a righteous and dignified smile and said, everyone knows that you have just entered the championship-level trainer. If you challenge Firebird, you may not be able to win. In case of losing, bye-bye, we have lost a chance in our Blue Star world. The middle-aged man said it very well. He thought about Blue Star inside and out. He only had one meaning. He hoped that Lu Yin could give this challenge more opportunities. Lu Yin smiled, and the smile was very bright. He was amused by the shameless behavior of the middle-aged man in front of him. Let him give up the challenge. Why is this a joke invited by monkeys? Before he could speak, the middle-aged man spoke again, and Howard, who came to the side, said, what, we Blue Star training. The family is very united, and Master Howard leads the team. Smecta, I think it's better to let Master Howard arrange this challenge opportunity. Smecta, yes, Master Howard. Middle-aged man said, showing a flattering smile to Howard. Regarding this, Howard has always folded his arms around his chest and closed his eyes, and did not respond to the middle-aged man's words. But this time he did not speak, which was actually a default. None of the Blue Star trainers present spoke for Lu Yin. Because they are not members of the China District Alliance. These people, shamelessly united, planning to morally kidnap Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled and moved his hand, secretly grasping Lugia's silver wings in his hand. Such shameless people should be purified. Chapter 259 Lu Yin's violent temper. Summon Lugia directly. At this time, the internet has already exploded because of the words of the middle-aged man. Wow, how can there be such a shameless person? Opening and closing is the blue star world, who does he think he is? The shamelessness of the smectas in my heart has once again refreshed the offline. Upstairs, what nonsense are you talking about? Is it wrong for me and Nan Huju to think about the blue star world? Lord Nan Huju is thinking of blue star. Why should you harm the interests of champion Lu Yin? What do you mean by hurting Lord Nan Huju? Didn't you say that Lu Yin's chances of winning are too low, so he can't waste this opportunity? It's a mistake. Fuck your mother, how do you know you can't beat it if you haven't beaten it? It's just the bullying scene. There is no trainer in our China area, so it's okay to join forces to bully others. Howard doesn't look like a good bird. Bah, he's also a master-level trainer. Oh, upstairs, what are you talking about? Howard is this for Blue Star? Blue Star of the ass, this is an opportunity that champion Lu Yin exchanged for his interests, and then gave it to you, that is, to contribute to Blue Star. Xiao Tainiang is in this moral kidnapping. Upstairs, I'm quite. Lord Nan Huju, long live. On the internet, as long as the China Alliance or people with more positive views are speaking for Lu Yin. But some American imperial people and smecta people don't care. These began to respond directly. There are also some normal people who keep their mouths shut and just watch a good show. Swish. Lu Yin, Catalia and Nazi's eyes flashed a dazzling blue light at the same time, and the faces of Yayi and Jiyu Qingqing were also ugly. It was the first time they had seen such a shameless person when they were so grown up. Yayi couldn't help but say, "Why are you so shameless? This is an opportunity for us, Lu Yin, and the other party. It is an exchange of equal value. Why should you open your mouth and let someone give it to you? It's you will. I will." Nam Haiju spoke nonsense and came. If it were me, I would. I'm going to turn you into a toad. Face was frosty, she was very straightforward and shot Nan Huju directly. But her superpowers did not successfully hit Nan Huju, and when she was halfway forward, she was blocked by a death coffin. This death coffin is Nan Huju's ace elf, a champion-level existence. Coffin. After the death coffin easily blocked Nazi's attack, a strange red light shot out from its eyes. This is to take action on Nazi. Seeing this scene, Yulongdu and the others immediately wanted to help, and they all recognized Nazi, who was the master of the gym in the Kanto region. Besides, even if Nazi wasn't a gym owner in the Kanto region, or even a blue star, they couldn't just look at her like that. But before they acted, a dark shadow flashed across Lu Yin's shadow. Crack. Zhang Hui appeared in front of Nazi with a strange smile on his face, easily blocking the attack of the coffin of death. Championship Gengar. Everyone's eyes changed. They didn't expect that Lu Yin actually had a champion Gengar, which was unexpected. Could it be Lu Yin's champion? Smecta, beautiful lady, how can you do it? Nan Huju walked to the coffin of the god of death and looked at Nazi with a smile. Knowing that Lu Yin's champion elf is Gengar, as a ghost trainer, he is even more fearless. Damn you. Nazi's face changed and she wanted to start again. However, a hand stopped in front of her. Seeing the owner of this hand, she immediately restrained her expression and showed a bright smile. She suddenly remembered a truth she had understood when chatting with girls recently, that when men are away, they must maintain their presence in front of men. And when a man is there, he just needs to be obedient and stand behind him. Nazi actually laughed. Seeing the smile on Nazi's face, at the scene, many people who knew her well showed expressions of surprise, which felt very novel. The cold beauty whose expression has remained unchanged for thousands of years will actually laugh at times. Moreover, this smile is too good-looking. Many men cast envious glances at Lu Yin. Honestly speaking, as soon as he appeared on the stage, he was surrounded by so many beautiful girls, which was really enviable. Among them, Nazi is also a super talented and super girl. There is the big family lady of Catalia. There is also the world supermodel of Camisley. This is simply a girl harvester. As expected, it is the legendary creator of miracles. Good. Men's affairs, men solve it by themselves. Lu Yin reached out and touched Nazi's head, then looked at Nan Huju. His face became very cold. He didn't talk nonsense. He directly raised Lugia's silver wings and said loudly, "Lugia, I need your help. Come here please. Girls, Nan Huju, all champions, Heavenly King, what is Lugia who is summoning which Lugia will not be?" Everyone suddenly thought of Lugia who attacked Hengcheng with water elves not long ago. Lu Yin wasn't summoning this first-level god, Nima. What is the situation? People say that if they disagree, they will find helpers and backers. It's good. He didn't say a word and directly summoned such an awesome backer. What's the fun? Dr. Ogi. This kid. It's too. Dr. Damu didn't know what to say for a while. There is a contradiction to directly summon the first-level god, or the god of the sea. What is this for? Lu Yin, what do you mean? Nan Huju looked at Lu Yin in surprise, and didn't even shout smekta. Howard also opened his eyes at this time. Seeing that you are upset, I plan to kill you. Lu Yin said bluntly, didn't you say you want to contribute to the Blue Star world? I think it's a great achievement to kill you and purify the air of Blue Star. Nam Hyuk-ju couldn't believe what she was hearing. Lu Yin actually said that he was going to kill him. In front of so many people, is he crazy? Howard's expression sank. As for the opening, Champion Lu Yin in China, do you want to ignore the laws of the Blue Star Alliance? Ignore the laws of the Alliance, do I have it? Lu Yin had an innocent expression on his face. Quote. Howard said angrily, you just said that you will destroy the champion of Nan Huju, everyone here can testify. Are you joking when you want to say you? Yeah, just kidding. Lu Yin nodded, and his expression gradually became indifferent. Didn't you joke with me first? Chapter 260 _ The Threat of the American Elf Master. Lu Yin, will I be used to you? Didn't you joke with me first? Let me give you a fair deal. You too. When is it that the champion trainers and master trainers of Smekta and Meaty have fully represented all Blue Stars? Stop making fun of me. Since you guys want to take risks for Blue Star so much, why don't you take advantage of it and let all champion trainers in the elf world make adjustments later? Take 110,000 steps back and say, I got the opportunity to challenge from mother-in-law Juzi. After I challenged, the people behind me were not from the elf world, but the champion trainer of our Blue Star world, right? In other words, if I win, I will win glory for the Blue Star world. If I lose, it will also cost you more stamina for the Firebird. Contribute to you. Shameless is fine, but please bring it with you. You didn't even bring it in your head, you just played shameless with me, and you kept your mouth shut. The left is a Blue Star world, the right is a Blue Star world, what a bullshit. Or do you think everyone is fools? It's unclear that I am the only Chinese trainer here. You want to join forces and share some benefits. I guess your target isn't the flaming bird either. You just wanted to say this. By the way, let me tell you the information about the Viper instructor, right? I'm Hehe. Tell you, I am not used to you. Lu Yin said a lot in one breath. And after his remarks, everything was stunned. The girls were stunned, as if they were getting to know Lu Yin again. For the first time, they knew that Lu Yin was so good at talking, he was so arrogant and handsome. The trainers around were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Yin to speak so much, he just said everything. That's right, Nam Hyuk-ju and others made it clear that it was shameless. They made it clear that more people bully less people, and they are shameless to find a reason. They made it clear that they wanted to pressure Lu Yin to get the chance to challenge the Flame Bird, take a step back, at least know where the Viper instructor is now, and participate in this matter. Smart people know this, and everyone knows it. Lu Yin is completely uneasy about playing tricks, so he just told you all about it. You are not afraid of tearing your face. Why do people directly summon the first-level gods? You are a master-level trainer. Sorry, the first-level gods are enough to hang you with a few masters. Yin, it's just not used to you. A little on the internet, netizens exploded the pot again. Fuck, the champion Lu Yin is so domineering, I like it. Isn't it too unreasonable? Upstairs, if you are sure you want to be reasonable, please answer the question of champion Lu Yin directly. Why do you keep saying that for the sake of Blue Star, your dear champion Nam Haju doesn't pay a price to get the first shot right? So are the other champion trainers and master trainers. And, whatever. Whether the champion Lu Yin wins or not, is to gain an advantage for the Blue Star side, who can deny this? That can't be unreasonable, right? My temper. Upstairs, don't mess with them. These people are selfish and only know themselves. The reason they say without reason is reason, and we will make reason, that is. We will not forgive others. Yeah, we have to bet, do and talk nonsense theory in the future, learn from champion Lu Yin, just not used to it, you can't go directly to the elves. Look at their expressions, it's so funny. Champion Lu Yin, I declare you. Lu Yin's answer made countless people who were holding their breath blow out, just like drinking a bottle of Fat House Happy Water in dog days. Indescribably cool. China's Lu Yin champion, am I sure I want to be so persistent? Howard's expression changed for a while, and he said solemnly, Champion Nan Huju's words are ill-considered, and I can apologize for him. But the matter of the crystallization of the ghost law is very important. I hope you don't hide it. This is to say that after breaking it, directly shameless. Howard's words made Dr. Omu and others very unhappy. But no one spoke, at least not yet. After all, the trainers in the elf world are not monolithic. No one is not interested in the crystallization of the ghost rules. I don't understand this. Lu Yin sneered and said directly, Mother-in-law Juzi is not a member of Team Rocket, she is a member of the Kanto Alliance and a member of the elf world. Everyone is human. Why, your trainers of the American Empire are more noble. After being repeatedly flipped by Lu Yin, Howard's expression became very beautiful. Champion Lu Yin, do you have to say that? What good will it do to you to offend a master trainer? Howard, this is a threat. The good is the bad. Is there any harm? Lu Yin asked back. You. Howard got angry, and a pokeball appeared in his hand. He wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson. Seeing his action, Lu Yin raised his brows and said indifferently, I want to fight. Then before Lugia arrives, you can challenge him first. A champion trainer commanding a champion elf can't defeat only a third-level god of flame birds. I'm quite curious. Can you, a master-level trainer, command a master-level elf, leapfrog to defeat a first-level god Lugia? Howard was angry, very angry. He heard the threat in Lu Yin's words. And it's more blatant than what he threatens. But he really didn't dare to act rashly. Why, as Lu Yin said, champion-level trainers who comprehend the manifestation of auras command their trump cards, but real battles are no match for wild flame birds of the same level. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to beat the same level master-level Sanjia flame birds, at least one-on-one losses would be huge. And Lugia is the god of the sea served by the three gods, and at the same level, he is much stronger than the flame bird. Howard is even less confident that he can beat it, and he can be considered powerful if he can persist for a long time. Then, the gap between the first-level god Lugia and the gap between the high-level and the intermediate level is completely different. He can't beat him 100%. Huh. Lu Yin smiled disdainfully, looking down at Nan Huju. It seems that your backer is not very good. Chapter 261 Amazing move, take out the lava crystal. 3/4. Champion Lu Yin, don't you even save face. Nan Zhu, he asked with a gloomy expression. He didn't think that Lu Yin would deal with him in front of so many people, and he didn't think that Lu Yin would waste the family meeting that asked Lugia for help in order to deal with him. He thought that Lu Yin was simply intimidating him. He is very afraid of Lugia, but he is never willing to admit counsel in front of a junior. However, hearing his words, Lu Yin did respond directly. Does saving face for a shameless person make him more shameless? That's not more disgusting people. You, Lu Yin. Nan Huju finally stopped holding back and said angrily, are you wasting the opportunity to summon Lugia for this matter? You tell the current position of the poisonous snake, everyone will accept your love, and you can fight against the flame bird with peace of mind, isn't that bad? Fire-type elves and you have a good fit, right? If there is a flame bird, you might be able to set foot in the real championship-level field in a few years, isn't that bad? Why do you want to break up with our Blue Star's own people? What Nan Huju said seemed to make sense. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. Besides, Lu Yin has already told Granny Juzi about the poisonous snake, and he himself is not interested in poisonous snakes, so what is the difference between telling one and telling two or even more? Indeed, there is no difference in this matter. But who made Nam Hyuk-ju use the wrong method? If he asks directly, Lu Yin doesn't mind telling them, because the play he set up needs some audience and group performances. But Nam Haiju wanted to threaten him. He Lu Yin does not accept threats. Lu Yin took a step forward and looked at Nan Huju lightly. First of all, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum and I are equal exchange. Why do people spend a chance to capture the flame bird in exchange for the chance? I want to tell you for free. You are not my son, nor do I have such a disgusting son as you. Second. Lu Yin stretched out his second finger and suddenly smiled. Who said Lugia came? I wasted my chance. You guys seem to have forgotten who the divine beast you are dealing with. Lu Yin's words startled everyone. Immediately respond. What they are dealing with is the flaming bird. And the flaming bird is one of the 3 divine birds that serve the god of the sea. To explain the image, the 3 gods are Lugia's younger brother. Also, any other first-level god are coming, Lu Yin relies on that one. But if it was Lugia, when he saw the scene, so people surrounded the fire fighting, well, it can also be understood as a group fight. What will happen to Lugia, of course, is to shoot directly. That is to say, Lu Yin calls Lugia now, not only will he not ask for it, but he also has his favor again. And this is also the reason why Lu Yin called Lugia directly before. The scene, there was a chill behind everyone's back, and there was an urge to leave here quickly. One bad, they may have to bear Lugia's wrath. Nam Haiju including Howard's expressions have completely changed. They didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. What should I do now? Looks like you want to understand. Noticing Nan Haju's uncertain expression, Lu Yin shook his head and ignored him. This man is already dead in his heart. He hadn't joked before. He will let Nam Hyuk-ju die. Not because of a disagreement. Just because Nam Hyuk-ju is too shameless, it's disgusting to him. He just didn't think that it would be better to find a later opportunity to kill him sullenly, or just wait and kill him directly. With this kind of consideration, Lu Yin looked at the flame bird, smiled slightly, and threw a crystal stone pillar. This crystal stone pillar is his lava crystal, which can instantly restore all injuries and physical strength of elves below god-level strength. It also has a high curative effect on god-level elves. Flame bird. Recover with the power of the stone tablet. When you regain your rights, you and I will fight again. That's right, Lu Yin let the flaming bird recover before fighting. This is one of his intentions to take out the lava stone tablet. He is not mindless to pursue fairness, he just knows the temper of the beast. If Lu Yin shoots to defeat the flamingo now, it is likely to be unconvinced, which will lead to a lot of unnecessary troubles, such as the flamingo being disobedient. And Lu Yin is confident that he can defeat the flaming bird in its heyday, so why not do it once and for all? Of course, he could have done this in private, there is no need to expose the lava crystal in front of so many people. But in fact, exposing the lava crystal is also one of his intentions. Ow! The flame bird was watching Lu Yin as soon as he appeared, because Lu Yin had an aura that made her like and get close. It was the breath of their old sea god. And when it saw the silver wings in Lu Yin's hand, it looked at Lu Yin with very soft eyes. She knew that Lu Yin was a human in her old election. Now Lu Yin took out the lava crystal to help her recover, and she had no doubts and resistance, so she obediently flew over the crystal and stood up. Swish! The lava crystal emitted a dazzling fiery red light and shot into the body of the flame bird. The flames on the flame bird began to burn violently, and the wounds began to heal at a high speed. Only at this time did the trainers at the scene react, followed by countless question marks on their heads. What is the situation that Lu Yin actually used the means to help the flame bird recover, and then challenged him to be too confident to waste a good time? Also, what is this crystal? It can actually help the flame bird of the third-level god to quickly recover its physical strength and energy. Injury, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, this doubt did not appear on the scene, in the hearts of champion trainers and very few Heavenly King trainers. The real secret of the secret is, and they are only shocked when they hide it. Shocked that Lu Yin actually mastered a lava crystal and carried it with him. This is a crazy background, it's too scary, and at this moment, all the eye-cutting and gorgeous scenes appeared. At the scene, a white light shot out from the pokeballs around the waists of many trainers. Immediately after, fire-type elves appeared one after another, and they all gathered around the lava crystal, showing expressions of enjoyment. It was at this moment that a layer of fire patterns visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the body of one of the flaming beasts. It actually began to comprehend the profound meaning. This is a sign that the elves are going from the peak of the elite level to the king level. Chapter 262 _ All the fire trainers are excited. 4 quarters. Comprehend the profound meaning. This fiery beast has comprehended the profound meaning. And it broke through to the Heavenly King level. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a strange noise appeared around the body of a fiery beast, which was comprehending the profound meaning of the fire attribute. Soon, it absorbed these profound meanings into the body, and the body began to emit a powerful aura, which is a strange aura only possessed by Heavenly King level elves. Understand, this fiery beast stepped into the Heavenly King level. And the reason for all this seems to be the lava gem that Lu Yin took out to help the flaming bird recover. What is this? The scene, countless unwitting trainers looked at the lava gem with doubt, shock, and possessiveness. Champion Lu Yin, take the liberty to ask, what is this thing you took out? A young man who had reached the age of 28 walked up to Lu Yin with a serious look on his face, and there was deep gratitude in his eyes. J is because the fiery beast that broke through just now is his elf. He is a fire specialized trainer, and the ace is the initial elf fire beast at the peak of the elite level. To Red Lotus Island purely because he admired Lu Yin and Xiaobo, so after learning that there would be a battle between the two tomorrow, he took a pilgrimage with him. Mind to observe. He didn't expect that today seems to be a big luck. It seems that because of Lu Yin, his hot beast has broken through to the Heavenly King level. The Heavenly King level, although it is only one step away from the elite level, this step is heaven. Differently. In his home city, there are elite level peak trainers. More than 2 hands, but there is not a single king level trainer. And now, he is. Shoo. After the young man asked a question, all those who didn't know cast their eyes on Lu Yin. But there were many trainers present because of the match between Lu Yin and Xiaobo tomorrow. Except, a few of these people are here to join in the fun. Most of them are either fire-type elves specialization ladies, or have excellent fire-type elves cultivation. All of them come to learn from the scriptures. And now, Lu Yin seems to have come up with something incredible about fire elves. Removing these people, the looks of the champion trainers and a few Heavenly King trainers became very ugly. They are all people who know the secret truth. It can be said that they are vested interests. So they were afraid that Lu Yin would say something. You know, it is live broadcast now, if Lu Yin really speaks out. Of course, these people did not make any move to stop, otherwise, they will directly become the public enemy of the people all over the world in the next moment. They only hope that Lu Yin will not take the risk of doing something like this. And Lu Yin, of course, not so stupid. Speaking out of the secret realm is not good for him. What is the use of ordinary people's goodwill? He just uses lava crystals to achieve one. As for how to get this crystal, he is not stupid, how could he possibly say it? This is the treasure I got by chance, lava crystal. The first sentence Lu Yin said made the scene, as well as many insiders who were following the live broadcast, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this Lu Yin is also someone who knows how to follow the rules. One level, there should be one level of gameplay. Lava crystal. Compared with those in the know, those who do not know want to know what this lava crystal is and what it does. Yasha, granddaughter of the gym owner Mula from the Bayan gym in Fengyuan area, asked impatiently, Champion Lu Yin. What does this lava crystal do? Action. Lu Yin looked at Yasha and smiled. The effect, everyone has seen it now. First, it can help fire elves recover their stamina. In terms of effect, elves below the god level can recover instantly, and above the god level, it is also very fast. Ow! If to cooperate with Lu Yin's words, the flame bird, which had been standing on the lava crystal for less than a minute, flew into the sky again and made a loud chirping. Looking at its condition, the injury has healed, and the physical strength and spirit are very full. Hi! Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Lu Yin brought a lava crystal, didn't he bring a fire-type exclusive nurse with a spirit below the god level to recover instantly, and above the god level also so fast? Incredible, but they are surprised now, obviously too early. It is truly amazing that Lu Yin has to say the second function of the lava crystal. As for the second function, it can help fire elves understand the profound meaning and rules. What? The scene, the unwitting trainers, including the trainers before the live broadcast room, were shocked. This lava crystal can actually help trainers comprehend and even master the profound meaning. Isn't this equivalent to a piece of fire-type mystery crystal and fire-type mystery orb that can repeat the reason? Lu Yin is not kidding, but before the lava crystal, those from various trainers, the fire-type spirits that appeared in the Pokeball showed an expression of enjoyment when they saw them. There is also the fiery beast that has already comprehended the profound meaning of fire. Everyone had to believe that it was true. This time, there really is such a treasure. At the scene, the eyes of many trainers became hot. In particular, some fire-specialized trainers can believe that as long as they have this lava crystal, it is only a matter of time before they will break through to the Heavenly King rank, or even to the champion rank. With such precious items, it is not a problem to create a faction or even a family from scratch. But so excited. But seeing Lu Yin's light-hearted performance, they could only restrain themselves. They knew that they did not have the strength to snatch the lava crystal from Lu Yin. What's more, when Lu Yin took out this crystal, he would be afraid of being robbed. Sure enough, he just heard Lu Yin continue. However, although this lava crystal can be carried with you, it must return to its original position regularly to replenish energy, otherwise it will shatter. Crack. That's what makes me feel very troublesome. And, Lu Yin seemed to be selling well when he got cheap. But everyone understands that this lava crystal cannot be taken away. Even if you take it away, it will still be a waste if you don't know where to charge it. As for pressing Lu Yin after he wanted to snatch the lava crystal, well, he is a champion trainer, and he has a backer like Lugia. There are a few people who will shoot at him and who are qualified to shoot at him. It's impossible to make a move on Lu Yin for this. I recommend the author Master Jun's new book, Urban, Me. The only player in online games. Chapter 263_Layout Fire Trainers. Master Lu Yin. Please ask. If I can pay the price, can I exchange for the chance for my spirit to comprehend the profound meaning next to your lava crystal? It's still the first. The trainer of the hot beast, he is now like the best cheerleader, every time Luyin needs people to talk about it the most. Thinking of his hot beast at the scene again, comprehending the profound meaning, it can be said to be the best advertisement. Luyin was thinking about whether to give him the best prize. He took out the lava crystal in public. Of course, it could not be just to help the flame bird recover from the injury, and to want the so-called peace. His real intention has always been to maximize profits. Hearing the man's words, many fire specialized trainers on the scene were also looking forward to it. If Luyin gave them a chance, wouldn't everyone have a chance to become a heavenly king or even a champion? This. Not yet. Luyin pretended to touch his chin deeply, followed by shaking his head, and gave an answer that disappointed everyone. Although such an answer is expected, but it is really sad to hear it. Although Fire Element Profound Truth Crystals and Fire Element Profound Truth Orbs will definitely help Fire Elemental Elves comprehend and master profound truth, such things are too rare to be found but not sought after. Some people are so poor that they don't even get a few dollars in their entire life. Encounter it, you may not have the ability to win or buy it. The effect of Luyin's lava crystal is definitely not as good as that of crystals and orbs, but it is more sustainable. Everyone hopes that Luyin can open up, but it is reasonable for him not to open up. But before they were completely disappointed, Luyin continued to say, actually, I think it's not easy to price this thing. After all, I don't want to be like the Fire Element Profound Truth Crystals and Orbs. It will definitely be successful when used. Just like now, so many fire-type elves have once again realized the profound meaning of fire-type. No one is sure how long a fire elf will take the fastest and the shortest. The price is high, and everyone says I'm not good, too pitiful, and the price is low, and I'm definitely at a loss. You said, right? Luyin asked the fire trainers back. This. All the trainers, you look at me, I look at you, and I can't say anything for a while. Because what Luyin said is right, the fact is. Such a situation. I can say is, it's a pity. If this has a formula, it will be easy to do. Scene was silent for a while. At this moment, Nanhuju's voice suddenly, speaking loudly. Don't let people know about it after researching it. It's better to make a rule then. To put it bluntly, it's still stingy smekta. Scene, very quiet, Nanhuju's voice sounded very low, but, just right. Into everyone's ears. Of his words was to smear Luyin's image in front of the public. Luyin raised his brows and said nothing. Namhaiju spoke this time and let him decide, right on the spot, to deal with this guy. It's also good to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Luyin, is not so easy to talk. With countless Nanhuju, Luyin looked at everyone, smiled and said, for the consideration of immeasurable value, it is enough to exchange for the opportunity to comprehend. However, I decided to support everyone who trains fire elves. So I decided that every month in the future, the lava crystal will be placed in a new square near the Thunder Tower. At that time, everyone can enter for free, and send elves to comprehend. Of course, in order to prevent people from being crowded, the elves sent are limited to the fire type, and they must be between the quasi-king level and the peak of the championship level. If it falls below this range or exceeds this range, no entry will be allowed. Saying that, Luyin walked up to the camera and said to the camera. As long as they are legal citizens of the Union. No matter what. A trainer in the elf world, or a trainer in the blue star world. Everyone can enjoy at least one day of free enlightenment events as long as they meet the standards I set. This is my personal support for ordinary fire trainers. These words, in the name of my Luyin, will always be valid. That's right, Luyinda didn't want to use lava crystals to make a fortune from the beginning, of course he can get a lot of benefits. But at his level, money doesn't matter anymore. The props he values. People can take out props in exchange for the opportunity to comprehend the uncertain effects of lava crystals. This business is very difficult to do. As for Lu Yin, he was afraid of trouble. So fortunately, he directly gave people a free comprehension day. He did this, of course, not in the real sympathy range, to support those weak trainers. Contrary, the object of the lava crystal is the elite level, the king level, the champion level, these three levels. This has been the mainstay of the world's trainers to the top former, precisely every simple. He then mentioned the offline to the quasi-king. This means that all trainers who come to rub the lava crystal have at least a kind of quasi-king level fire elves. What this means connections. It means huge human connections. It means that he can win the hearts of at least a quasi-king level trainer in just one day a month. A long time, these people will grow up. What a force this will be, not to mention, Lu Yin announced this in front of the public. This once again made him restrain his heart. Lastly, and most importantly, if some people really use lava crystals to help their elves break through, then the debt they owe is really big. This is at least the level of a heavenly king trainer. Moreover, Lu Yin could find the most talented group in the first place, to win over and develop into his own. This is definitely a profitable business. But he has earned so much, and he can also be praised and recognized by countless people. Just like now. On the spot, and the countless fire trainers who were watching the live broadcast in front of the live broadcast room were all excited. I heard right. Lu Yin championship is high. This is the mind and pursuit of a true champion trainer. What Nan Huju, I think it's an ugly pig, go to hell. Upstairs, although I am a smecta, I agree with you. Chapter 264 Lu Yin's plan. Start the championship fight. Champion Lu Yin, the existence I admire all my life. Champion Lu Yin has never been divided into regions. When he goes to the Kanto region of the elf world, he will also help Lamperkey and Ziwan town. Only some garbage will black him. Dedicate your strength to Blue Star, and you will be the champion of Hailu hidden in such a pattern. I can't watch it anymore. When Lu Yin announced that he would provide the trainers, fire elves with the opportunity to comprehend the profound meaning for free every month, all the players were boiling. No one can keep the mood and can't help being excited. They seem to see a road that can lead to the king level, or even the championship level. At this moment, if someone dared to say that Lu Yin was bad, he would definitely become the public enemy of all. Just like now, at the scene, all the trainers who have fire elves who are now comprehending the profound meaning in front of the lava crystal, all glared at Nan Huju. This made Nam Haiju, who wanted to say some nasty things, shut up very wisely. He didn't want to be killed to sacrifice the flag. But after Lu Yin finished dealing with the lava crystal, he didn't want to let him go. You, come out. Lu Yin hooked his finger towards Nan Huju. His words and deeds were full of contempt. Lu Yin, what do you mean? Nan Huju looked at Lu Yin angrily. As a champion trainer, as the most powerful trainer in the Smecta area, how could he ever be despised like this? I don't like seeing you. Of Nan Huju and looked down at this middle-aged man whose height was no more than 1.7 meters, your man. Let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll let you go safely. No. Lu Yin didn't say the rest, but at the scene, everyone could feel the killing intent emanating from his body. That kind of killing intent makes them, the outsiders who are just affected, are all chilled. Lu Yin, who really seems to want to kill Nan Huju. Everyone is amazed, but no one said anything for Nan Huju. Because Nan Huju is indeed too shameless to the extent that they feel disgusted. Battle. Nan Huju was also startled by Lu Yin's murderous intent, and when he thought about Lu Yin's back there was something about Lugia, he couldn't help shivering in his heart. But when he heard what Lu Yin said, he just wanted to laugh. First of all, he believed that Lu Yin really wanted to kill himself, and if Lugia arrived, he would have the same strength. But he didn't ask Lu Yin to dare to do it again. In public. Second, in a head-to-head fight, he would be his opponent for Lu Yin. He also doesn't mind defeating Lu Yin in public and gaining fame. But just agreeing like this, he also seemed to think of this. He rolled his eyes and said with a clever idea, "If you want to fight me, I will fight you. You take yourself too seriously, don't you? I won't get anything if I win." Lu Yin raised his brows, understood what he was thinking, shook his head and sneered, "You win, I'll tell you where the Viper instructor is." "Go ahead," said. Lu Yin turned around directly. "Don't give Nam Hyukju any chance to refuse. This time, he will perform a miracle in front of everyone. He will use the champion ghost-type spirit to sweep the ghost-type specialization champion trainer, Nan Huju. Use his raw noodles to celebrate everything. Okay, it's a deal." Afraid that Lu Yin would regret it, Nan Huju immediately agreed with a smile on his face. Although the process was a bit tortuous, as long as he could get the result he wanted, he was in a good mood. Howard stood aside and wanted to say something, but Nan Huju was so active, he didn't speak anymore. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. And when Nan Huju got the news, for example, she would tell him. Lu Yin and Nan Huju walked to the open space in front and stood opposite each other. The flame bird flew back to the lava crystal and settled down, watching all this calmly. Because of the presence of the lava crystal and Lu Yin, and the feeling that Lugia's aura was constantly approaching, it did not rush to leave. "Come out to fight, the sword monster with a strong shield." Lu Yin then followed the Pokeball and released the second shield sword monster. She didn't send out the Nine Tails with the dominant attributes, because there was no need to use her. Anyway, it's all instant kills, it's the same for anyone who comes. If you use a ghost-type elf to kill Nan Huju, who is a ghost-type specialization, this thing will become interesting. There is a champion elf. And it's still a ghost-type elf. Isn't Lu Yin good at using fire and electricity elements? Champion Lu Yin is a genius, but if he uses the ghost-type to play against Nan Huju. Seeing the strong shield sword monster sent by Lu Yin, as soon as he felt the aura on him, everyone at the scene and the previous closing of the live broadcast room showed a look of surprise and regret. In their eyes, Zhang Lu Yin still only understood the aura of a heavenly king level trainer. At the same level, if the attribute is dominant, he still has a chance to defeat Nan Huju, but with the same attribute, he cannot be Nan Huju's opponent. Ghost-type champion elf. Strong shield sword monster. Nan Huju's eyes swept across the sword monster with a strong shield, and greed flashed in his eyes. At present, he has seen two ghost-type elves belonging to Lu Yin. One is a champion-level flashing Gengar, and the other is a sword monster with a strong shield. These two elves both belong to the more powerful ghost-type elves. As a trainer specializing in the ghost-type, there are two kinds of elves, but Gengar's strength is only Heavenly King, and the sword monster with a strong shield is only a quasi-celestial king level. This made him not jealous that if Lu Yin gave him two ghost-type elves, he would have full confidence to become a high-ranking champion trainer. The jealousy in her heart, Nam Haiju threw a sum. Swish. With a flash of white light, what appeared in front of everyone was a Pokemon in the shape of a chandelier, with this striped round head and round pupilless yellow eyes. A small, black spike grows above the elf's head. On this ear, a purple flame gleamed high and high. It also has a black lamp holder under its head and a pair of curly black lamp holder-shaped arms. At the end of this similar arm, there are also 4 clusters of burning flames. This is a crystal lantern and fire spirit. A spirit of fire and ghost type. It just restrains the steel and ghost type sword monsters. This Nan Huju has such a big advantage, and also sends out a crystal lamp and fire spirit with superior attributes. Shamelessness is evident. Should I say, is it worthy of Smecta? Chapter 265 Feel shameless, just kill it. 3/4. The shamelessness of the Smectas in my heart has set the lower limit again. There are 3 champion trainers in the neighboring island, and there is only 1 champion trainer in the Smecta area. It's not unreasonable. The solution is upstairs. What do you mean? We should send an elf with restrained attributes. Upstairs, save yourself, Nanhaju's 3 ghost-type elves have to send the one that restrains the sword monster with a strong shield. Sima Zhao's heart is okay. It's disgusting. All kinds of crazy sprays on Nanhaju on the internet, incidentally, about the Smecta area. At the scene, although everyone despised Nanhaju very much, they only kept it in their hearts and didn't say anything. Lu Yin said that it doesn't really matter. For him, the end of everything is already doomed. Let's begin. Otherwise you won't have a chance to shoot. Lu Yin put his arms on his back and looked at Nanhaju with a calm expression. What he said made Nanhaju look stiff. Let him shoot quickly, and if you don't shoot, you won't have a chance to scare anyone. But Lu Yin let him go first, he won't give up this advantage. Crystal Lantern, use Purgatory. Nanhaju unceremoniously commanded the crystal lamp fire spirit to launch an attack, stunned everyone. Co-authoring, he is not at all humble to give up his arrogance and face as a senior to this extent. It simply refreshes people's perspectives. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Yi stomped her feet angrily, displeased with Namhaiju's shameless behavior. The expressions of the girls also changed. At this moment, they no longer have the slightest affection for the Smecta area. However, in the face of these, Lu Yin was very calm, not even letting the sword monster avoid or defend. Both the shield sword monster and the crystal light fire spirit are champion level elves, so the profound truth bonus will not work. The purgatory trick can only achieve double the effect on the hard shield sword monster, plus the attributes of the crystal light fire spirit are uniformly increased. At least this move is not enough to make the shield sword monster lose its fighting ability. And as long as he survives the first round, the victory belongs to him. Lu Yin. Boom. The lights on the crystal lamp Huoling flickered, condensed into a purple flame, and shot towards the strong shield sword monster. Under the incomprehensible gazes of countless people, Lu Yin did not move, just watched the flames directly hit the body of the sword monster with a strong shield in sword mode. Sword. The sword monster with a strong shield showed an uncomfortable expression, but there was no hidden order. He could only endure the pain, neither dodging, nor defending. What's going on? Are you afraid? Or you want to admit defeat this way? Nanhaju couldn't understand Lu Yin's actions. He didn't understand what Lu Yin was thinking. But as long as the victory belongs to him, it doesn't matter. Just think, Lu Yin was frightened. Boom. Crystal Lantern's first round of attacks dissipated at this time. Crystal Lantern. Namhaiju immediately wanted to direct it to launch a second round of attacks. But at this moment, Lu Yin's eyes burst into a very bright blue light. He mobilized the superpower in his body, instantly covering all the surrounding space of 1 kilometer, and at the same time meditated in his heart, regional space secret realm copy. Swish. As Lu Yin walked out with his superpower, an icon on the game screen in his mind lit up. Ding! It is detected that the host has a 1,000-meter orientation of God's perspective, and a temporary secret realm is generated. Ding! The temporary secret realm is generated, and the copy is formed. Ding! The copy is successfully formed. Hearing the sound from the game console, Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he locked Nanhaju's position. At this moment, Nanhaju felt some kind of strange pressure falling on him, making it impossible to continue to command the crystal lantern. What he didn't know was that the crystal lamp fire spirit felt the same way as him, and at this moment, it felt a great pressure, making it unable to move. It was at this time that Lu Yin's indifferent voice came out. Shadow Claw. Sword. A fierce light flashed through the golden pupils of the sword monster with a strong shield. Although there was no verbal communication and Lu Yin did not give clear instructions, he could understand what Lu Yin meant. At the same time killing the crystal lamp fire spirit, he killed Nanhaju. Although I don't understand why Lu Yin let himself kill in public. But as a king elf, a combination of sword and shield, Lu Yin's king elf. The shield sword monster didn't hesitate, and acted immediately. Swish. It lifted the hands on both sides, quickly condensed the energy of the ghost system, rotated its body, and shot in the direction of the crystal lamp and fire in front of it. If someone looks carefully, they can find that on the root of the sword monster with a strong shield, and after passing through the crystal lamp and fire spirit, it is Nanhuju. But now, no one goes back to think about the deep meaning of the action of the sword monster. Everyone just widened their eyes and watched the sword shield monster attack in sword mode. Then, they saw a surprising scene. Nanhuju and Crystal Lantern are just like Lu Yin and the sword monster with a strong shield before. The trainer doesn't give orders, the elves don't dodge, they don't defend, and they don't mean to act. The Crystal Lanterns and the mind were standing in such a stupid way. Everyone can't understand it. What are these two going to make trouble about? Are you planning to give me a peek and look at that? Elves have stronger physical strength and stronger attacks. They don't intend to compete for battle, but simply compete for strength. Don't make fun of them. In the middle, the sword monster with a strong shield flew to the side of the crystal lamp fire spirit, and shot it with a claw. Bang! The crystal lantern flew upside down, skipped Nanhuju's side, and hit a tree behind him. Then, countless people saw an unforgettable scene. I saw that the shield sword monster didn't expect to be able to knock the opponent up so easily after knocking the crystal light and fire spirit, and it didn't stop in time, and still flew forward. And in front of him happened to be Nanhuju. Then, the sword monster with a strong shield pierced through Nanhuju's body. At the same time that the sword monster with a strong shield pierced through Nanhuju's body, Lu Yin's voice also sounded in his mind. Don't be surprised. I did it on purpose. I'm very upset to see you being shameless. So, kill you. Chapter 266 A champion trainer was so easily lost. 4 quarters. PFF'd. In the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it, the shield sword monster as Lu Yin elf pierced through Nanhuju's body, and then stuck on the ground behind. The shield sword monster was not stained with blood, which shows that its body sharpness and speed. Nanhuju lowered his head blankly, looking at the position where a big hole was passed out. His eyes were full of disbelief. He could feel that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining. He could feel that his realization was getting dark, becoming blurred. He knew that in the next second, he might be lost. Just that all this happened is too unbelievable, and even a little fantastic. Why does his crystal lantern not defend? Why is his crystal lantern being slapped directly by a single blow, and then does not act again? Why? The direction of the sword monster of the shield is exactly where he stands suddenly. I thought of the powerful pressure that I didn't know how to deal with when I was trying to command the crystal lantern spirit to launch the second attack, that irresistible force. At the time, he thought all this was just an illusion, but now, it doesn't seem to be an accident. Have you guessed it? Feeling Nanhuju's gaze, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, used telepathy, and said indifferently, "You guessed it right. I did everything on purpose. Seeing you are so shameless and unhappy, so I killed you. How is it, this elf battle, accident that came out is not bad, right?" Lu Yin's voice was full of jokes. The whole thing. Reasons why he kept the sword shield swordsman from dodging and dodging was to create a preconceived notion, so that everyone would not feel that the actions of Namju Hyuk and Crystal Denghuoling who did nothing would be too convertible. But the most important reason is because Lu Yin recently discovered through experiments, but he is not sure whether his elf can take the lead in attacking in the game mode. He can make his elf take an attack first. Enter the game mode when the attack is almost over. Then the opponent's attack will not cause similar effects in the game. But the opponent has already attacked for 1 round. That is to say, I don't dare to do anything, and it's all Lu Yin commanding his elves to attack. As it is now, be sure, without fail. You. Nanhuju stretched out his finger to Lu Yin, wanting to say something. By Lu Yin greatly stimulated his heart. Just as he opened his mouth, a stream of heat flowed out from it, making him unable to say anything. That's blood. Crack. Nanhuju widened her eyes and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He didn't expect that his dignified champion trainer, from the Smecta area, would die so hastily in front of the public. Bang! After Nam Ju Hyuk's body fell down, blood finally started spewing from his chest. This bloody scene made many people at the scene come back to their senses and turned their heads one after another. The shocked emotions in their hearts have not been calmed down for a long time. A champion trainer died in front of them so hastily. It should be an accident. At least, it seems that this is an accident. Accident. The trainers on both sides did not allow their elves to evade and defend, and they just launched an attack. Lu Yin didn't give any orders to let the sword monster with the shield hurt Nan Huju. Everything seemed to be an accident. Especially when everyone noticed the crystal lantern spirit behind Nan Huju who had passed out, they were shocked, and at the same time, people recognized this idea. The strong shield sword monster can kill the crystal lamp fire spirit in seconds, indicating that its strength is very powerful. After all, they are both champion-level existences, and the profound meaning does not play a role. The sword monster with a strong shield uses the ghost type to pass through, and it is only 3 times the damage if the attributes are consistent. Even if it is a hit point, the damage can be increased. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible to kill in seconds. Then there is only one explanation left. Lu Yin's sword monster with a strong shield has a surprisingly high attack. If explained in this way, the scene where the sword monster with the shield killed Nan Huju was a complete accident. So, a champion trainer died like this, the strongest Smecta, and it's too fantastic to have all this happen. Why does it feel so unsatisfactory? Many people secretly pinched themselves' arm, and finally came to the conclusion that all this is true. It is true. This Nima is surprising. I thought the champion Lu Yin was going to lose, but the result. As a result, the crystal lamp fire spirit was killed in seconds, and it was also killed in my mind. PFF'd, why is it so hurtful and weird? I can't help but want to laugh. Maybe it's too dramatic. I just want to say that champion Lu Yin is really strong. Everything happens between lightning and flint. At the scene, no one and the elves can reflect it. No, it should be said that no one can react except Lu Yin and the sword monster with a strong shield. A champion trainer died in front of everyone's eyes so inexplicably. But it was also everyone who witnessed that it was just an accident. Everything was just an accident. I'm sorry. Lu Yin suddenly opened his mouth and apologized very insincerely. This is my fault. If champion Nam Haiju has a family, you can come to me. I'm willing to pay compensation. Huh. At the end of the sentence, the corner of Lu Yin's mouth evoked a slightly cold arc. That meaningful, hey, spread to everyone's ears. At the union scene, the aura of Nam Haiju's corpse. Everyone shuddered in their hearts. Not just why, Lu Yin was clearly smiling. Clearly said very generously. But they just have that feeling. Whoever believes it. Who is an idiot? Everyone still has an idea in their hearts. Nan Huju, it is possible that Lu Yin can kill it, but not necessarily. If so, that Lu Yin champion, it's not just them who see the good and great side. He agrees, and he is also an existence who rejoices in grievances and retributions. Such a person. What should I do if I like it even more? Chapter 267_confront Howard. Lu Yin, who shocked and even surprised countless people. Lu Yin. You'd better give me an explanation. Bite Lu Shark fiercely and stop him. Just when everyone thought it was going to end like this, Howard suddenly stood up and instructed his own elf to bite Lu Shark to stop Lu Yin's way. Roar. Figure of the fiercely biting Lu Shark disappeared in a flash, and the speed was extremely fast. At the scene, few people could clearly see his moving figure. When Lai Bite Lu Shark appeared again, it had already stopped in front of Lu Yin, and the aura of a master-level second-level god elf was overwhelming. Shish. The shield sword monster and Zheng Gui, as well as the 9 tails that were originally in Lu Yin's elf ball, all flashed from it, stopped in front of Lu Yin, released the momentum of a champion wizard, and competed with the fierce bite blue shark. However, the master level is the master level, and absolute strength is not just talking about it. Even though there were 3 champion elves on Lu Yin's side, they were still a bit weaker in the battle of imposing manners. The strong sense of oppression made Lu Yin's 3 elves feel very uncomfortable. Ow! The chirping sound of the flame bird suddenly sounded. It did not know when it had already flown behind Lu Yin. At this time, a wing, as a divine beast and a champion-level peak power elf, unreservedly released the coercion. The imposing manner of the flame bird combined with the imposing manner of the 3 of them, formed a powerful airwave, and the imposing manner of the master of the fierce bite land shark opened a contest in an invisible manner. In the middle of the 2 sides really, the space gives people a feeling of being distorted. And in this distortion, it can be found that the fierce bite land shark is beginning to be at a disadvantage. Could it be that it is going to lose, but this is not over yet? Humph! Howard snorted coldly, and a strange khaki light bloomed in his golden pupils. Immediately after, a strange aura spread from him, covering the entire field, and the entire ground seemed to turn into a desert again. Field. Many champion trainers and dignified expressions. The reason why master-level trainers are powerful is that they can completely master the embodied aura and turn it into a special field. In this field, they are gods. The elves in their field can exert 200% of their strength. In the eyes of master-level trainers, only master-level trainers are opponents. The match of the master trainer is the match of the realm. Roar! With the blessing of Howard's power, the fierce bite land shark had already been suppressed and the momentum rose again, and the strong counter-pressure went back. 3 champion-level elves and a champion-level peak strength mythical beast are actually not as good as the combination of Howard and bite blue shark. It can be seen that the master-level trainer and the master-level elves are powerful. At this moment, everyone finally understood that if the doctor was not there, Howard would not give them a chance at all. All looked at Lu Yin, some good, some worried, some doubts, etc. I don't know what he will do next. Here, Lu Yin uttered a sentence that made everyone puzzled, but not aware of it. The realm, is it? Is that the case? Lu Yin took a step forward, with black pupils, one glowing with golden light and the other with shimmering blue light. The next moment, shish! The golden aura materialized and spread, as if to control the venue. And in this golden aura, blue spiritual power is also permeated, which is the embodiment of superpower. Boom! The aura of blue and golden aura collided with the field that seemed to be turned into a desert, and there was a burst of noise. Everyone can see it. 2 mysterious and mysterious auras clashed, and a substantial collision occurred in front of them. Moreover, with the help of Lu Yin's oddly manifested aura, the auras of the 3 glitter gem ghosts and the flaming bird also rose again. Boom! At this time, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Howard, the master-level trainer who has been famous for a long time in the United States, released his own domain and his own ace elf, the master-level fierce bite land shark. Can be described as earth-shattering. However, Lu Yin, he was only 18 years old. At this moment, he has actually realized his aura. He is actually a true champion trainer. Moreover, as a champion trainer, he is also special in a superpower. He injects his superpower into the aura of realization, and actually cooperates with the champion wizard to bring his aura back up. You can compete with Howard Garrett bites the land shark combination. Although this is just a high-end confrontation with pure momentum. It does not represent the result of the next battle. In a battle, the momentum is not enough. It's just one of the factors. But, this still shocks everyone. Hi! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Lu Yin, 18 years old, has grown to this point. He already has 3 champion-level elves and a divine beast. If he can conquer the flame bird again, I can say that he can be promoted to the master level within 10 years. Nonsense, do you still need to say this? Who can't see this? In the past, I didn't believe in genius, At least I thought that lucky people can still catch up with genius with hard work, but now, I say I was wrong. A true genius, if you step on it with one foot, is a position that you can never reach in your life. Too strong, too strong. Who dares to say that Champion Lu Yin is just lucky now? I will kill him. Now, even if Lu Yin is the strongest under the master level, I believe it. Upstairs, it's not as simple as letting the champion Lu Yin participate in the regional championship competition, just prove it's not good. 18 years old, it's only a matter of time before you become number one in the world. In the future, I will blow up Lu Yin, he is my idol in my life, and I will be his brainless man in the future. Don't stop me. I have to say, Lu Yin's current performance is really too cool. It's too amazing. Even if he defeated Yulongdu now, everyone would not be like this. Everyone knows that the master is the backbone of human beings and the real top of the pyramid. Throughout the ages, has there been a master-level trainer who is younger than 40 years old and a master-level trainer, with background, opportunity, hard work, and scheming, all the elements that a strong person needs to have to rise cannot be lacking, and it is possible to achieve it. Which master class is not a legend until it grows up. And now, no matter what. How Lu Yin did it. At least, it's a fact that he can meet Howard. He, on this day, turned into the faith in the hearts of countless young people. Chapter 268 Lugia is coming. Battle the Firebirds. Asshole. The only person who is in a bad mood right now, and the worst one, is definitely Howard. Although there is no evidence, he can be sure that Nan Huju's death is definitely related to Lu Yin. Lu Yin actually wiped out a champion trainer belonging to the Blue Star world in front of him, no matter what. Is upright or disguised as an accident, this is all a provocation to him. Howard has grown up all the way to reach his current master-level achievement, standing on top of the world. When had he been slapped like this? Even if he knew that Lu Yin had the trump card of Lugia, the backer. Now, he must also stand up and speak. Otherwise, where would he put his master Howard's face in the future? Otherwise, where would the American Emperor's face be put? But he didn't expect that Lu Yin would be so tough, confronted him directly, and even went to the court. Who originally just wanted to gain power, find it difficult to ride a tiger for a while. At the same time, he was very worried in his heart. Others can see Lu Yin's potential, and he can see it even more. It is not a wise decision to have a grudge against such a person, if you can't kill him directly. But, he didn't have the ability to kill Lu Yin. It's actually like this, then I'll be more thorough. It's best to leave a shadow in Lu Yin's heart and ruin his future. As a master trainer, Howard is very straightforward, and after a brief analysis, he has made the decision that best suits his own interests. Although Lu Yin can temporarily resist his power in terms of momentum, but his field is inherently more focused on defense than offense. If a direct attack is launched, everything is still unknown. However, before Howard could act, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the sea next to him, and a loud chirping sound came from the sea. Hearing this cry, all eyes turned to the direction of the sea. Shish! On the sea that was still calm except for the extra vortex, a huge wave was terrifying. And behind this huge wave, a silver-white figure was looming. Crash! When the waves dissipated, Lugia's gorgeous figure appeared in front of everyone. Lugia! It's Lugia here. Lu Yin actually called Lugia here. This temper is too real. This time, I'm afraid the situation will turn around. Discussion in the crowd, and the expression on Howard's face became very ugly. But what no one noticed was Lu Yi's fleeting expression of surprise. He, in fact, did not summon Lugia to come. Because, he simply needs Lugiazi. Kept saying that Lugia was just scaring people. In fact, how could he call Lugia for such a boring thing? Good steel still needs to be used on the blade. Therefore, the arrival of this Lugia has nothing to do with him. Ow! After Lugia appeared, he glanced at Lu Yin and Howard who were facing each other, and waved his wings violently. Shish! The strong wind brought a strong sense of oppression, instantly destroying the two who seemed to have a strong confrontation before. In front of a first-level god, these things are too fancy. And Lugia's casual action made countless people's hearts stunned. Level god, it really is terrifying. The first-level gods and super-divine beasts are terrible. Ow! Seeing the arrival of Lugia, the flame bird flew to a position just below its front, slightly lower and higher, to show respect. That had been sought after by countless bigwigs at the scene before turned into a humble little brother in an instant. This scene in front of him made Lu Yin understand. Lugia, it should be summoned by the flame bird. After much deliberation, in fact, there is only such a reasonable explanation. As Lugia's younger brother, it's no surprise that the Firebird has the means and ability to connect with it. Lu Yin knew that he had never used silver wings before, so there was only one answer left. It is estimated that the flaming bird was unhappy and was beaten, and asked the boss to support the scene. Ow! In mid-air, Lugia and Flamingo communicated. Soon, as if she had figured out the situation, she threw it towards Lu Yin, her eyes glowing with blue light. Thank you for helping Flamingo, human. Lugia's voice sounded in Lu Yin's mind, and he was not surprised. It is believed that the flame bird told him that he took out the lava crystal to help him. This made Lu Yin have to sigh about his luck, so this step is considered too much. If he was following the plan made by Dr. Damu and others, and now it was his turn to fight the flame bird, then it would be self-defeating. However, although Lugia thanked him, it did not mean that he would give up the opportunity to conquer the flame bird. He took a step forward and shouted to Lugia, "Thanks is unnecessary. Let me and the flame bird have a fair fight, no problem." Although the flame bird is a divine beast, it is also an elves. As long as it is a fair fight, this rule must be followed. Lugia nodded to Lu Yin, and then called out to the flame bird. Ow! The flame bird nodded to show understanding, flapped its wings and came to the opposite side of Lu Yin, hovering in the sky to look at him. This is the choice to fight. Lu Yin did not rush to fight the flame bird, but turned to look at Howard and said coldly, "Go away, otherwise, I don't mind letting Lugia kill you." As for Howard, Lu Yin has no intention of killing him at the moment. Killing Smecta champion-level trainer is a good idea in his mind, anyway. Smecta's strongest is this guy. Is there anyone who dares to seek revenge from him but kills Howard? The time will rise this time. A real international diplomatic event. The most important thing is that Lu Yin himself does not have the strength to fight against a master-level trainer. Lugia is an external force after all, and it can only be used to shock. Moreover, in the public, because of the quarrel, he killed indiscriminately, and he also killed a master trainer. He was completely making everyone fear him. He doesn't want to be an emperor, he doesn't want to be a loner. So, anyway, now Lugia is again, everyone thinks that he is here. Then why don't you frighten the enemy with a fox and fake tiger, and kill Nan Huju is enough. You. Howard was furious and wanted to say something. But it seemed like a coincidence. Lugia's eyes swept to him at this moment. Howard. Chapter 269 _ The battle begins. Gengar goes to battle. 3/4. Humph. Howard left without saying a word, leaving only a cold snort at the end. Of a first-level god is definitely not something that human beings can deal with by relying on the ability of their own trainers. At least the current Howard thinks he can't do it. Although the difference between the second-level god and the first-level god is only one level, the difference in strength is huge. Is no exaggeration to say that Lugia only needs one shot, or at most 2 shots to destroy the Death Light, to solve Howard's quasi-god biting the land shark. Hit, can't beat. With Nan Huju's body lying there to deter him, how could Howard left without letting go of any cruel words? When Nan Huju left, Lu Yin swept over the remaining people and said lightly, "Everyone present. If you are interested in me and the next process of fighting against the flame bird, you can stay and take a look." If you're not interested, and you still want to conquer the flame bird, you can go. Go. Lu Yin's words made many people stunned, and Yulongdu said solemnly, "Do you mean that you can definitely defeat the flame bird?" Lu Yin looked at Yulongdu, smiled, and said, "This is one of the reasons. Of course I am very confident in myself. But it wasn't because of that. The main reason is that Lugia was there. Do you think she will watch you keep challenging the firebirds? It's not without fairness." Lu Yin's remarks are not without basis. Because if the flame bird recognizes these, if the trainer challenges it in turn, it is impossible to ask Lugia for help and lead her here. So the answer is obvious. This. All the trainers look at me, I look at you, and in the end they all shook their heads helplessly. Because Lu Yin said something. Although in nature, people sometimes ignore this point, and it is even the default thing that people who shoot later can take advantage. But when this situation is put on the flaming birds who have a backer, they have no face or the courage to say it. There is absolutely no chance to conquer the flame bird, and several champion trainers are a little disappointed, especially Yulongdu. To be honest, the firebird is a genie that suits him after all. After all, when he first debuted, he was more like a flying king than a dragon king. Haha, cough so. Seeing the disappointing expressions of several championship-level trainers, Lu Yin touched his chin and said, "After all, Lugia's coming here has something to do with me. It seems that I deprived you of the opportunity. Give you some compensation. Compensation." Yulongdu has come to the interest. I thought to myself that Lu Yin was really good at it. Looking at Nam Hyukju's body next to him. They all shook their heads in their hearts, feeling that it was all the fault of this shameless guy. I have to say, Lu Yin knows how to give a stick and then give a one. This way. Just now, I had a private agreement with mother-in-law Juzi about telepathy. 10 minutes after she leaves, I can tell the second one about the Viper instructor. I'll tell everyone now. Instructor Viper, he's actually been here, the Elf Tower in Ziwan Town. The Elf Tower in Ziwan Town has become a secret realm for some reasons, and the Viper instructor is hiding on the 7th floor. After pretending to hesitate for a while, Lu Yin revealed the information of the Viper instructor. Hear him. Everyone was surprised. What Lu Yin said, he actually told them the information about the poisonous snake instructor. Everyone looked at Nan Huju's body, and for a while, their expressions became a little weird. So, is this person dead in vain, and Howard who has left? These two shamelessly did so much, and they were killed, shamed and threatened. In the end nothing was found. And now, Lu Yin has directly advertised what they want to know. If Nan Huju could hear it, I'm afraid he would be pissed off. Late. It has only been 10 minutes since mother-in-law Chrysanthemum left, and Ziwan Town is still a long way from Honglian Island. If they go over now. Cough everyone, I don't want to think about the flaming bird, let's go first. Oh, my wife is about to give birth, I'll go back first. I'm in a rush to urinate, now take a step. Quote. A kind of trainer has made excuses to leave. Only half a minute later, most of the trainers present left, leaving only a few who knew that they had no chance to grab the crystal of the ghost-type law, or wanted to rub the lava crystal, and the fire-type training to watch Lu Yin and the flame bird fight. Family. And others who have other ideas. Okay. The idlers are almost gone. Lu Yin was also very straightforward, turned to look at the flame bird, and said loudly, "Let's have a one-on-one battle. Let's see how strong the beast is." Ow! The flame bird responded with a warlike cry. Genghis, come on. Lu Yin motioned for the glitter Gengar to go into battle. He now has a total of 3 elves. The shield sword monster has the steel type, and it is restrained against the flame bird. Thing is that Lugia was present, and it was impossible for him to use the game console to cheat. Well, this is just a joke. Conquering the beast competition, he does not intend to hang up. Strong shield sword monster and 9 tails are not suitable, it is better to choose Gengar. And if they can't beat it, he and Gengar still have a whole card to use. Hey, I knew it would be me. Zhang Gui came to Lu Yin erratically and smiled. Hey, talking Gengar. Dr. Damu's eyes swept across Gengar, very fiery. As an elf doctor and research madman, he feels very new to the situation that Gengar can speak. The most important thing is that there is an elf who can speak human words, and it becomes very convenient to communicate with the elf. Wouldn't it be more convenient to do research? It seems that I have to talk to Xiaoyan. A talking elf is a good thing. Lu Yin didn't know what Dr. Damu was thinking. Now, he is starting his first battle with the divine beast in his life. Gengar, Sludge Bomb. Chapter 270 Battle God Beast, vs Flame Bird. 4 quarters. Sludge Bomb. Lu Yin unreservedly released the embodied aura of being a champion trainer. The golden aura instantly enveloped the surrounding area. In this area, Lu Yin's power of observation will be highly improved, and he can also be of one mind with Gengar, and he and Gengar can still share each other's sight. Hey! Zhang Gui raised his slightly stubby little hand, gathered the poison element ability and the power of profound truth in his body, and opened his mouth to spray out a stream of purple liquid. In the face of Gengar's attack, the flame bird chose the most direct response method, opening its mouth to spew out an orange-red flame. Boom! Venom and the fire column collided together, and it seemed that they exploded one by one, and the purple poisonous mist spread in the sky. By the time all the venom bombs disappeared, the purple smoke had spread towards the location of the flames. It had to stop and continue spraying flames, and instead quickly flapped its flaming wings. Call. The red breath began to gather, and driven by the wings of the flame bird, it quickly turned into a hot wind and blew down. Most of the purple poisonous fog in the sky dissipated instantly after touching the hot wind. But after the poisonous mist dissipated, the flame bird did not find Gengar's figure. Lu Yin's voice sounded again at this moment. Attack! Hey hey! At the position directly below the flame bird, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the ground, taking the appearance of Gengar. It had a weird smile on its face, and a purple energy layer shrouded it. It turned out that when the venom bomb was launched, Zhang Gui had already understood Lu Yin's plan to use blindfolding. It used this move at first not to attack, but to guide the flames to use the ultimate defense, causing the scene of poisonous fog and confusion. After the poisonous fog appeared, it had already used the sneak attack to hide, and it was accumulating energy in the dark. Knowing now, Lu Yin has found the opportunity to attack. Bang! Gengar appeared too suddenly, and was close to the flame bird. Another sludge bomb. Lu Yin gave the same instruction again. Hey hey! Zhang Gui clenched his fists, a deep purple light flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to quickly spit out huge purple liquids. This time, it was a real attack. Ow! The flame bird flapped its wings and quickly stabilized the backward figure. Noticing the venom bomb flying towards him, this time it was not using a long-range trick to collide, but instead condensed a layer of blue light on its body. Swish! The next moment, the flame bird's flight speed suddenly accelerated, sprinting towards Gengar, and dexterously avoiding the venom bomb sprayed by Gengar on the way. High-speed movement. Dodge and launch quick attacks. Lu Yin's eyes flickered with golden light, and it was not surprising to see the flame bird's actions. This choice of yours is one of several futures I predict. Then. Gengar, use the Sludge Wave. Sludge Wave, poison-type trick, is a special kind of trick, with a wide range of effects, and the attack speed is extremely fast. Hee hee. Gengar stopped using the sludge bomb and raised his hands, condensing the purple power, and turning his body at the same time. Swish. Soon, a purple energy wave was shot out of Zheng's hands, and with its selection, 360,360 swept across a flat area around it. The speed of the flame bird is too fast now, and it can't stop at all, and it is about to plunge into the attack range of Gengar. Ow! The flame bird chirped, opened its mouth, and shot out an orange-red flame again. Swish! Because the attack of the mud wave is too scattered and its power is limited, the flame bird's jet flame easily swept a large area around it, and finally hit Gengar's body. Bang! Gengar was knocked out. Seems to be downwind. Oops. The girls all showed nervous expressions, for fear that Lu Yin would lose the game. In the crowd, a purple-haired lowly girl also showed a worried look. Countless people watching the live broadcast were also worried because Lu Yin was at a disadvantage. When Lu Yin saw all this, he smiled and shouted, "Venom shock." Boom. As Lu Yin's voice fell, everyone saw a purple light around Zheng Gui's body. Immediately after that, bursts of explosions suddenly sounded in the sky, and a large amount of purple mist was produced along with these explosions, and spread to the surroundings in an instant. These mists spread the fastest downwards, just enveloping the flame bird. The flame bird did not expect that purple smoke would suddenly swept over the upper part of the back, and accidentally inhaled these breaths into the body by mistake. A layer of purple light immediately appeared on the surface of its body. This is a sign of poisoning. The huge pain from the inside of the body made the flame bird unable to maintain the energy of the flame, and the attack stopped in the middle. The subsequent powerless flame was easily stopped by the venom attack of Gengar, who had recovered. Immediately after, Gengar controlled it to put it down, and poured out purple sharp liquids towards the flame bird shed. Bang! There was no accident with the purple liquid, all of which hit the flame bird's body. Bang! Ow! The flaming bird made an extremely painful cry. The venom attack is not very strong, but in general, if the hit elf is poisoned and turns its head, the power of this move will be doubled. This is equivalent to the flame bird being attacked by a destructive death light, and the damage is not too big. And all of this happened between lightning and flint, stunned everyone. What's the situation? Isn't it still the champion of Lu Yin who was at a disadvantage just now? Did Zheng Gui get hit by the jet flame? I know. This method is not difficult, just remember everything that happened before. The champion asked Gengar to use the sludge bomb, but this time the sludge bomb, if you recall, you can find that it is much larger than the one used at the beginning. Large and scattered. At first, I wondered how Gengar would use this trick like this. Isn't this giving the Firebird more possibilities to avoid it? Until the back, when you all watch Firebird take on Gengar. What I saw was Gengar's sludge wave. Chapter 271_Firebird Mega. Lu Yin version of the fetters of Gengar. 1/2. Sludge wave, what's wrong with this sludge wave? Spoke the previous analysis was an eyed woman wearing black stockings and a purple short dress with glasses. Someone curiously asked how she found out about it all. There are also champion trainers who are paying attention to the girl. Maybe ordinary people can't find Lu Yin's layout, and the flame bird can't make a sound alone, but these championship level training can still see through these in an instant, and simulate it in their hearts. In the battle of the same level, having a trainer will take a lot of advantage. Otherwise, the strength is strong to the 3rd level God champion level, and it will not still obey the trainer's command and order. So before Shiba would lose, everyone would marvel at the power of the flame bird. You know, the flame bird is useless. That's right, in anime and games, the 3 god birds do not. But in fact, even the quasi-god elves and many elves of the imperial family can do it. It can also be said to be a throwback. As one of the 3 divine birds, how could the flame bird not be? That's why the divine beast was recognized as so powerful. Of course it works. The glasses girl pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and said seriously, in the beginning, I also thought that champion Lu Yin let Gengar use the mud wave to focus on the attack range, and let the fast flame bird get caught. But after the flame bird used the jet flame, I realized that this is a flame bird with a champion level strength. How could it be so sloppy? But I just realized that it's impossible that champion Lu Yin wouldn't realize it. So I guess that he had a deep meaning in letting Zheng Ghost use the mud wave. At this time, I noticed the huge sludge bomb that Gengar had ejected in the sky. These sludge bombs are far apart from each other, so they didn't explode together. It seems that they are falling downward because of gravity. That sludge wave hit the sludge bomb here. What's next? You understand. The talking eyes girl pushed the eyes on the bridge of her nose. Hearing her words, of course everyone wanted to understand. There were not many weak people present. That is to say, Lu Yin began to calculate the flame bird from the time of the sludge bomb. Everything is to make him enter the poison state, paving the way for the double damage of the venom attack later. No, not only that. The flame bird is poisoned, and the whole game will be passive. And all of this, Lu Yin just finished it in an instant. This way of fighting the enemy, this layout, is very poisonous and specializing in trainers. Honestly, it's not impossible to do this, but it's the limit. Looking at Lu Yin's relaxed and casual look, no one would think that this is also his limit. That would be terrifying. Lu Yin had never shown a poison element before. At first everyone saw him take out the shield sword monster and Gengar, and they thought he had become a champion trainer of the ghost specialization at some point. But after he took out the 9 tails and released his powerful superpower, everyone thinks that he may be a champion trainer specializing in the superpower department. It could also be fire. After all, Lu Yin's father was a young fire king, and he was most likely to receive training in this regard. But in the current situation, everyone has discovered a terrifying fact. Lu Yin didn't rely on his own understanding to enter the championship level. Yes, we all ignored it. He was not a heavenly king who entered the specialization line. It's terrible. Then the possibility of him entering the master level has to rise a few more levels. Have you noticed? The aura he comprehends seems to be control and layout. This category requires a lot of knowledge and eyesight. The knowledge reserve is normal, everyone is a champion trainer, and the information is very well informed. Haven't you heard of Lu Yin's new identity? Yeah, the researcher plus he is a superpower, the aura he wants is very suitable, and the possibility of becoming a field is one step higher. Anyway, I admit to myself, I guess I can't beat him. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. You are very good at using the old Chinese language. Haha, I have always liked the culture of the Chinese district. That area, the 5,000 years of culture is not just talking about it. It's not like this, and there can't be a person like Lu Yin born. Lu Yin and Flaming Bird could not hear the discussions of the surrounding crowd. Their battle continues. Ow! The Flame Bird raised its head and let out a cry, and the flames all over the body began to burn violently. Boom! This flame enveloped the Flame Bird's body, and its body began to change. That's it. Lu Yin showed a surprised expression, but then smiled relievedly. Hee hee. As expected of a divine beast, do you feel the pressure I put on you? Originally, I was almost able to close the net, but I didn't expect you to be decisive and direct. Your strength will be guaranteed. The net I originally cast has become a joke. But it doesn't matter, I'll just set up a bigger and stronger net. Gorgeous rays of light bloomed from within, and Lu Yin shouted loudly, Zhang Gui, come on. Good luck. Zhang Gui understood, raised his 2 fat little hands, and the light of command shone in his eyes. The next moment, the light on Lu Yin suddenly shifted to Zhang Gui. Envelope of light, Gengar's body began to change. Swish. The flame on the Flame Bird and the light on Gengar dissipated almost at the same time. On the Flame Bird has now turned into a deep red, and the burning is more vigorous. His chest, which had no flame, also burned a raging fire. Now it can be said that the whole body is burning with fire. At this moment, she looks more prosperous, more gorgeous, and more warm. But in Lu Yin's view, she is more like a phoenix than the bald bird. Feng Wang. If Feng Wang knew what Lu Yin was thinking now, he would definitely say it. You Lu Yin must be my biggest black fan. Today, the author needs to go out in a hurry, so there are only 2 updates. It will be updated normally tomorrow. I hope you will continue to support. Chapter 272 _ Super Burning Match. Overcome conquer. Two halves. Swish. The flame bird has become more handsome, but the Super Flash Gengar after the evolution of the current Luyin version is not bad. After the normal super evolution of Gengar, the lower body will be hidden in the different dimension, and the body size will also become larger. All parts of the body are similar to many poison-type elves, and they will grow all spikes. At the same time, the eyes of the body will change. The lower part turns purple. The originally pointed tail behind it will also grow spikes, and there will be a yellow, gold coin-like object in the middle of the forehead, with a hole in the middle. But that's a Super Gengar under normal circumstances, and Luyin, this Gengar, is a Flash Gengar. Therefore, the eyes of the body are different, and it becomes a white individual. But it may be because of the evolution of the bond, the one on his forehead is not a gold and silver coin, but a blue gem with powerful superpowers. Wow! It feels great. I feel like the power is pouring out. Fettered Zhengwei clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth were wide open, obviously in a good mood. Luyin. Talking Gengar is so speechless. Black hole attack. Luyin directly directed the fettered Gengar to launch an attack. An exclusive trick that fetters Gengar after entering super evolution, because half of his body enters a different dimension. The moment Gengar completed the evolution of the fetters, Luyin felt something, knowing that he had mastered such a unique trick. Show you something good. Was the first time to use the heart trick, and she was very happy to fetter Zhengwei, and she shouted for a while, but this did not affect the rhythm of her attack. With a handshake in the direction of the Super Firebird, 444 pitch-black black holes appeared in rotation with huge suction, trying to suck the Super Flame Bird into them. Ow! The Super Flame Bird's wings shook, and the whole body released a powerful force, and a red flame wrapped its body. Swish! Although the power of the black hole is powerful, the power of the Super Flame Bird's flame blessing is obviously stronger. It directly breaks free from the shackles, rushes forward, and leaves the suction range of the black hole. But the 444 did not disappear, but kept turning. At the same time, the Super Flame Bird broke free from the influence of the black hole and released the cohesion ability in the body. After the power of these flames left its body, it gradually changed into the shape of a flaming bird, swooping towards the bound Gengar. Shadow Claw. Luyin made a handshake. Fettered Zhengwei understood, stretched out his hands, gathered the power of ghosts, gathered two big black hands in the void, and caught the flying firebird. Bang! A crisp sound fettered Gengar in everyone's ears and successfully stopped the firebird. But at this moment, the figure of the Super Flame Bird did not know when it had appeared behind the firebird, and the firebird was just a blinding trick he used. Not good. That Super Gengar is going to be dangerous. The speed of this Super Flame Bird is too fast, I can't see its movements at all. Yeah, the feeling is. I blinked my eyes, it has come from the sky not far from the Gengar, I am afraid it is not a teleportation. But the truth is, it doesn't even work at high speed. Championship is already scary. Don't be stupid, the Flame Bird itself is a divine beast, and it is also an elves at the peak of the championship level. Now that it has entered a super evolutionary state, its strength must be infinitely close to the master level. Such a spirit, dealing with you is just a sneeze thing, you still want to see clearly. But look, Champion Luyin's expression hasn't changed from beginning to end. There was another chatter from the crowd. But at this time, Luyin was already immersed in the state of battle. In his embodied aura, for ordinary people, the elusive figure of the Super Flame Bird is still so clear. It is impossible for it to be unexpected. Reason why Luyin was indifferent and let it get close. That's because, after getting close, it will be my home ground. Super Flame Bird, you are afraid that you forgot that you are still poisoned. Gengar, stop. Then use Shadow of the Night. Luyin calmly commanded the fetters, and Zhengwei continued to attack. Accept the horror. Fettered Zhengwei, hey, the powerful ghost-type ability in the body poured out, and the two shadow claws suddenly enlarged, smashing the firebird. As the firebird dissipated, the light on Gengar's two shadow claws also dimmed a lot, but it did not disappear after all. Bang! Two purple shadow claws grab a pair of Super Firebird's wings. Ow! The Super Flame Bird raised her head, a fiery red flashed in her eyes, and the flames all over her body began to burn violently, which was a sign that she planned to use the energy storage flame attack. With its ability to continuously condense flames, the temperature of the body surface is also rising, and the light on the shadow claws that bind Gengar becomes more and more dim, and finally dissipates in the next moment. At this moment, a purple light appeared on the body of the Super Flame Bird. This is the poison it had been in before, and it is attacking again at this time. Severe pain appeared all over the body, making the Super Flame Bird show a painful expression. Although she endured it, she could still continue the fire energy, but the speed slowed down a lot. And this speed is enough to fetter Zhang Gui's ability to condense the ghost system, and he will take the lead and attack first. Little Firebird, you are finished. Fettered Gengar showed a weird smile at Super Flame Bird Road. Black and purple ghost energy emerged from his body, and the contestant formed a huge terrifying phantom. Being watched by this terrifying shadow, the Super Flame Bird instinctively panicked, and the speed of condensing fire energy slowed down again. And at this time, the dark shadow of the night that fettered Zhengui had completely condensed and rammed towards the Super Flame Bird. Such a close distance, coupled with the fact that the Super Flame Bird is still there, condensing the energy of the fire element, it is impossible to avoid this attack. Boom! The Super Flame Bird was wrapped in a purple ghost, and flew out backwards, in the exact direction where the black hole was before the battle. Bang! The Super Flame Bird has not yet broken free from the shackles of the shadow of the night, and was sucked into it by the black hole. Seeing this, Lu Yin showed a confident smile and said loudly, "The battle is over. Zhang Gui, misfortunes do not come singly. 2 updates today, we'll be back to normal tomorrow." Chapter 273 Lugia's Gift. Firebird breaks through the master level. Little Firebird, look at the trick. Fettered Gengar has a vengeful character, with a smile and a strange glow from his purple eyes. I didn't see any movement from it, and 2 white feet suddenly appeared in the black hole that trapped the Super Flame Bird. Bang! 444 feet take a black hole as the origin, and kick the Super Flame Bird like a ball, causing great damage to it. Under this attack, when the black hole disappeared, the aura of the Super Flame Bird became decadent. It seems that there is still a long way to go before it runs out of physical strength and is defeated. At the moment when the black hole disappeared, the fettered Gengar instinctively put away his smile, and there was a look of pain between his eyebrows. It's really uncomfortable. Keeping the black hole trick all the time is not, it doesn't require energy, but always needs to tie up Gengar to provide energy to maintain. Unless it has no physical strength, the black hole trick will automatically terminate. Otherwise, as long as he continues to output power, he can always maintain the existence of the black hole, but at the end, he needs to pay a certain amount of energy. Of course, this energy will never go towards a quarter of his physical strength, nor will it exceed the consumption required to use the stand-in trick. However, due to the combination of Zhang Gui and the black hole, which was a combination of tricks, the loss of physical strength was a bit large for a while, so it showed a painful look. However, this pain does not prevent the bondage Gengar from continuing to activate. And at this time, Lu Yin was a little bit wretched, and shouted to the fettered Zhang Gui, "Song of Destruction." Oh! Hearing Lu Yin's instructions, the fettered Zhang Ghost showed a pitying expression to the flashing flame bird. "Little Firebird, my unscrupulous master wants to hear me sing. You're done." Voice fell, and the fettered Zhang Gui cleared his throat and made a strange sound. This voice is distant and resentful. At first glance, it makes people's skin feel cold, but if you listen carefully, it will feel very nice and comfortable, making people unconsciously want to sink. And this is the Song of Death. In the elf game, this trick is somewhat, the elf who hears this song will fall into a deep sleep in 3 sessions and lose all stamina. But of course it's not that strong in reality. This effect can only be achieved when the elf using this trick is a large level stronger than the opponent, and it is not 3 rounds, but 1 minute later. And if the opponent's strength is equal, then hearing that this is me is equivalent to an enhanced version of hypnotism. If the recruiter cannot solve the opponent within a minute, he will also fall into a long sleep, and in this sleep, the elf will lose a lot of physical strength. It's just that the current physical strength of the super flame bird, hearing this song of death, for example, can't stand it. Are you still playing? The fettered Gengar finished singing a song. Luyan did not continue to fight, but asked the meaning of super flame bird. At this point in the battle, it can be said that as long as Gengar persists for 1 minute, the game will end. And the super flame bird will definitely defeat the fetters of Gengar under the command of Luyan in 1 minute. Ow! What Luyan knew was that the super flame bird also understood. In fact, during the battle, it had already begun to recognize Luyan. This trainer is different from the trainers it has encountered before. There is no reverence or worship for it, and it has always been treated as a subdued spirit. Moreover, this is the first time it encounters that kind of everything is seen through. No exaggeration to say that the 2 champion-level trainers who fought against it before, although they put pressure on him, are nothing more than that, and they can't even compare to its super evolution. But Luyan was not. This trainer seems to have a pair of eyes that can see through everything in the future. Under his command, the victories that the elves can display are infinitely close to the effects of master-level trainers when they use the domain, and they can increase their strength by 200%. And it's all about showing strength. This is a trainer worth following. Ow! The super flame bird waved its wings and swooped down. The speed became slower and slower. The flames on its body began to fade away slowly, and finally turned into a normal state and stopped in front of Luyan. Looks like you've made a decision. The flaming bird's actions have already been explained, and Luyan is also unequivocal. He took out the pokeball and threw it at him. Bang! The flame bird didn't dodge, let the pokeball hit him, and then shot a red light and sucked it into it. The pokeball fell to the ground, and after shaking it 3 times, it stopped completely. Luyan conquered the flaming bird. Success. This is the second legendary mythical beast he conquered. And it was subdued after a gorgeous battle in the public eye. Believe that it will not be long before the whole world will know Luyan again and remember his name well. An upper-level champion trainer who is only 18 years old. A trainer with the peak strength of a champion flame bird. All fans of Luyan think that he is worthy of the title of the first champion trainer under the master. Even some sensible people agree that Luyan is definitely one of the strongest champion trainers, undisputed. However, it is still too early for them to draw this conclusion. After the success of the flame bird, Luyan released it again, and let it recover the wounds and physical strength from the battle just now on the lava crystal. Seeing this scene, Lugia suddenly called out to the flame bird. Ow! Ow! The flame bird looked up at the flame, and there was excitement in his eyes. The next moment, so I saw a strange white light emitting from Lugia's body. After this light took shape, it flew towards the flame bird below. Swish! The flame bird absorbs the white light, and the body emits a bright light. The lava crystal under it, at this moment, seems to have received some kind of signal, and it also emits a fiery red light. As soon as these rays of light appeared, they were absorbed by the flame bird. On the flame bird's head, a strange ring of fire is taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the ring of fire, countless knowledgeable people took a deep breath. Even Luyan himself was shocked at this moment. This is. Learn the rules. Doesn't that mean that I am going to become a master trainer? Chapter 274 Become a master trainer in plain sight. Boom. The gaze of everyone in the audience and all the net names in the live broadcast room, the flames on the flame bird began to burn more and more vigorously, more and more gorgeous. But the most eye-catching is the red color on its head, which represents the understanding of the rules. The halo is getting brighter and more stable. As long as this halo can be completely stabilized, this means that the flame bird has successfully comprehended the rules of the fire element and entered the master level comprehension. Therefore, everyone is waiting and expecting the appearance of the result. I didn't expect it will be so. This time, I've really reached the sky in one step. Compared to ordinary people, Lu Yin had already seen the results. It is already a sure thing for the flame bird to break through the master level. Others don't know it, but he knows that the aptitude of the flame bird is a second-level god, and it is still a divine beast, which means that as long as his strength is enough, it is very easy to enter the next level. There is no possibility of failure to comprehend the rules. This is the dominance of the beast. In addition, he also understood the conversation between Lugia and Firebird just now. What Lugia meant was to let the flame bird protect him well in the future, but to protect him, the strength of the peak of the championship level is not enough. Originally, Lugia couldn't force an elf to comprehend the rules. That's too illogical. But this time is special. First of all, the strength of the flame bird is already at the peak of the championship level, and second, when the flame bird recovers its stamina with the help of the lava crystal, by the way, it has completely mastered the profound meaning of the fire system. In this case, Lugia can use special power to stimulate the core power in the lava crystal, help the flame bird to get familiar with the profound meaning closest, so as to launch a charge towards the rules with the most perfect posture. Because the flame bird is a divine beast, once this charge is launched, it will definitely reach the end, just like it is now. Boom! A powerful momentum emanated from the flame bird, and the fiery red halo on its head was completely solidified. At this time, the light above the lava crystal began to fade and became a little dim. For the next half a month, this lava crystal will be in a state of recovery and will not be able to play its usual effect. But for Lu Yin, getting a master level elf in half a month is definitely a surefire deal, and he is very happy. Buzz! At the same time that the fire red halo on the flame bird's head was completely stabilized, a white-purple halo phantom appeared again, but it did not change again. The flame bird is fire and flight, and the new milk ring represents its progress in comprehending the rules of flight. I believe it does not take a long time for this aura to take shape completely. After all, it is a divine beast. Under the circumstance that you have already understood the rules of the fire element, it is not difficult to comprehend the rules of the flight element. In addition, although the flame bird who has not understood the rules of the two elements is not considered a complete entry. It is a master level, but it can fully exert the strength of a fire master level elves. It is not wrong to say that this flame bird is a master level elf. Therefore, Lu Yin, who has conquered this flame bird, naturally becomes a master level trainer. Hey, that's it, Champion Lu Yin has a master level elf. Mom doesn't have to ask me why I'm kneeling on the ground to watch the live broadcast, because she's kneeling now. Upstairs, my father didn't kneel, I beat him to kneel. Upstairs, it means your father is the one kneeling down. The talent upstairs, but I just want to say, Lu Yin is awesome. It's really awesome, and now Lu Yin is a stone hammer under the champion level. Is he still a champion? It's better to say that he is the most delicious master. It's not necessarily the best master level. Although Champion Lu Yin has not yet formed his own domain, his aura is very special at first glance. It is a special aura that he has comprehended, and he can use his superpower to become stronger. If it is commanding the flame bird of the second level god to fight, you really don't have to lose. That Howard left early, he should have a fight with the current champion Lu Yin. Isn't Dr. Damu there? I think he can. You guys are watching the monkey show, and the master trainer will be so boring to play a game for you. Don't say it, anyway. There is only the idol Lu Yin in this life. Brothers, why do I always feel like I'm missing something? World will announcement. Blue Star World, Trainer Lu Yin, the first to conquer the elf world and cultivate it to the master level. Special reward. Fire Element Mystery Orb 2. Flying Element Mystery Orb 2, Level 3 Divine Qualification Fruit 3 are kept secret. Special reward for the opening level Secret Realm of the Elf World, Volcano Islands. The same announcement resounded in the minds of Blue Star and everyone in the elf world. At this moment, countless people stopped their movements and stared at the sky in astonishment. They couldn't believe what they heard. Lu Yin actually succeeded in subduing the master-level elf, and he was also recognized by the will of the world. This shows that the master-level elf he conquered is a real master-level. Other words, Lu Yin is only 18 years old and has already become a master-level trainer. They haven't forgotten the announcement that Lu Yin has become a champion-level trainer some time ago, and this guy is perverted again. No, it should be completely perverted. Do you want to be so exaggerated? So, countless people go online and want to vent their shock. Then they discovered that someone on the internet had already started talking about Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin is still there, a live broadcast in a live broadcast room. Until this time, these people knew that Lu Yin had actually subdued a champion flame bird, and then helped the flame bird to complete the promotion in full view, from the champion level to the master level. Then did someone know that Lu Yin had killed a champion trainer before? Result, countless people logged into the live broadcast room set up by the Alliance, and the traffic surged. However, the live broadcast room of the Alliance is made with the black technology mined in the ruins, and this amount of traffic will not make the live broadcast room freeze. But although there is no problem in the live broadcast room, there are so many barrages that no one can really see it clearly. If you don't cancel the bullet screen function, you can't see the faces of many trainers on the screen. And these, the barrage, the most common sentences, Lu Yin is awesome, congratulations to Lu Yin for being promoted to the master. Chapter 275 Lu Yin is awesome. Long live the master. 3/4. Blue Star, Hangzhou. Sharona, who was struggling with what flavor of ice cream to buy in front of a freezer, was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression on her face. Lu Yin has a master-level elf. I originally wanted to invite him to an exhibition match. When you see him later, do you want to call Master Lu Yin? How can this man's strength change so quickly? Sharona was a little distressed, and the change in Lu Yin's strength made her unable to keep up with the rhythm. This time, many of her original plans needed to be readjusted, and she had to wait until she met Lu Yin before deciding. Really, it's troublesome. Sharona reached out and lifted her long blonde hair. First time, he found something else as troubling as choosing ice cream. At this moment, she found that the street she was in, after being quiet for a while, burst into a burst of cheers. Ah, great. Champion Lu Yin, awesome. Champion Pete, champion is a ball, he is a master. Zyrna, the champion is actually just a ball, master, we finally have a master in Hangzhou. This is our own master from Hangzhou. In the future, our Hangzhou can also be called the hometown of masters. In a city with master-level trainers, I see who would dare to come to Hangzhou to be arrogant in the future. Tu Nima is excited. Haha, and Master Lu Yin is still promoted to the master level as a fire elf, so is this the first master level gym? It's awesome. I heard that there is a gym in a city in Fangyuan. There are 2 trainers who are master and apprentices. Cow. Everyone, all the stores are free this year. You can order whatever you want, while supplies last. Long live the boss. No, Master Lu Yin is awesome. Long live Master Lu Yin. Hooray. Come to my store, I'm free too. So are we. The whole street started to go into a carnival. And this is not an exception in Hangzhou, or even in Zhejiang province. Because Lu Yin was the first master from here. A master can raise the political and military status of a region by several grades, and Zhejiang province is not bad for money and has a good economic status. This is really crazy. Looking at the street in front of her that was in a carnival, Sharona flashed a stunned expression. Although she is popular in the Sheno area, she has never experienced such a situation. It's also crazy. Hyerna champion. Someone called Sharona's name. She looked suspiciously, and found that it was the owner of the ice cream shop, a cute-looking girl. At this time, she had a cute round blushing What's the matter? Sharona smiled lightly at the girl. Give this to you. In front of her and said excitedly, today, Lu Yin is the champion. I'm happy, ice cream is available for free. I see that you seem to be confused about what flavors to eat, so I will give you all of them. You can eat whichever you like. After speaking, the cute girl took off her hat and gloves, and without waiting for Sharona to answer, she walked away humming a tune. What the hell is this? Sharona showed a helpless smile. She likes to eat ice cream, but she's not a foodie either. It's not so helpless that she can eat ice cream in a freezer. Catalya is not in Hangcheng either. She went to Red Lotus Island with Lu Yin. Well, then sit here and eat, and watch the live broadcast by the way. Sharona achieves the position of a cute girl. Then, suddenly someone came to buy ice cream. Helpless, Sharona became a staff member, the kind that doesn't charge money. This incident was later exposed on the internet, and the ice cream shop became an internet celebrity shop. The China District Alliance is still the same conference hall. Many members of the Congress are present, and those who are not present, there is also a computer on the scene, who participates in this video conference through live broadcast. This time, Old Man Number 1 was the first to speak. Champion Lu Yin has been promoted to the master level. This is something to be celebrated, and the congratulatory message will be released on the official website of the China Alliance for 1 year. Yes. I think it should also be rewarded. A reward is a must. Give us the 3 clues about the secret realm that we have collected. As for finding the secret realm and entering it to conquer champion level elves and divine beasts, we can only see Master Lu Yin's own ability. That's right, we don't want Master Lu Yin's super level secret realm quota. We can ask him if he is willing to let the Alliance participate in the super secret realm, and we can give it an equivalent exchange. That's right, this is the 3rd master in our region, and it's worth celebrating. As a result, there will be 1 more master trainer in our China region than the American Emperor. This is the right to speak, that level secret realm mining authority. We also have the confidence to ask for a little more benefit. By the way, don't forget to let Master Lu Yin join the council. This matter will definitely not be forgotten. By the way, the reconstruction of the Hangcheng Gymnasium mentioned by Master Lu Yin in the previous time, I think it can be passed. Of course it should pass. Master Lu Yin is already a master, how can he still be an ordinary gym trainer? Isn't that a waste of strength? His idea is very good, and I even think that I can learn from some champion trainers. Then let's pass. By the way, didn't we discuss about Nan Huju just now? There is nothing to discuss about this incident. It is enough to make compensation for humanitarian reasons. Nice. As Lu Yin became a master trainer, the atmosphere of the council meeting suddenly became extremely harmonious, especially when it came to talking about matters related to Lu Yin. It was a simple one. This is the power of a master. What's more, Lu Yin is not an ordinary master trainer. He is an 18-year-old master level trainer. With such talent and ability, in the future, it is possible to enter the legendary head level. If he becomes the leader, a congressman can't believe how much the power of the China Alliance will rise. Does it exist like a Big Mac? There is a hope in everyone's heart. When it comes to dealing with outsiders, everyone's mentality is very consistent. But unlike China, all regions of the Blue Star world, and even all regions of the Elf world are completely restless. Lu Yin, the significance of taking this step is too extraordinary. Chapter 276_Dreamy Eyelashes. Sakagi was furious. Promise Lu Yin. 4 quarters. American Emperor, White Jade Palace. Let Master Howard come back immediately and hold a parliamentary meeting. Connect me with Riongshan, France, Germany, island countries and other heads of state, and start a video conference. In this world, there can be a few more master-level trainers, but there is a lot of hope for young genius master-level trainers to enter the sect level, and there is no need to have them. It's time to move. Blue Star World. Damalanchi opened the first time with many regional champion trainers, as well as several master-level meetings. There was only one topic for everyone to discuss: how to deal with the relationship with Lu Yin. Some people's opinions are the same as those of regional counselors such as Blue Star World American Emperor. They believed that Lu Yin's strength would be the fuse to break the balance, and at that time, the two worlds would be affected in every way. In particular, Lu Yin has already shown the potential to become the legendary head-level trainer, so it is even more impossible to speculate on common sense. Noted that Lu Yin's own trainer skills have reached the peak of champion level, and with the help of superpowers, he can even compete with the master-level trainers field. He has the potential to become a true master trainer at any time. And with his genius, everyone thinks that this time will definitely not be long. Lu Yin's master-level elf has always been a mythical beast. This is a mythical beast, not a quasi-god, then the smoothness and risk assessment will rise to a new level. The most important thing is that the relationship between Lu Yin and Lugia, a first-level god, is not ordinary, and he even has silver wings. If one day, Lu Yin will use Lugia as a springboard and become the legendary head trainer. No one dared to think about it any longer. Just here, in the video, a blonde old man suddenly said, "My favorite and best granddaughter has come together with Lu Yin." As a member of the elf world, I also have to consider everyone's position. So I chose to be neutral, and now I'm offline, and no longer listen to your discussions. After speaking, the video of the old man turned into pitch black. House of Representatives. They have a saying in their hearts that they don't know whether to say it or not. In particular, some congressmen who have spoken out about Lu Yin's threat theory are even more speechless. You have this kind of awareness, why didn't you say it earlier? But you have to be there, and you say that you are obviously a film gang, and you are still threatening. Well, you are a master trainer. How did you manage to be so cheeky? Of course, these people also dare to think in their hearts, showing that they are something I can't say. Because the old man is the strongest existence in Hejong, Catalya's grandfather, a master-level trainer, and a powerful superpower. Quote. The granddaughter of this master trainer is actually Lu Yin's woman. He is not his own. He hopes 100% to enter the master level from Lu Yin. What's the matter? And at this time, another blonde old man also said, "My granddaughter Sharona has something to do recently. Need to ask Lu Yin for help." After a while. After speaking, the old man also hung up the video. However, after the video was completely shut down, a word that seemed to sigh reached the ears of everyone present. "I don't know if it's impossible for my granddaughter and Lu Yin." This sentence, doesn't it make it clear that this boss is also optimistic about Lu Yin? Yaosho. Of the 6 master-level giants in the alliance, 2 of them already had a relationship with Lu Yin, but this was not the end. Only a middle-aged man in a white coat coughed softly and said, "My father and Lu Yin are friends. The first person Lu Yin came to visit with the elves was my father. Speaking of which, my father and Lu Yin's father have some friendship, so I won't guess and discuss." After speaking, the middle-aged man hung up the phone. And the father of this middle-aged man is the famous Dr. Damu. That's good. Of the 6 master-level trainers, 3 were more or less friends with Lu Yin. 1 missed the year, and the 2 were trained as grandsons-in-law. This is not bad for many congressmen who want to stumble upon Lu Yin, and their hearts are already half cold. They would like to say, "Since you all have such an attitude, why didn't you say it earlier?" The remaining 3, 1 alliance president, is Ma Lanchi. He is an ordinary person, and it is impossible for the opponent Lu Yin to have a neutral attitude. 1 is the one from the Yulong family, who hates evil and has a strong sense of justice. It's not bad to be neutral and not contradict them. In the end, the father of Dauzevich. 5-1, he has no grudge against Lu Yin. Could he be the opposite? Meanwhile, Rockets HQ. Master class. Master class. Indifference flashed in Sakaji's eyes. It's still a flame bird. My hunch is right, Lu Yin, that's my archenemy. However, when Chaomeng grows up, it will be your doom. In Sakaji's heart, Lu Yin has become his only opponent. In his eyes, only those who may have the power of the legendary head are worthy of his attention. Ding! Suddenly someone walked into the room where Sakagi was sitting. What's the matter? Didn't I ask you to go to the elf tower to check the situation of the poisonous snake? Sakagi frowned and asked. He had said that there is no major incident. No one is allowed to enter here. This is an iron law. What's more, the person who came was Athena, who had already been sent to Ziwan town to confirm the situation of the poisonous snake instructor. It's an important thing. Athena trembled. She could feel the coldness on Sakagi, and hurriedly reported, "It's about Lu Yin." "It's about Lu Yin." Sakagi immediately paid attention. "Speak." "Boss, Lu Yin sent you a challenge letter from the gym owner. He's going to challenge you." "Gym Master Challenge." Sakagi's expression didn't change, but he was a little stunned in his heart. Lu Yin challenged him to do what Athena continued to say at this time. "The letter time is this morning." He marked a noun at the end. What noun? Sakagi understood that this might be the reason why Athena came to him. Fantastic eyelashes. Sakagi, rub. He stood up abruptly, with a fierce light in his eyes. Agree to his challenge. The author is here to say something from his heart, free. The author's first book is, I Can Pick Up Experience in the Spirit Dimension. It can be said that Taoism is the peak. At that time, because of the popularity of that book, I wrote about 8 chapters every day, and I finished all of them. From time to time, it also explodes, and the working time exceeds 10 hours a day. You can imagine how uncomfortable it would be to do nothing for 10 hours a day. At that time, the master of the writer Jun advised me not to fight like this. He also fought like this at the beginning, and his back and waist were seriously injured. Because he didn't recruit ghostwriting, there would be a double opening situation, and he worked less than 10 hours a day. I didn't feel anything at the time, until I opened the second book. Jingmen, The Beginning Creates Hokage. I felt that I first had my left back. And then my left lumbar muscle was strained, and now I have 444 position. When it rains, I really have no desire to code words. To tell the truth, writing novels is my hobby and my passion. I don't like people touching my book, so I didn't write it. Front-end time, because my body can't stand it. I can only unfinish the second book. Of course, because the website changed service, the new book was delayed for half a month, which led to the collapse of grades. Now this book, the third book, this book was charging because of reading a certain amount of books before the start, which caused the rhythm to be very problematic. Personally, I think it is not bad, but it is not suitable for our website. When I get back my feeling, many readers are fortunate to find the content behind the stream, the writing is okay, and the strength of the subscription is also very strong. I am very grateful, I am really thankful to everyone. The results of this book are quite good. But it's definitely not bad. It's enough to support the author, but my body really can't bear it. In the past, writing 4 chapters a day was about 4 to 5 hours, but now 6 hours is not necessarily enough to write that kind of pain. Alas, the author is also helpless. Believe everyone can see that my pace is very fast now, and the protagonist has grown to this level and is basically invincible. From tomorrow onwards, I will watch the third watch, and I will write a small climax later. When the small climax is over, the protagonist's power, heroine, and strength are basically in place, and the book can come to an end at that time. From that time onwards, I will start to update twice a day. I am not cheating you for these 2 updates, but the website stipulates that books need to be updated to receive the manuscript fee, so this is a task. But I can't write on behalf of me, and I will still write well. It doesn't matter if everyone stops chasing at that time, you can continue to read. The author will take good care of his body and prepare new books in his spare time. The author is in good health. I will strive for perfection and open another book on the elf dimension. At that time, we will see you again. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 277 _Shabo. These people are all looking forward to my death. 1/3. At the same time, all the trainers on Red Lotus Island were congratulating Lu Yin. They also heard the voice of the will of the world and knew that Lu Yin, a master trainer, had been recognized by the will of the world. This genius, in front of them, has completely risen. Grandpa, Master Lu Yin has conquered the flaming bird, and the flaming bird is a fire elf. Can that be used in the gym battle with Grandpa Xiaobo tomorrow? Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The person asking the question was a red-haired girl. Her name is Asha, the granddaughter of Mula, the trainer of the Bayan Gym in the Fengyuan area. Can Grandpa Xia win? Expression became very exciting. He stroked his beard, nodded, and said seriously, win, Xiaobo will definitely not win. Lu Yin's master-level aura combined with his superpowers is comparable to a master-level field. Even if he uses a Heavenly King-level trainer, Xiaobo can't win. So, he should be able to use Flaming Bird. After all, it's a win both horizontally and vertically. Isn't it better to win faster? You said yes. Many fire hall owners. You are in a hurry to turn around. Everyone is speechless, knowing that Mura is joking. But after noticing Xiaobo's splendid expression, they all suddenly had a bad taste in their hearts, and they chose to cooperate with each other. It makes sense. A wave of strength analysis of the master of the Mula Pavilion, admiration, admiration. It seems to be the case. Master Lu Yin, in order to speak the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, you can remember to use the flame bird. I agree. Oh, it's quite a commemorative scene to see the owner of the Pavilion Xia battling the flaming bird tomorrow. All the Taoist masters, with every word of yours, are about to fully implement this matter and come down. Xiaobo, why now you guys are not just expecting me to lose, but are you expecting me to die? Fighting the flame bird, you can also think that his strongest elf is at the peak of the Heavenly King level duck-billed fire dragon. This can withstand the fire bird, don't make fun of it. Cough cough. At this time, Dr. Damu stood up, walked over to Xiaobo, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, it's okay, I will help you talk to Lu Yin about this. Damu. Xiaobo's heart was moved. He didn't expect that at the last moment, he still had to rely on this old friend to be reliable. Sure enough, decades of friendship have not been in vain. This person, Damu, is still dependable at critical moments. Thinking that he has been angry with Damu and joined the Rockets all these years, he regretted it for a while. He was wrong. Damu. Xiaobo was moved to look at Dr. Damu, and then he said, anyway. Everyway, both sides are lost, I will let Xiaoyan never use ordinary elves. It's good to use flaming birds. Long pain is better than short pain. I believe Xiaoyan will give me this face. Crowd. Co-authoring this is what you said about helping you. This is what you hate the most. This is to hand the knife directly. Dr. Damu, it really is hidden. Xiaobo, you are especially touched by me. Netizens. Okay, this scene is very funny. Real name distressed Xiaobo for 3 seconds 3. Upstairs, don't you think 3 seconds is too long? Xiaobo, the longest road I've walked is Damu's bastard's routine. Upstairs, I took a screenshot, and then I will explain to myself and Dr. Damu, what is a bastard. Upstairs, show mercy. Tisk tisk tisk, now what I'm curious about is what Master Lu Yin will do. Everyone, don't make fun of Xiaobo. After putting the flaming bird in the spirit pet ball and saying goodbye to Lugia, Lu Yin did not go to the Blue Star trainer, but went to Dr. Damu and the others with a smile. Lu Yin's pattern has long been not limited to one world. His strength has reached this step, and the achievement he wants to achieve has long been aimed at the highest human beings. Of course, there are bound to be distances. Compared to those Blue Star, who stood with Howard and Nanhuju before, he was obviously closer to Dr. Damu and the others. Hearing these people's discussions, he also smiled and joined in. I definitely won't use the flame bird. It's so bullying. I also lost my original intention of challenging the owner of Xiaobo a week ago. Lu Yin's words made Xiaobo overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, "That's right. We have a lot of experience in training fire elves. Of course, in this kind of challenge competition between gym owners, we should send evenly matched elves to fight, so we can make progress together." Xiaobo wiped a cold sweat in his heart. Lu Yin was so considerate, it made him feel very happy. After all, he is more reliable than the guy Dr. Damu. This Lu Yin is the young man who really knows how to respect the old and love the young. He deserves to be a master trainer at a young age. Xiaobo gave Lu Yin an expression in his heart, but he didn't notice that the corners of Lu Yin's mouth evoked such a strange arc. Saw Lu Yin's expression were the girls who were just opposite him. Pity flashed across their faces. They know that their men are going to be black. Cough. Lu Yin coughed lightly, smiled at Xiaobo and asked, "Master Xiaobo is very good to become a fire-specialized Heavenly King level trainer." "That's right." Xiaobo nodded proudly. He said, "I have been a Heavenly King level trainer for more than 20 years. I think back then, when your father Lu Tong came here to learn from me, you are much better than him. If it weren't for the limited potential of my strongest duck-billed fire dragon, and my focus on researching elves later, I think I have become a champion trainer." When the people around him heard his words, they all showed a kind smile. No matter what. How about the facts in the past? They are very recognized for Xiaobo's expertise in fire elves. Lu Yin also showed a humble smile and said, "It's so powerful, I'm definitely lacking in training and commanding fire elves to fight. I hope you can give Xiaobo some pointers." Good talk, good talk. Xiaobo didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lu Yin said, so he nodded and agreed. Then he heard it. "Xiaobo, if you are so powerful, you shouldn't mind my use of Nine Tails. She just broke through to the championship level." Ah! Smile on Xiaobo's face subsided instantly. What kind of thing? Why use the championship level? Chapter 278 Inside the Elf Tower. Viper thing. 2/3. Are you kidding me? Xiaobo can't. Look at Lu Yin with confidence. Although he was far more familiar with fire elves than Lu Yin was not a trainer specializing in fire. He is a champion trainer who understands the special aura, and he can use his superpowers to compete with master trainers. If he commanded the champion fire elf to fight against himself, Xiaobo can imagine how miserable he will be at that time. PFF'd. Ha ha. Seeing Xiaobo's stunned expression, everyone at the scene couldn't help laughing when they thought of the arrogance he had shown before. The atmosphere suddenly became very relaxed. The sense of deterrence brought by Lu Yin becoming a master trainer is also much lighter. Like Dr. Ogi, he gives people a feeling of being approachable and makes people feel easy to get along with. At the same time, Ziwan Town, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was the first to come here with a writing statue. At this time, she had already broken into the elf tower, and all the way to the first 6 floors. Sure enough. Looking at the environment on the 6th floor, mother-in-law Juzi became more and more convinced of the news given by Lu Yin. Every time she came here before, the 6th floor was obviously the 7th floor, but now it was the 6th floor, and there was no new passage at the end of the floor. This shows that there is really a new 7th floor hidden here. That proves that Lu Yin really didn't lie to her. Come out, Zheng Gui. Mother-in-law Kikuko took out a poke ball and pressed the switch on it. Swish. With a flash of white light, a Gengar appeared in front of the wall at the end of the 6th floor of the elf tower. Break him for me. Grandma Juzi directed Gengar to attack the wall. Gengar immediately raised his hands, condensing a few purple-black shadow balls. Boom. 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 With the sound of bombardment, the bombarded wall began to have cracks, and finally shattered, turning into a big hole. Behind the big hole, there were steps looming. There really is a 7th floor. The appearance of the stairs made mother-in-law Juzi's heart lift. If the Viper instructor is here, does that mean that the crystal of the ghost law is also here? If this is the case, he must not have used this crystal yet. The look in Granny Chrysanthemum's eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped into the passage one step at a time. Through the long stairs, she finally wanted to. But at this moment, a loud noise came from the front, followed by the Viper instructor with a furious voice. "Bastard, you!" Bang! The sound of a heavy object flying upside down sounded. Hearing these voices, mother-in-law Juicy felt a bad premonition in her heart, and the crutches couldn't hold back, and she started walking towards it. Walking out of the passage, what caught my eye was the 7th floor of a secret realm that had been severely damaged. A large hole had been broken in one of the walls of this floor. And in another. The Viper instructor vomited blood and lay in a pothole, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Someone got in first. Granny Chrysanthemum reacted instantly. She hurriedly ran to Instructor Poisonous Snake, and found that his body was still warm, his breathing was very weak, and he was not dead. It's better not to die. Grandma Chrysanthemum was overjoyed. Viper instructor died. She still had a chance to find out what happened just now and where the crystal of the ghost law is now. Gengar, give him a stinger. Granny Chrysanthemum gave Jengui a look. She has confirmed the situation of the Viper instructor. It is very bad. All the internal organs are broken. Unless there is a priest present, it will not be saved. Even if it is lucky, it is estimated that he will fall into a coma for a long time. At that time, how did you find the crystals of the ghost-type rules? Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that a powerful trainer attacked the poisonous snake instructor, and it is likely that the crystals of the ghost-type rules have been snatched away. This crystal can be used again in less than half a day. Time waits for no one. What, more? Mother-in-law Juicy hated the poisonous snake instructor to be a shareholder. Even if she could save someone, she didn't want to save her. And let Gengar use the poison attack. The power of the poison can temporarily restore the consciousness of the poisonous snake instructor, and return to the light. Gengar. Gengar didn't move slowly, raised his right hand to condense purple light, and then punched the Viper instructor's stomach. Ah! Intense and continuous pain struck. Gengar woke up and let out a scream. Granny Chrysanthemum picked up the cane, pressed the bottom against his chest, and said coldly, "Poisonous snake, talk about it. Where did you hide the ghost rule crystal?" Ghost rules crystal. You are Chrysanthemum. Crystal, where? Instructor Viper's thoughts were a little erratic. He looked at mother-in-law Juicy, as if he didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something frightening, and his body couldn't stop shaking. It's him, it's that person. He's the leader of Team Rocket. He attacked me and stole the ghost crystal. He is big. Land. Speaking of the back, the voice of the Viper instructor became getting softer and softer, and people gradually couldn't hear it anymore. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum only heard what he said and did not have any further words. Dead. Grandma Chrysanthemum's face suddenly wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. She didn't expect that the Viper instructor would drop the chain at the last moment. Had known, he should let Gengar use hypnotism directly to get the answer directly. Now, she only knows that the person who stole the crystal of the ghost rules is the leader of Team Rocket. This is what the Viper instructor said temporarily, and there is absolutely nothing wrong. Point is, who is the leader of Team Rocket? This time, she once again lost the trace of the ghost law. Instructor Viper is dead, and she avenged her revenge, but she didn't do it herself. Can't find the law of the ghost system. What should I do? Gengar, take his corpse and go. Granny Chrysanthemum turned around with a cane. He glanced at the wall of the secret realm that was being restored, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. This level, with the power of rules, is done by master-level elves. It seems that this matter is the Rockets. The leader did the right thing. At this time, Lu Yin, who was located in the secret realm attached to the secret realm of the Elf Tower, yawned and began to communicate with the game console in his mind. It's been a long time since I've been in the toilet. Dr. Omu and the others should wait. Chapter 279 _ Lu Yin's design. Chrysanthemum mother-in-law on the set. 3/3. What do you mean? The elf tower said. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum asked Gengar to take the corpse of the Viper instructor, and just appeared at the entrance. It was already crowded with people. There are champion trainers from other parts of the elf world, and there are also champion trainers who come to this blue star world. There were a lot of people hiding in the shadows around. After seeing the poisonous snake instructor on the back of Juzi's mother-in-law Jengui, her eyes became extremely hot. They didn't expect that Lu Yin actually knew where Instructor Viper was, and he was actually here. The most unbelievable thing is that mother-in-law Kikuko seems to have dealt with the Viper instructor. But all this doesn't matter. The most important thing right now, and what they care about, is whether Granny Kikuzi has get that ghost crystal. That means an opportunity to reach the master level. Thinking of how Lu Yin was honored just now, and after becoming a master-level trainer, he was respected by all Heavenly King-level trainers and champion-level trainers. No one can resist this temptation. A championship-level trainer from a small island country wanted to be unable to bear the curiosity in his heart, and asked out loud, "King Juzi, is there any valuable information for this Rocket Team criminal?" "No." Granny Chrysanthemum shook her head and said solemnly, "I know what you want. I can tell you directly, when I arrived, he had been raided by the leader of Team Rocket and was dying. He told me before the provisional that the person who attacked him was the leader of the Rockets, a master trainer. So you're wasting your time." The dead champion trainers looked at the poisonous snake instructor on Gengar, and their eyes all became very strange. "Don't believe what mother-in-law Juzi said. There will be such a coincidence that when you arrive, the Viper instructor is just killed. When you arrive, the leader of the Rocket team just leaves. The Rocket leader can kill the Viper instructor. Why not solve your 1000% as an excuse, a proper lie? King Chrysanthemum, who would believe what you think you say?" There was a champion trainer who stood up, and he felt that mother-in-law Kikuko's answer was contempt for him and contempt for his IQ. "What I say is true," Granny Chrysanthemum said with a gloomy expression. The hand holding the cane was already clenched unconsciously. Thinking of her mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, when was she threatened like this? But the form is stronger than people, and there are too many champion trainers present. She can only endure it, and it is impossible to be hostile to them. "Then do you have any evidence?" asked by a military-level trainer. "Evidence?" Granny Chrysanthemum was taken aback for a moment. She used it as evidence before. The hole in the wall that could only be made by a master-level elf on the 7th floor of the elf tower was evidence. But that wall can now be repaired by Rift's auto-healing ability. In other words, he has no evidence. There's no evidence, right? The island nation's champion trainer noticed Granny Kikuko's expression, sneered, and said, "Perhaps you can let us check the body of Instructor Viper. You said it was the master trainer who killed him, and you can tell the injury at a glance." La Chrysanthemum, thinking of the scene where she made Ghost use the poison attack to make up the knife, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum knows that this is not good at all. She couldn't agree. It doesn't work either. Seeing the silence of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, the champion trainers lost their patience. They felt that the crystallization of the ghost system rules must be on the former. "I can swear to the will of the world." Granny Chrysanthemum took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She has no evidence, and even all the evidence will point the finger at her. If it was before, she wouldn't compromise with anyone even if she fought to death. But now, she wants to find the leader of Team Rocket, and she wants revenge. She doesn't want to be blamed for others. She can only use an oath to prove her innocence. At this time, Red Lotus Island. Inside a spa hotel. After Lu Yin captured the flaming birds, many powerful trainers on Red Lotus Island dispersed, leaving only some simple tourists, or those who plan to watch Lu Yin and Sha Bo's match tomorrow. And Lu Yin took the girls to stay at the hotel run by Sha Bo. Sha Bo also invited Dr. Damu, saying that he had something to say, and he also invited Lu Yin. Lu Yin probably guessed what he was going to say and accepted the invitation. But before that, seeing that mother-in-law Kikuzi had entered the elf tower, he teleported to the elf tower through the game console, and faked the scene on the 7th floor. That's right, the forgery scene. Instructor Viper was actually killed. Killed with just got flaming bird. As he expected, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was completely bewildered. From now on, she will be Lu Yin's best alibi. Never would have thought that the crystallization of the law of the ghost system had something to do with Lu Yin. By the way, he also embarrassed mother-in-law Chrysanthemum again. But after this time, as long as mother-in-law Juzi doesn't bother to target him again in the future, then everything is easy to say. Xiaoyan, you're here. Seeing Lu Yin walking out of the toilet, Dr. Damu, who was chatting with Xiaobo, greeted him kindly. Between Dr. Damu and Xiaobo is quite good. Before Xiaobo said that he might break through the championship level trainer, he was not boasting, it was true. That time, Xiaobo, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum and Dr. Damu traveled together. Grandma Chrysanthemum likes Dr. Damu, while Bo Xia likes Grandma Chrysanthemum. Of the hateful love triangle made Xiaobo especially like to compare with Dr. Damu, and then Dr. Damu changed his career to research work, and he also chose to do so. But the background of the two is too different, and Dr. Damu is even more powerful. So now Dr. Damu is an elf doctor and a master-level trainer. Although Xiaobo has made some achievements in research, he does not want to be famous. In terms of trainers, he is also at the peak of the Heavenly King level. But as far as the fire-type elves' command is concerned, he is no worse than many champion-level training. The only thing that is bad must be the will. And the reason why he has been unable to comprehend the will for a long time is because of his original elf, the duck-billed fire dragon. Thinking of the duck-billed fire dragon, Lu Yin smiled mysteriously at Xiaobo. Xiaobo, I will give you a surprise when we fight tomorrow. Maybe, it won't take long for you to enter the championship level. Chapter 280 Xiaobo, who told the truth with Dr. Damu. 3 people designed Sakagi, 1/3. What did you say? Xiaobo looked at Lu Yin in surprise, his eyes puzzled. What do you mean it's impossible for him to break through to the championship level? He broke through to the championship level because of his heart disease, not lack of ability. Back then, in order to compare with Dr. Damu, he did not care about his duck-billed fire dragon, and insisted on letting it forcibly break through to the Heavenly King level. That time, the body of the duck-billed fire dragon was damaged. But he still didn't care. When he forced the duck-billed fire dragon to break through to the championship level again, the problem finally appeared, and the duck-billed fire dragon almost died in that breakthrough. It was also that time that he realized his extra menace and began to change his mind. Later, he became a researcher. On the one hand, the reason was that Dr. Damu changed careers. He first changed his direction to defeat him, but there was also a big reason, because he wanted to find a way to help the duck-billed fire dragon to make up for the injury. After he really became a researcher, he realized how difficult it is for people without money and power, especially in his time, when all research was still at the extreme. Who has the support of the strongest family in Kanto, he is still far behind. For this reason, he will accept the invitation of the Rockets later to become a researcher. But his relationship with the Rockets is limited to collaboration. He helped the Rockets in research and genetic technology, and later joined the Mewtwo manufacturing plan, and when he returned home, he provided him with the environment, funds, and conditions, so that he could find a way to cure the duck-billed fire dragon. But over the years, he has given up. Recently, Mewtwo has been created, and his cooperation with the Rockets can be said to be of no use value. Now if he wants to continue to get the support he had before, unless he officially joins the Rockets, but in that case, he needs to submit a registration certificate. For example, killing an alliance executive. This is something that Xiaobo does not want. But he was afraid of being killed by the Rockets. Although he is only in charge of the research project in the Rocket team, and only in charge of the super dream part of the research project, but if he knows a lot of things, such as who the leader of the rocket team is. To ensure your own safety. He thought of Dr. Damu. Now, he feels that only Dr. Damu can help him. This is the reason why he invited Dr. Damu to come to Red Lotus Island. Otherwise, Dr. Damu, a master-level trainer, wouldn't have come to Red Lotus Island by such a coincidence, and he would have encountered something like the flaming bird. And the reason why Xiaobo is also called Shang Luyin. It was he who knew that the relationship between Luyin and Team Rocket was quite incompatible, and now that Luyin had become a master-level trainer, he definitely had the ability and strength to help him. Considering these, there would be no problem if he called Lu Zheng. Tomorrow you'll find out. Lu Yin smiled mysteriously. He knew about Xiaobo's past. I also know about the duck-billed fire dragon. He also knew that it would not take long for Xiaobo to solve this problem and enter the champion level, which is stronger than some ordinary champion level. In addition, Xiaobo also has the knowledge to study the super dream. This is definitely a worthwhile investment. Therefore, Luyin intends to personally help Xiaobo to solve the problem of the duck-billed fire dragon. Of course, it's too cheap to say it now. Giving benefits to others is more valuable than others. Xiaobo glanced at Luyin and didn't say anything more. In his opinion, there was no way that Luyin could do anything. After all, he himself had been searching for decades and couldn't find a way. Maybe it's not my case. Even if there is a fire-type profound truth orb, it can't help me. A thought flashed through Xiaobo's mind, but he didn't say it. He didn't argue with Luyin, but took out a document from the space watch in his hand with a dignified expression and handed it to Dr. Damu beside him. What is this? Dr. Damu took the document suspiciously and flipped through it at will. But after only reading a few pages, the smile on his face disappeared, and he showed a solemn expression instead. If the contents of the document are true, Kanto, even the Kanto mainland, and even the whole world may have a tsunami. Dr. Oki can't stand still. Luyin paid attention to Dr. Damu's expression, and did not show any curiosity. He had some guesses about what Xiaobo handed over to Dr. Damu. Probably a part of Team Rocket's research on Mewtwo. Huh. Dr. Damu quickly read the document and asked Xiaobo with a solemn expression, "Did you succeed?" "You will not succeed." Even Dr. Damu is completely shocked now. God building, this is the real God building plan. Using dreamy eyelashes to memorize, fuse various elements to create and cultivate an elf who wants to go beyond the dream. What a crazy thing this is, but such a crazy thing, once it succeeds, and if it succeeds in the hands of the Rockets, it can definitely bring an unimaginable impact to the world and the League. I don't know the specifics. Xiaobo said solemnly. Actually, I have been hesitating recently whether to tell you about this. The closer I get to success, the more uneasy I feel. Just a few days ago, I got word that this study has been terminated. I have also seen the new island, which has always been the location of the research site, and it has been turned into ruins. I don't know if this study was a success or a failure. But Xiaobo should definitely succeed. On what he knew about Sakagi, if the research didn't work out, he would definitely start the opportunity again. Dr. Damu obviously thought of this, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples with some headache. It seems that the world will soon become, it is not peaceful. There is no shortage of careerists in any era. There's always going to be trouble of this and that. The atmosphere is momentary, immersed. Seeing this, Luyin finally opened his mouth and said, "It's better to take the initiative to attack. Isn't Kanto just launching a plan to clear the Rockets? Let's spread the news about Cheomeng, and naturally there are free thugs willing to trouble the Rockets. After all, this is an elf created by human beings that can only be surpassed, at least a dreamy elf." Chapter 281_Final Calculation. Rockets leader revealed. 2/3. Dr. Damu and Xiaobo looked at Luyin in surprise, not knowing what to say for a while. Is it because they are getting old and their thinking speed has slowed down? They are still there. Is it troublesome whether the super dream is really created, how to resist it later, and when the corresponding countermeasures are arranged? The speed of thinking slowed down compared to the two of them getting older and dumber. But Lu Yin always knew everything, and he had already started to make corresponding plans and expanding countermeasures for how to collect conditions and determine which conditions are right or wrong. He has obtained all the correct conditions and started designing countermeasures early in the morning. Therefore, it is never possible for anyone to keep up with his rhythm. What you said is a good idea. Pondered for a while, and nodded in approval. We spread the word. I believe that various regions and Blue Star countries will not sit idly by. After all, the significance of Cheomung is too important. In this case, the space in which the rockets can survive will be compressed to a very small extent, and may even be removed from the roots. After all, it is now the power of two worlds that is fighting against the power of one region. Even if Mewtwo is not born and Team Rocket is destroyed, it will only benefit Guandu continent. But if Mewtwo is born, we can nip the threat in its cradle. This method is very good, and all the regional alliances are automatically delivered to the door. With the method provided by Lu Yin, Dr. Damu was worthy of Dr. Damu. He immediately understood the benefits of this method, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Shabo also nodded. Actually, there is a problem. Lu Yin put down the happy water from the fat house on the table in a playful manner, and said with a smile, if Super Dream is indeed created, the rockets don't move now, it's just the time it needs to grow. In other words, its strength is within the range that humans can control and confront. Then the rockets are really taken away, and the ownership of Mewtwo will become a huge dispute. If this is not handled well, it will make things more troublesome. Uncertain, become the fuse of the world war. Dr. Damu and Shabo were shocked and let out a cold sweat. Lu Yin didn't say it, they could think of it, but it was definitely not as fast. Realizing now, it's really hard to make it clear to them. You kid, there should be a solution already. Seeing Lu Yin's calm eyes, Dr. Damu didn't bother to think anymore, and asked directly. Of course. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, can you aim directly at the leader of Team Rocket? Others do coolies for me, and we will directly target the leader of the rockets at that time, which can help Mewtwo not fall into the hands of others. No matter how bad it is, we can let Cheomung escape, and like other legendary beasts, we also become a legendary elf whose whereabouts are erratic, isn't it good? Lu Yin's method is to hit Wonglong directly and launch a fatal blow directly to the rockets. At the same time, he himself and Dr. Damu go to deal with the leader of the rockets. He is not without ideas about Mewtwo. He has already figured out how to fool Mewtwo when the time comes. Even if Mewtwo doesn't agree, he can persuade it to leave the rockets and become a Mewtwo who pursues its own meaning just like the original. Dr. Damu lowered his head for a while, then nodded. He agrees with Lu Yin's approach, which is indeed the safest way. Thinking about it, Dr. Damu looked at Shabo and asked, who is the leader of Team Rocket? This question, Dr. Damu actually wanted to ask for a long time, because he was really curious, who is the leader of this rocket team? At least he didn't say Shabo, so it would be fine first. Now that we've talked about this first, it's naturally the time to ask. This. Shabo didn't give a very straightforward answer. He was still a little hesitant, and he didn't have much affection for the now degenerate rockets. But he appreciates the rocket's leader Sakagi. Sakagi is a charismatic and ambitious person. Shabo didn't really want to betray him. But he knew the seriousness of this matter even more, and he had said it all, and he would become an anticlimactic when he was concealing it. Shabo. Dr. Damu saw Shabo's dilemma and wanted to persuade him. He could open his mouth. He heard Lu Yin chuckle and said, Shabo is embarrassed to say it, so let me tell you. The leader of Team Rocket is actually the master of the Joban City Gym, Sakagi of the Earth. What? Dr. Ogi stood up directly from his seat and exclaimed in disbelief. Obviously, Lu Yin's answer was completely beyond his imagination. How do you know? Xiaobo has also been incapable of a year. He asked with confidence, and his question also confirmed the authenticity of the information revealed by Lu Yin. Really, Sakagi? Dr. Damu was surprised and confirmed to Xiaobo. Yes. Lu Yin has already told the truth, and there is no need for him to continue to hide. It's really Sakagi. Dr. Oki was surprised. You must know that Vibrant Forest is right in front of Junshin Town, the closest city to Junshin Town. Sakagi is the gym owner of Vibrant City. If he is the leader of the Rockets, doesn't it mean that he has always been there, thinking with his neighbors that the leader of the Rockets has always been away from his position? While sighing that he was daring, Dr. Omu also had some helplessness. In Joban City is opposite to Junshin Town, and next to it is the Quartz Plateau where the Alliance headquarters sits. Who would have imagined that the leader of Team Rocket would be here, and he was also a gym trainer? This courage, Dr. Damu admired. In fact, over the years, it is not that Dr. Ogi, including Dama Lanchi, has not been informed that Sakagi is the leader of the Rockets. But they were denied by themselves. Because when the Rockets were born, Sakagi was still very young, and his age did not match. Moreover, Sakagi is the owner of the #1 gymnasium in Kanto, and he works in Vibrant City. They now think this is impossible. But now, reality gave him a slap in the face. This is really. It's good for people not to know what to say. Chapter 282 Dr. Ogi was surprised. Gym battle begins. 3/3. I didn't expect. It's not that I didn't expect it, but I couldn't believe it. This Sakagi is really bold. Dr. Damu was a little emotional. Some things are like this. Before the truth is revealed, people will tell themselves countless pieces of information and convince themselves with so-called experience and attempts. But when the answer is really revealed, they will start ringing a lot of unreasonable situations that they will suddenly find out. It turns out that the truth is like this, so many things can be explained. Just like now, Dr. Ogi and Damalanchi have had countless opportunities, and even got news that Sakagi is the leader of the Rockets. But every time, they find their own reasons to convince themselves that it is impossible. Because from the beginning, they thought it was impossible. And Sakagi is not within the alliance. No one, as long as these people are allowed to move a little more, Dr. Ogi and the others will naturally believe it. Knowing now that Lu Yin and Xiaobo said that the leader of the Rockets is Sakagi, the information that was unfavorable to Sakagi in the past, proving that he is the leader of the Rockets, also appeared in Dr. Damu's mind. He knew that this matter had been hammered. I don't know what kind of expression Damalan will show if he knows the truth. Dr. Oki smiled wryly. Compared to him, Xiaobo's eye was even more curious about how Lu Yin knew about this. After all, even Dr. Omu and Damalanchi don't know, do they? How do I know? That's my secret. Lu Yin took a sip of the Fat House happy water with a calm expression, and said with a little enjoyment, not only that, I know who the Rockets founder Masquerade is, who even Sakagi doesn't know. What? Xiaobo was stunned. He and Sakagi were very close. Naturally, he knew that there were two founders of the Rockets. The fact that Sakagi could become the leader of the Rockets was related to one of the founders. The birthplace and headquarters of the Rockets are obviously in Kanto, but Sakagi has developed the direct line to Kanto, and has a relationship with another founder. Lu Yin actually knew about Team Rocket, the founder. Dr. Damu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. The doubts in his mind were also answered. It turns out that the founder and leader of the Rockets are not the same person. In the past, he and Damalanchi both believed that such a huge private organization would not be possible to teach. The founder and the leader were equal in their hearts. After all, it is a private organization, and 2 generations are master-level trainers. Is this possible? But now, it seems that this is true. I really didn't say it, Sakagi is actually a master-level trainer. Dr. Damu was a little shocked. But after seeing Lu Yin sitting there, he suddenly felt that it was nothing. An 18-year-old champion-level peak trainer, and also a master-level divine beast. Such people have appeared, and it seems that Sakagi is not an unacceptable thing. Next, listen to my plan. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, to deal with Sakagi, I have a plan. Time comes to the next day, 0.10 am. A special site above Hongshenko of Honglian Island. At this time, there are countless hot air balloons floating around, Mei and other girls, Mura and other museum owners, and some tourists are sitting on it at this time, looking forward to the next battle. On one of the hot air balloons, several Union TV crews have turned on their cameras and aimed at the location next to the crater below. Here is the high-level venue of the Red Lotus Gym. At this time, one person was standing on each side. On the left is the host of this time, the Wizard World, the Kanto Alliance, and the master of the Red Lotus Gym. The person standing opposite him was the initiator of this gym master battle, the Blue Star World, the China District Alliance, and the general gym master of the Hangcheng Gym. That's right, it's the master of the main hall. Just this morning, everyone saw a measure promulgated by the China District Alliance. Hangcheng Gym will be the first championship-level gym. Among them, Lu Yin, who had already conquered the master-level elves but was still certified as a champion-level trainer, became the master of the main gym. Below this main gymnasium, there are also 555 branch gymnasiums for the time being. They were the Fire Gym where Lu Yin was temporarily acting as the gym, the Thunder Gym where Kamizli was seated, the Poison Gym where Jiyu Qingqing was seated, and the Super Energy Gym where Nazi was seated. Hangcheng Gym will implement a new gym system from today. Separate gymnasium, keep the system of the former gymnasium, namely permanent badge and temporary badge system. Trainers can challenge the gym and get temporary and permanent badges. On this basis, add the rules that also work. Any trainer who can challenge Lu Yin, in the 2v22 game, as long as he can defeat one of him, he can also get a permanent badge. If you can beat his two elves, you can get an entry badge for the league competition. Other words, if someone can defeat the two elves Lu Yin, they can participate in the league competition every year, etc. This system has made many champion trainers move their minds. Because it means they can recruit troops above board. But there are still many conditions that need to be handled to open this gym, which is why they are considering and watching. All in all, Lu Yin's current identity is even more different. The match between him and Xiaobo has naturally attracted a lot of attention. It's a bit stressful. Seeing the hot air balloons floating around, Xiaobo was a little emotional. After all, he would lose the game in front of so many people. That's right, lose. Originally, he was thinking of fighting for a fight, but after seeing Lu Yin, who was calm, he thought that he couldn't win. Now, he just wants to play the next game well. He sold his old face yesterday, and finally made Lu Yin promise to surprise only a one-on-one match. My friend, show up. Xiaobo shouted towards the front. Boom. There seemed to be something brewing in the nearby volcano, and immediately following, a figure jumped out of the magma and stood opposite Lu Yin. Seeing this voice, Lu Yin smiled slightly and threw a pokeball. Then, duck-billed flame dragon. It's time for you to appear. Chapter 283 _ duck-billed fire dragon progressive type. Excited Shaber. 1/2. Name, duck-billed fire dragon attribute. Fire features. Flame body has hidden features. Motivation has level. Heavenly King 69 qualification. Heavenly King intimacy. Skill, spark. Stare. Cloudy fog. Smokescreen. Kicked down. Flame vortex. Fire fist. The smoke of scavenging, the inheritance of Iron Tail. Slightly. Special note. This is a duck-billed fire dragon that has broken away from the shackles of qualification several times and launched a charge towards higher strength. It has mastered the profound meaning of fire. As long as it can evolve, strength must be guaranteed. Not bad. Although the body is a little weak, but in terms of attack power, it can be compared to a champion elf. Then this game will become very interesting. Lu Yin chuckled lightly and threw the pokeball. Swish. With a flash of white light, one looks very similar to the Shabo duck-billed fire dragon, but it is obviously much taller, and the hands are not a pair of claws, but a spirit of cannon barrels appearing on the rocky ground. Seeing this elf that is only a little familiar and some unfamiliar, everyone is stunned. The audience watching the live broadcast was stunned. At the scene, the trainers watching the game were stunned. The fire specialist trainers who were boasting were taken aback for a moment. Everyone was slightly stunned, especially after seeing the comparison picture of the duck-billed fire dragon and the duck-billed fire dragon standing face to face. They felt that everything in front of them was indescribably strange. Moreover, it also gave them an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling is like, I am familiar with this situation, I am familiar with it. Ma Zishi, who was watching the live broadcast of the game in Deadleaf City, patted his thigh. Needless to say, the elf that Lu Yin took out was probably the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. Just like when Ma Zishi took out the electric shock beast, Lu Yin took out the electric shock beast. This guy likes to use the evolution of other people's spirits for battle. What makes people speechless is that before Lu Yin took out this elf, no one knew that this elf actually had an evolutionary type. You say that you are not angry about this, but it is true, he is. Such a thing. This is the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. The scene, the most excited person was none other than Shabo. His body trembled uncontrollably with happiness and excitement. Although he was inquiring with Lu Yin, he already knew in his heart that he finally understood why Lu Yin showed a meaningful smile. He finally understood why Lu Yin said that he could successfully break through to the championship level. It's not that Lu Yin didn't understand his situation, he knew his situation very well. His duck-billed fire dragon was trying to break through the shackles and evolved, resulting in damage to its origin and physical damage. Damaged, usually need to hide in the volcano to maintain the state. But as long as it can evolve, the life essence of the duck-billed fire dragon will be improved, its strength will have a qualitative leap, and it will definitely enter the championship level. And he can no longer be ashamed of the duck-billed fire dragon, let go of the shackles in his heart, and he will also break through to the championship level. It turns out that Lu Yin really holds the key to breaking through to the championship level. Yes, this is the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. I call it, duck-billed fire dragon. Lu Yin nodded lightly, and didn't play tricks and tricks. I believe everyone has already learned through the internet that the evolution of the electric shock monster and the 3-in-1 magnet monster requires special self-made props. And this kind of self-made props, now only I can do it, and it is divided into 3 grades. The same is true for the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon into the duck-billed fire dragon. A special magma device is required for communication exchange. The method, I will still announce it. Ordinary evolution device, the asking price is also cheap, cheaper than evolution stone. And I can also make a lava device that makes the duck-billed fire dragon stronger. If everyone has a demand, it's time to ask me to buy. It is also practice that makes perfect. Lu Yin made a wave of advertising very naturally. As soon as his voice fell, Shabo who was opposite him couldn't wait to shout, I'll buy it. Bring me the most expensive one. I bought it. Shabo could not control the excitement in his heart. He doesn't care if he is still fighting at the gym. Now, he just wanted to see the old man break through and never have to suffer again. As for the money to buy the device, the money he has saved over the years, the benefits he gets from the alliance as a Heavenly King gym trainer, and the benefits the rockets give him add up to quite a lot. Moreover, his latest research over the years has never used the money to buy elves with better qualifications, or to buy any good things. This made him a great fortune. This money is definitely enough to buy an evolutionary device for the duck-billed fire dragon to use. Even if he doesn't have enough money, Can't he ask Dr. Damu to make up for it? Dr. Damu, don't be so excited, Master Shabo. Lu Yin chuckled and said, there is a device, you don't have to worry about it. Now let's fight first. So many people are still waiting. By the way, let everyone see the level of the duck-billed fire dragon after it evolved into the duck-billed fire dragon. Lu Yin also wanted to fight a battle to make everyone realize how good the duck-billed flame dragon is. Otherwise, the effect of his announcement would have to be greatly discounted. Good. Shabo nodded. He also knew what was the most important thing right now and what to do. Duck-billed fire dragon, say hello to the other side. Use jet flame. According to the rules, as the gym master who was challenged in the battle, Shabo took the lead in commanding the duck-billed fire dragon to attack. Roar. The duck-billed fire dragon opened its mouth to condense a reddish-brown flame and sprayed it towards the duck-billed fire dragon. We also use jet flames on our side. Lu Yin's voice reached duck-billed flame dragon's ears. Roar. The duck-billed flame dragon's attack was not sent out of its mouth, it raised its barrel-like arm, and condensed a thick flame to spray out. Boom. The two flames collided, producing a huge explosion. The two jets of flames were evenly matched. Seeing this situation, the eyes of all the trainers who knew about Shabo radiated fiery rays of light. As far as the power of the fire element is concerned, the evolved duck-billed fire dragon seems to have a lot to steal from the duck-billed fire dragon. Chapter 284 Duck-billed fire dragon vs duck-billed flame dragon. Let the flame burn. 2 halves. The power of duck-billed flame dragon's fire-type trick seems to be much more powerful than Lu Yin's. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Mura instinctively made an evaluation. Hearing his words, his granddaughter Yasha asked suspiciously, Grandpa, that's not right, isn't this a fight? And the two elves are both heavenly kings. To be honest, the duck-billed fire dragon is better. It seems that what Asha said is also a matter. If the elves of the same level are the same, shouldn't the pre-evolution form of the duck-billed fire dragon be more playful? Asha, that's because the information you read is very one-sided. Mula shook his head, rarely became serious, and said in an educational tone, you don't know much about Shabo's duck-billed fire dragon. You are also good at distinguishing the strength of the two elves. The duck-billed fire dragon is already at the peak of the heavenly king level, and he has mastered the profound meaning of fire. On the other hand, from Lu Yin's side, we can tell from the breath of the duck-billed flame dragon that he has just entered the heavenly king level not long ago. Then, his understanding of the fire element profound truth is quite limited. The difference between the two sides is obvious, but now the same trick is used, but the power after the collision is the same. Do you understand what this means? I understand, of course I understand. Asha nodded quickly. Mula has made it clear. If he still doesn't understand, isn't she a fool? Under the circumstance that the duck-billed fire dragon has so many advantages, the duck-billed fire dragon can compete with it. What does this mean? After the fire dragon evolves, the strength-enhancing part can catch up with this part of the gap. Shows that the life essence of the duck-billed flame dragon has improved a lot. Bang! While Mula was teaching Asha, the battle between Lu Yin and Shabo continued. After the flame-throwing confrontation, the two commanded their elves to use flame fists. The two elves immediately acted, rushed to the midfield, and threw a fist at each other, a fist with flames and a barrel with flames, and they slammed into each other. Boom! After touching each other, the two elves stepped back one after another. The duck-billed fire dragon took 2 steps to stabilize its body, while the duck-billed fire dragon took 4 steps to barely stop. Seeing this, Shabo's eyes lit up. My duck-billed fire dragon has trauma and can still gain the upper hand, which means that after evolution, the duck-billed fire dragon's body strength has increased a little, but the strength has not changed much. And because of the weight change, the speed is a lot lower. That is to say, compared to the duck-billed fire dragon after evolution, the stronger part of the duck-billed flame dragon is the special attack, and it is much stronger. In addition, the physical strength and defense have increased. How does the physical attack change? The speed is the short board. Just after the confrontation of the two unique tricks, Shabo has analyzed the duck-billed flame dragon, the elf he saw for the first time, and obtained various data. This is from experience, it is also the power of knowledge, and it is because Shabo knows the duck-billed fire dragon too well. The scene, there are many people who can see some clues, but there are still a few people who can see it in such detail. It seems that if you want to win, it's best to rely on your advantages and attack them. Shabo quickly made a judgment and immediately shouted, "Duck-billed fire dragon. Flame charge. Roar." The duck-billed fire dragon's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched, the energy in his body was lifted, and flames began to condense around it. "It's really neat." Lu Yin chuckled lightly. All Shabo's actions and reactions, he has long since arrived. He asked the duck-billed flame dragon to also use Flame Fist, which meant to cooperate. This battle, the victory of the two elves was not much different in essence, so it was more of a battle between trainers. And he had already started weaving the web. Noticing that the flames on the duck-billed fire dragon started to stabilize, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "It's now, the power exchange." Power exchange is one of the superpower tricks, which can exchange the power of the opponent and oneself. Obviously, the power of the duck-billed fire dragon is stronger than that of the duck-billed fire dragon. Roar. A blue light appeared in the duck-billed flame dragon's eyes, followed by the blue light that also appeared on his body. This beam of light quickly appeared and shot towards the opposite duck-billed flame dragon. Shish. Blue light enveloped the body of the duck-billed fire dragon, and began to absorb his power. At the same time, Lu Yin shouted again, "Big character explosion." Roar. The duck-billed flame dragon raised his hands and put the two barrels together, condensing the power of the flame. At this time, the duck-billed fire dragon had already gathered its flaming power, striding towards the duck-billed fire dragon. When it was halfway through, the layer of blue light on its body turned towards the duck-billed flame dragon. Shish. The blue light sank into the duck-billed flame dragon's body. He got the duck-billed flame dragon's power, and the duck-billed flame dragon's power became the duck-billed flame dragon's power at this time. If you look carefully, you can find that the impact of the duck-billed fire dragon has weakened. When the duck-billed fire dragon rushed to the front, the cigarette holder fire dragon finally gathered its power, and the two cannon barrels were launched together, and a huge flame was sprayed forward. Boom! Fire pillar collided with the duck-billed fire dragon, and the latter continued to rush forward against the fire pillar, but the speed became more and more fast, and the momentum on his body began to weaken. Finally, it stayed just a little bit away from the duck-billed flame dragon. Just a little bit, it never breaks through. Does this count? Shabo clenched his hands tightly. He has a feeling that this shortcoming is one of Lu Yin's intentions to let the duck-billed flame dragon use the power exchange. It's only a little bit worse. But he didn't believe that Lu Yin could really count everything. "Come on, old man." Shabo shouted at the duck-billed fire dragon, with trust in his eyes. Roar. Duck-billed fire dragon let out a roar, the flames on his body suddenly became stronger, the attack that had been blocked was raised again, and he rushed forward fiercely. Seeing this, many people's eyes widened in anticipation. Will the duck-billed fire dragon succeed? Of course not. Lu Yin spoke out indifferently and shouted, "Export with all your strength." Roar. The duck-billed flame dragon also exerted all its strength, and the fire column began to change, turning into a big character. At this moment, everyone suddenly reacted. The trick that Lu Yin asked the duck-billed fire dragon to use is big character explosion, at least 3 shifts tomorrow, maybe 4 shifts, thank you for being here, support. Chapter 285 Searing vs Cool. The match of flame combo moves. Roar. The duck-billed flame dragon shot with all its strength, and the fire column released from its hands began to change, and finally turned into a large flame. Boom. The big flame slammed into the duck-billed fire dragon that was accelerating and impacted, blocking its progress again, making it impossible for him to move forward for a while. The duck-billed fire dragon and the big character flames began to stalemate. At a certain moment, a large flame exploded, blowing the duck-billed fire dragon upside down. This time the encounter was the advantage of the duck-billed fire dragon. But for Lu Yin, it was far from enough. Hot air. The moment the duck-billed fire dragon was blown away, Lu Yin immediately gave new instructions. Roar me. The duck-billed flame dragon's reaction speed is very fast, and its can't wait. It draws back its outstretched arms, it has opened its mouth, and once again blew a hot breath. Wow! The red gale with a hot breath blew forward, easily blowing away the thick fog generated by the explosion of the big character explosion, and then blowing forward, catching up with the figure of the duck-billed fire dragon flying upside down. The duck-billed fire dragon had no time to dodge in midair. After being hit by the hot wind, it flew out at a faster speed, and finally hit a huge rock pillar. Bang! The rock pillar was broken and the duck-billed fire dragon was buried, making it difficult to see the situation. Flame. The duck-billed flame dragon withdrew his hands and panted heavily. He also struggled a bit by using the 3-3 tricks of power exchange, big character explosive flame and hot air in a row. But compared to what the duck-billed fire dragon received, this was nothing at all. What a fast pace! What a horrible layout! Xiaobo's eyes were solemn, and he was secretly surprised in his heart. The rhythm of Lu Yin's 3 moves should have been set up after seeing that he let the duck-billed fire dragon use the 2 moves of Jet Flame and Flame Fist continuously. The comparison of various aspects of the data of the duck-billed fire dragon and the duck-billed fire dragon he wanted to see. Why doesn't Lu Yin want to see it? After judging the comparison of the data of the duck-billed fire dragon and the duck-billed fire dragon, I plan to make use of the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. He has already anticipated my thoughts. What he wants is not to promote strengths and circumvent weaknesses, but to change weaknesses into advantages. In the current situation, he pinpointed the moment when my duck-billed fire dragon made a physical attack, and forcibly exchanged the power with the duck-billed fire dragon, making me unable to defend. The large character blast used by the duck-billed fire dragon therefore surpasses the duck-billed fire dragon's flare charge. The crisis of the duck-billed flame dragon is eased, and the distance between the 2 elves is once again opened. In addition, he also let the duck-billed fire dragon use hot air. Although this will damage the duck-billed fire dragon's stamina, it can save the time for making moves, and while causing damage to the duck-billed fire dragon again, it will spread the distance. Once the distance is widened, the duck-billed flame dragon will have time to rest, and it can also make arrangements for the back. The most important thing is that the duck-billed fire dragon now surpasses both the duck-billed special attack and the physical attack. And Lu Yin should know a little about my duck-billed fire dragon. Although he is familiar with fire elves, the duck-billed fire dragon is a brand new spirit, and I don't know enough about it. In this way, the situation is completely unfavorable for me in this game. Xiaobo is worthy of being an old-fashioned heavenly king, and is expected to break through to the championship level. When he was young, he could compete with Dr. Damu and mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. At the moment when the battle of this round came to an end, he instantly reacted and analyzed the situation on the field. After analyzing these, he looked at Lu Yin, who was always indifferent, and admired him more and more in his heart. He is relying on years of battle experience, and can only analyze it after the fact, and he may not have fully seen it. As for Lu Yin, he was the planner. Originally, he thought it was far, broad, and fast. Saving others by oneself, this young man, is really scary. In that case, just take out the blood of your youth. Let's fight different times in the most authentic way. Xiaobo's expression became, "Get serious." The aura belonging to a heavenly king level peak trainer is unreservedly released. An invisible red-hot air instantly enveloped the entire venue. The atmosphere became hot. Opposite him, Lu Yin felt the slight change in Xiaobo, the corner of his mouth curved, and he also mobilized the aura in his body, just reaching the field that Xiaobo released. Swish! Two invisible auras began to clash. Countless audiences can feel it even if they don't reach out or see it. The atmosphere on Xiaobo's side suddenly became warmer, while Lu Yin's side was like a sea, always calm. Feeling this situation, Dr. Damu and the others all showed their expectant eyes. Have Xiaobo started to get serious? I don't know how much strength I can show now. I don't know how long Xiaobo can last on Lu Yin's side. At this time, Xiaobo had completely entered the state, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted loudly, "Duck-billed fire dragon, smoke! Fire roar! Spray!" The figure of the duck-billed fire dragon jumped out of the rock pile, full of flaming flames. Appeared, he touched a column of fire with hot magma in the direction of the duck-billed flame dragon. We also use puffing smoke. Lu Yin responded calmly. Flame roar. The duck-billed flame dragon, who had rested, took a deep breath and opened its mouth to spew out a column of fire similar to that of the duck-billed flame dragon. Boom! The two pillars of fire collided. Xiaobo immediately shouted, "Flame vortex!" Roar! A fiery red light flashed in the eyes of the duck-billed fire dragon, and its mouth opened again. Boom! A swirling hollow flame rushed forward around the fire column, as if the fire column was once again wrapped in a flame coat. And because they are all flames, the rotation speed of the flame vortex becomes faster and faster. Boom! The column of fire blessed by the flame vortex instantly overwhelmed the single column of fire spewed by the duck-billed flame dragon. Combination. An unexpected expression flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Xiaobo would use combining moves. He thought about it, but he would definitely not know what kind of combination moves the other party would use. I didn't expect it to be a combination of flame vortex and smoke spraying trick. This can be a little more difficult. You must know that the effect of puffing smoke is to expand, and it can attack enemies in all directions. To put it bluntly, it is a range class congratulations trick. The vortex of flames has little attack power, and is characterized by trapping the opponent. Combining these two can be said to be completely opposite types of the same kind of tricks is very difficult. But once it is assembled, the power that can be exerted will be even more amazing. Just like now, the power of this combination of flame vortex and puff of smoke has surpassed the destruction of death light. Not bad. Approval flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. But this move is not enough for him. Duck-billed flame dragon, let the opponent feel the enthusiasm of 2000 degrees Celsius. Triple smoke. Up. Chapter 286 _ hit the volcano eruption. Strong win. Triple. Smoke. Lu Yin's command reached the ears of the duck-billed flame dragon. It immediately acted, raised its arms, and began to condense the power of the flames. Boom. Two jets of lava-like flames shot out from the cannon of the Dracosaur, brighter in color than the jet of fire it emitted from its mouth. The three smoke-spraying fire pillars began to continuously merge and superimpose, and the power of the flames quickly converged, forming a larger and darker lava fire pillar. Boom. Billed fire dragon collided with the vortex-spraying smoke used by the duck-billed fire dragon. The high temperature visible to the naked eye makes space warp. Of the duck-billed fire dragon and the duck-billed fire dragon this time is absolutely as powerful as a normal champion elves using a single burst of destruction light. And after the collision of these two unique moves, the guaranteed power produced has far exceeded the effect that ordinary champion-level champions can exert their strongest skills with all their strength. Moreover, the tricks used by these two elves are also the highest temperature and most explosive fire-type tricks, and the movement will only be greater. A large amount of white-hot air spread, and the entire venue felt shaken, and the shock wave generated by the explosion spread out twice. Lu Yin used teleportation to move further back in the air based on instinct. A white light shot out from the elf ball on Xiaobo's waist, and a fire-type and flying-type Heavenly King-level Fierce Arrow Eagle also flew towards the sky with it. At this time, the entire rocky ground that originally existed as a battlefield suddenly shook, and the vibration spread to the surrounding area and quickly spread to the nearby volcano. Boom! A terrible explosion came from within the volcano, attracting all attention. What's the matter? There's a kind of very dangerous feeling. Is the volcano about to erupt? Is the volcano in Hongren Island an active volcano? You don't even know this. Damn it, I'm such a cautious person. If I knew there was an active volcano here, I would definitely still start a live broadcast at home. Cautiousness is awesome, but why don't you be so cautious? Isn't that Master Lu Yin is too handsome? I want to come too. The volcano of Red Lotus Island suddenly began to vibrate, and there was a feeling of being alive. Feeling this shock, many people at the scene changed their expressions. Many were planning to release elves to escape from the scene. A natural disaster like a volcanic eruption is not a child's play. If you don't pay attention to it, if something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret it. But before these people could act, everyone saw Lu Yin throw a pokeball. Flame bird, let the volcano calm down. After giving an instruction very casually, Lu Yin looked into the distance and said loudly, "No need for this trivial matter. Our battle continues." Sha Bo, you tell me that a volcanic eruption is a trivial matter. You have a second-level god-level flame bird. This is indeed a small matter for you. Bullshit can do it. Call. Sha Bo took a deep breath to calm down, looked up and looked forward. His eyes passed through the thick fog in front of him, as if he saw the figure of a duck-billed fire dragon. Duck-billed fire dragon. Use hot air. Sha Bo shouted to the front. When Lu Yin called out the name of the flame bird, he knew that the volcanic eruption was indeed a trivial matter that could be solved at will. Then keep fighting. He believes that the duck-billed fire dragon will definitely continue to fight. Roar. Responding, the sound of a duck-billed fire dragon came from the thick fog, followed by a red gust of fiery wind blowing forward. However, in the face of the duck-billed fire dragon's attack, Lu Yin just watched quietly. Until the red-hot wind blew the smoke away, revealing the panting duck-billed flame dragon. The power of the triple smoke is so powerful that the duck-billed flame dragon, who has just entered the Heavenly King level, can emit far more power than the Heavenly King level, and even more than the General Champion level, but the loss is not generally large. The duck-billed flame dragon seemed to be somewhat exhausted. Of course, the situation with the duck-billed fire dragon is not much better. Seeing the appearance of the duck-billed flame dragon, Lu Yin finally opened his mouth to give an order. Momentary movement. Flame roar. The duck-billed fire dragon raised its head and let out a roar. Seeing the hot wind coming out from the front, he was not afraid, and a blue light appeared in his eyes. Momentary movement. Sha Bo's expression changed suddenly. With his knowledge, of course, he knew that the duck-billed fire dragon could learn superpower-type tricks, including teleportation. But there are many requirements for the duck-billed fire dragon to learn this trick. First of all, its parents must know this trick, that is, there are genes in the body to learn this trick. On this basis, it cannot inherit or learn this trick, it needs to be learned by skilled machines. The end, even if you learn this trick, since the duck-billed fire dragon is not a super-type elf, it will be very difficult to use teleportation, which requires superpower to lock the position and move in space. Other words, learning is difficult to use and requires a lot of time to learn. With such harsh preconditions and follow-up training conditions, there are very few duck-billed fire dragons that can move instantaneously, and even if they do, they are rarely used in battles. At least, Sha Bo considered that Lu Yin's duck-billed flame dragon had teleportation, but he never thought that he would let duck-billed flame dragon use it in battle. Swish. If Sha Bo didn't respond, the duck-billed fire dragon had successfully used teleportation, and appeared behind the duck-billed fire dragon with unparalleled accuracy. At this moment, Lu Yin's voice sounded again. End the fight. Stomp your feet. Stomp, a ground-based trick, can cause double damage to duck-billed fire dragons. The most important thing is that this trick can't be learned by the duck-billed fire dragon, and it is a unique trick that can only be used after it evolves into a duck-billed fire dragon. Roar! The duck-billed flame dragon immediately acted, raising its feet to condense the khaki energy. It did not step on the ground according to the normal method of using the unique trick, and then hurt the enemy with shock, and it turned the attack directly on the duck-billed fire dragon in front. Bang! The duck-billed fire dragon stepped on the back of the duck-billed fire dragon with one foot, and the duck-billed fire dragon, which had lost most of its physical strength, was unable to respond at all while using the hot air trick. Bang! The duck-billed fire dragon was kicked, and immediately flew forward. Seeing this scene, Shabo shook his head helplessly. He knows, the game is over. He loses. Chapter 287 _ Decide the winner. The evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon in the public. 3/4. Boom. At the same time as Lu Yin and Shabo decided the final outcome, the gorgeous figure of the flame bird appeared from the Pokeball, and under the watchful eyes of many people, it flew to the top of the crater. Ow! The flame bird was burning with fiery flames and raised its head to make a loud chirping sound. Its sound was transmitted to the crater, echoed in the volcano, and reached no one's ears. It was their anxiety caused by worrying about the eruption of the volcano. The mood slowly calmed down. This is the power of the beast. Which is the weakest level in the divine beast sequence, can show the ability that is not comparable to that of ordinary elves. It's not something that ordinary humans can imagine. In the cry of the flame bird, an invisible force seeps into the magma in the volcano and guides this force. Tremors began to subside, and the bursting lava was contained and flowed into the earth's crust. And this power, if it is replaced by other flame spirits, even if it is the existence of a first-level god, it may not be able to achieve it. This is also the meaning of the two words, divine beast. The volcano has stopped shaking. Is this the flame bird, the legendary elf? Last night, I saw the news that Master Lu Yin had conquered the flaming bird. I came here on purpose today, just to try my luck, but I didn't expect to actually see the legendary beast. If you want to see the legendary beasts, go to the Wind Festival in Chengdu. Lugia will show up every year. Appearance does appear, but the stay is too short. Actually, I have a way to make Lugia stay longer. You Kentaro made me really convinced. You thought you were Master Lu Yin. Actually, my method is, let Master Lu Yin participate in this year's Festival of Wind. With his relationship with Lugia, maybe we will have a chance to take a photo with Lugia. Brother, if you have an idea, let's go. Let's leave a message under the official account of the Chengdu Alliance. Many people were excited by the appearance of the flaming bird. Take pictures, chat and chat. But everyone didn't forget to pay attention to the battle between Shabo and Lu Yin. Therefore, they also saw the moment when the battle was decided. Wow, duck-billed flame dragon house will teleport and stomp. Surprise double. It's really a familiar feeling. Master Lu Yin can always take out things you don't know and deal with you. Yeah, whatever. Opponent is the strongest rookie, or his wife's quasi-king, or an old-fashioned Tianwang-level trainer, he can crush them with knowledge. Master Lu Yin, he is really strong in every aspect. As for Lu Yin's victory, no one has ever felt that since he first played against Xiao Kai as a gym owner, and seeing him lose, in many people's minds, he is already invincible incarnation. Lose. Shabo sighed. Although he also knew that he probably couldn't win, he was still a little sad when the result came. There are many young trainers who have challenged the gym badge over the years, but the one who can really command the elves to defeat his strongest duck-billed fire dragon people, Lu Yin was the first. Of Lu Yin's elf is a little weaker than his duck-billed fire dragon. Lu Yin is indeed a strong and excellent young man. Old man, eat this. Shabo directed the fierce arrow eagle to fly to the duck-billed fire dragon, and took out an omnipotent recovery fruit from the space watch and handed it to him. This is a habit formed by Shabo. Because the duck-billed fire dragon once had more forcible breakthroughs, resulting in damage to the body's origin and many hidden injuries to the body, it was necessary to use the almighty recovery fruit to adjust to the best state as soon as possible. Otherwise, the outbreak of assassination in the body is likely to be life-threatening. Roar. After eating the fruit, a layer of green light appeared on the duck-billed fire dragon. When this layer of light dissipated, the duck-billed fire dragons lost physical strength and indicated injuries had completely recovered. Come back, duck-billed flame dragon. Lu Yin was more straightforward, took the duck-billed flame dragon back directly, and let her return to the built-in secret realm of the game console, where there are lava crystals that can restore power. Temporarily unavailable because it was used by Lugia to help the Firebird break through the realm. But that's the general case. Lu Yin's game console is an artifact. After the lava crystal was returned to the secret realm of the game console, its power has long been restored. It is worth mentioning that after the lava crystal is transplanted into the built-in space of the game console, the amplification effect seems to be somewhat enhanced. This made the Ninetales break through to the championship level. Not only that, but the spirits of Victini have also hatched. Therefore, the number of divine beasts owned by Lu Yin is not 2 known to outsiders, but 3. Seeing Lu Yin put away the duck-billed flame dragon, Xiaobo simply walked up to Lu Yin and asked hopefully, "Little one. Jing, how about helping my duck-billed fire dragon evolve now?" Xiaobo wanted to help the duck-billed fire dragon to evolve early, so that it could repair its damaged origin and dark wounds, without having to endure pain, and without having to live under lava all the time. Of course it's fine. Lu Yin agreed very simply, and then took out the lava device that had already been prepared from his watch. Is this the device that can make the duck-billed fire dragon evolve? Xiaobo took the lava device in his hand, his eyes burning hot. On their side also attracted the attention of ignorant people. They are also very interested in the evolution of a new kind of elves. Yes, this is it. Lu Yin nodded affirming Xiaobo's guess, and then introduced, this is the most advanced wide style, with a 50% chance of helping elves improve their qualifications. The production process of this lava device is very complicated, but for Lu Yin, just put the corresponding materials into the game machine, and then click a synthesis. Increase qualification by 50%. Xiaobo's heart became more and more hot. Not only him, the people watching the lively around, the audience watching the live broadcast, all of them stood up, very hot. A 50% chance, which is such a high chance that there are precious items worth tens of millions at auction, and there is still no market for them. Who can not be tempted? Can I use it now? Xiaobo cast an inquiring look at Lu Yin. Please. Lu Yin shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, looking at the fans we chatted so happily yesterday, just give me 10 million alliance coins to give me a hint. Good. Xiaobo nodded heavily, placed the lava device on the duck-billed fire dragon, and at the same time took out a special device, and hope flashed in his eyes. Old man, start to evolve. Chapter 288 Under the spotlight, evolution has an accident. Xiaobo is affectionate. 4 quarters. It's too expensive for this lava device to cost 10 million yuan. You are stupid, this lava device can help the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon, and there is a possibility of improving its qualifications in half a minute and 50. Do you believe it or not? If Master Lu Yin is willing to sell it at this price, how much can it be? How much to sell? True and false. Don't show your 5, so let me tell you. A fire-type evolution stone was auctioned at a high price of 70 million at the Vibrant auction last year, and the best evolution stone can improve the elves' qualifications. It is not as powerful as a lava device. That's right, although there are relatively more elves that can use the fire element evolution stone, there are actually only a few. Although the lava device can only be used by the duck-billed fire dragon, the duck-billed fire dragon is so handsome and powerful. I've seen it all. This thing is going to be put up for auction, and each 50 million won't be able to get it. Hey, isn't Master Lu Yin a loss? Don't look at others with your mortal eyes. Can Master Lu Yin think about problems in the same way as we do? Let me ask you, if the duck-billed fire dragon of the pavilion owner Xiaobo evolves, how much will it change? I understand, the owner of Kobo can become a champion trainer, and everyone knows about the owner of Kobo and his duck-billed fire dragon. If the duck-billed fire dragon breaks through, he may also break through, that is to say. That's right, Master Lu Yin has gained the popularity of a future high-ranking champion trainer. No, it's a favor. The crowd around was chatting for a while. Everyone thought that Kobo was lucky enough to meet Lu Yin and his invention of the lava device, but they envied him that he could take down this lava device with only 10 million yuan. Everyone admired Lu Yin even more, because he thought about things too comprehensively. But Lu Yin was far smarter than they believed. In fact, if a lava device is asked to follow the steps, it may not be said that it fails, the effect is not so good, and the cost is still high. And he can get 100% of the lava device, and the cost is much lower than 10 million. Other words, he sold the lava device for 10 million yuan, and he made a lot of money. It was on this basis that he gained Kobo's favor. The more goodwill he has, the more he earns, but even if he doesn't have good feelings, he has already turned. Of course, if there is no accident in the future, this device will still be as expensive as he will sell it. Old man, let's get started. Under the discussion and attention of the crowd, Kobo had brought the lava device to the duck-billed fire dragon, and at the same time took out a special device and placed it by its side. This special device is called a signal simulator. The evolution method of the duck-billed fire dragon is to carry the lava device for communication and exchange. In this exchange process, a special signal will be generated, and the signal will stimulate the duck-billed fire dragon and the lava device to have a special response. And the signal simulator that Kobo came up with can send out this special signal. The reason why he took out this device was that he was afraid of any accident when the duck-billed fire dragon evolved, so he could help in time. After all, the origin of his duck-billed fire dragon is damaged, and no one knows if the evolution will be smooth. The duck-billed fire dragon rubbed Kobo affectionately and then gave a cheering gesture, signaling him to start. Good. Kobo took a deep breath and pressed down on his hand. Squeak. A special signal is issued in the signal simulator, and the signal acts on the duck-billed fire dragon and the lava device on his body. Shish. Under the gaze of everyone, the lava device and the duck-billed fire dragon simultaneously emitted a dazzling white light and began to merge. In the light, the body of the duck-billed fire dragon began to undergo unknown changes. Seeing this scene, everyone showed hopeful eyes. Evolution, this magical power, every time I see it, as long as it is a person who loves elves, a strange feeling will arise in my heart. Of Kobo and his duck-billed fire dragon has never been a secret. Many people are amazed by the friendship between Kobo and the duck-billed fire dragon. Now that the duck-billed fire dragon is finally going to evolve, everyone will be happy with it and Kobo. But just when everyone thought that things were going to improve for a while, a mutation suddenly occurred. Roar! In the white light, the duck-billed fire dragon let out a painful scream, and the light of evolution suddenly began to flicker. Everyone can see that the duck-billed fire dragon has changed in the light, but it has not completely evolved. Everyone can see the pained expression of the duck-billed fire dragon. Duck-billed fire dragon. How are you? It doesn't matter. Kobo raised a heart in his throat. He looked at the duck-billed fire dragon nervously. His eyes moved slightly. His old hands were already clenched into fists, and because they were too strong, the blue veins were very obvious. Hoo-hoo. Of the duck-billed fire dragon full of pain. If you look carefully, you can see that its body is beginning to crack and shatter. This is a manifestation of its body's inability to withstand evolutionary forces. Due to the damage to his origin, his body has been injured too much. Although he can evolve now, he cannot withstand this stimulation and transformation. What Kobo was most worried about still happened. Damu, where is Damu Shicheng, you bastard? Hurry up and help me out. Kobo's eyes were already wet, and he roared at Shishi. His voice was full of despair and hysteria, but it was like holding on to the last life-saving straw, calling out the name of Dr. Damu. At the scene, I immersed myself, and even the barrage in the live broadcast room it was quiet. Everyone was infected by Kobo's desperate expression, and one heart sank to the bottom. No one can ignore this influx of truth. Kobo really worried about the duck-billed fire dragon to the core. I'm here, I'm ready. In the eyes of everyone's expectations, Dr. Damu did not know when he had come to Lu Yin's side, and there was a happy egg standing beside him. This happy egg is also one of Dr. Damu's most original partners, a nurse who is at the top of the championship. Happy egg, use healing wish on the duck-billed fire dragon. Dr. Ogi immediately asked Happy Egg to use the most recognized recovery trick, the wish of healing that can restore all physical strength and negative state in an instant. Hi Pi. Happy Egg raised his hands and gathered the strength of his whole body. Its body began to emit white light, and then a burst of light blue flashes were emitted. These flashes all fell on the duck-billed fire dragon. To be able to get to these, after all the flashes submerged into the duck-billed fire dragon's body, the happy egg lost all of its strength and lay down on the ground. At this time, in the white light, the painful expression on the duck-billed fire dragon's face was finally relieved. Seeing this scene, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Only one calm Lu Yin suddenly changed his face and said solemnly, "No, this time evolution will fail." Lu Yin's voice reached Kobo's ears for the first time, and his face changed suddenly. What did you say? Chapter 289_Desperate Times. All prayers. Lu Yin's aura flashed. 1/3. What did you say? Kobo suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Yin with a grim expression. He would have such an expression, not against Lu Yin, but simply because he was worried about the duck-billed fire dragon, and now his expression is a little uncontrollable. Roar. Don't wait. Lu Yin explained something. The duck-billed fire dragon made a painful cry again. And this time, its cry was full of despair. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and found that the white light on the duck-billed fire dragon had all dissipated, and a strange light ball appeared on its head, which was dissipating little by little. The aura on his body was fading crazily. The most interesting thing is that its body is also disappearing a little bit. Because of the excessive pain, the muscles on its face were all tensed together, making it ugly, but the first time it met Kobo's line of sight, it showed a far-fetched smile, and said in a weak voice, "Who? Old man, I'll take a step now. Don't be sad, we will be partners in the next life." No. Kobo understood the meaning of the duck-billed fire dragon's words, and stepped forward to hug it. His expression was very frightened, Jin was helpless, and he was very reluctant. Looking at the appearance of the duck-billed fire dragon leaving, he was already in tears. Duck-billed fire dragon, old man. Don't go. Blame me for being so persistent. I shouldn't be rich and powerful, and let you hurt the source. Don't go away. Kobo was mourning over there, and he turned his head to look at Dr. Damu, hoping that he could find a way of life. However, Dr. Damu just shook his head, and he was also very helpless, because his biggest reliance was the happy egg at the peak of the championship level, and the wish to heal, the strongest recovery move that the happy egg could use, but it still failed. What to do? Kobo was wailing over there. But there is no way. The scene, although the others could not understand what the duck-billed fire dragon was saying, they had already understood after seeing its expression and watching Kobo's performance. The atmosphere of surprise was spreading. Place was dead silent. Some sensual girls have red eyes. Even Nazi, a character couple, but a kind-hearted girl, was touched, and her heart fluctuated. At this moment, everyone is praying in their hearts. The live broadcast room, I don't know if it is suitable for the lively atmosphere of arguing or throwing jokes in the past. If anyone pays attention, you can find that the barrage is all praying. Tears, what kind of feeling is this, such a separation of life and death? I'm not trying to spoil the atmosphere, I just want to ask, is this evolutionary failure rock device a problem? Upstairs, I won't spray you this time. Let me know about Shabo's deeds. The duck-billed fire dragon tried 3 times to forcibly transform his aptitude to become stronger for Shabo, but all failed. Now it seems that the essence of life is not enough. Woo, I just finished watching it, and I'm already in tears. The lava device that Lu Yin took out may be the last antidote in Shabo's eyes. Yeah, without evolution, the duck-billed fire dragon can only ease the pain in the lava, and then silently walk towards disappointment. It's too sad. With such feelings, can't a miracle happen? A miracle will come. The will of the world, gods and beasts, are you watching? Go out and save the duck-billed fire dragon. I'm willing to trade my life for 1 year. I really agree with this feeling. Please let a miracle come. Everyone is praying for a miracle to come. But we all know how difficult it is. It's useless for Dr. Oki to use Healing Wish on the champion-level Happy Egg, so other elves can't help much. Now the elves who can help the duck-billed fire dragon, only the elves who can use the powerful healing system in the legend are left, such as the forest god Celebi and Karachi. The legendary elves are phantom beasts who also use the wish of healing. Otherwise, it would be useless even for Lu Yin to call Lugia. But thinking of Lu Yin, many looked at him. The name Lu Yin, in a sense, has been linked to miracles. He is the creator of countless miracles. Maybe this time, he can create a miracle again. Xiao Yin, is there anything you can do? Dr. Damu also thought of Lu Yin like many others, so he asked him. I didn't. If there were, I would have used it a long time ago, and I won't wait until now. Lu Yin shook his head helplessly. Although sometimes he likes to pretend, he also likes to take action at the most critical moment to show off the limelight. But that definitely doesn't include times like the present. He actually considered using lava crystals, but quickly rejected it. Not that he is afraid of exposure. No one but him knew that it would take a lot of time for the lava crystal to recover after being used by Lugia. Only after seeing the wish to heal the happy egg did not work, he had already judged that the problem of the duck-billed fire dragon was not the body, but the serious damage to the source. The lava crystal is only a temporary solution, not the root cause, and there is nothing to take it out. It will only prolong the pain of the duck-billed fire dragon. What about the flame bird? Isn't that flaming bird too? It's the god of fire. Shabo suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Yin with a hopeful look on his face. He thought of the flame bird. Lu Yin's flames can easily solve things like volcanic eruptions, but it shouldn't be difficult to save lives. In his ears, everyone looked at Lu Yin with hope in their eyes. Under everyone's attention, Lu Yin shook his head. No, I have already asked the flame bird, and it said that if it has a priesthood, with the ability of the fire god, it can also help the duck-billed fire dragon to forcibly improve its qualifications and help it tide over the difficulties. But now, no. Lu Yin was very helpless. Of course, he had already thought about what Shabo thought of, and he had asked the flaming bird through telepathy. But the answer is really disappointing. How could this be? Shabo went to the whole place as if he had lost his soul, and muttered in despair. Why? Why have I already done this step? The duck-billed fire dragon is still going to die. I thought I was lucky this time, but I didn't expect it to be worse. Ah! Shabo shouted and roared wildly, discovering the unwillingness in his heart. However, when his last words reached Lu Yin's mind, it made him think of something. Wait. Luck. By the way, there may be a way. Seeing that some people in our website's elf text regard elves as tools, I think I will rewrite some flesh and blood things, but my head hurts a bit, and I also need tears. The author has moved himself a bit. I don't know if you have any. Was moved by the refill. Chapter 290_Victini's debut. Lu Yin creates another miracle. 2/3. Roar. The duck-billed fire dragon let out a desolate roar, and half of its body has dissipated, and the part of its head that represents the source of life has long since dissipated. When the source of life disappears, it is also the time when he disappears completely. The sad atmosphere was passing, and in the surrounding crowd, some emotional people had their eyes moistened unconsciously, and even a few girls had lowered their heads and started sobbing softly. Good relationship with Shabo, such as Dr. Damu and Mula, and who also know the duck-billed fire dragon, can't help but close their eyes and raise their heads, so as not to show their sadness. At the scene, the only thing that still had a smile was the duck-billed fire dragon who was suffering but didn't want Shabo to worry about him. Only it still has a smile, as if this can make Shabo feel at ease. Shabo knelt down to the ground helplessly and repented helplessly. His most spoken word. They thought that luck was on their side this time, but they left at the end, depriving them of this opportunity. Why Shabo wanted to ask the old man why. But he has no spare energy. But after Luyin heard Shabo's words, a flash of light flashed in those bright black eyes. No, we still have a chance. Since the luck is not good, we will transfer it. That appeared in the darkness, and shot into everyone's hearts in an instant, especially Shabo. He reflexed, jumped up from the ground, ran to Luyin's side, looked at him with fiery eyes, asked, "How to change, use my other elf." The legendary fairy. While Luyin replied to Shabo, he took out a pokeball and threw it. And his words caused a wave in everyone's heart. Could it be that the other legendary elf was the divine beast that was rewarded by the will of the world and announced by the world? Everyone was very curious about what this divine beast Luyin was, but he never revealed it. Could it be that now? Is he going to take it out? What kind of elf would it be? Listen to Luyin's meaning. This elf can help the current duck-billed fire dragon. Could it be something wrong with Celebi? If it was this kind of elf, he must have been just took it out, won't wait until now. After all, it is related to the life of an elf. And Luyin also said that this elf can improve the luck of the duck-billed fire dragon. What kind of elf is this? Many people are curious. Compared to those who don't know the situation, girls like Natsi, Catalia, Lily and Jiyu Qingqing are showing blank dart flags. They all know that Luyin is another legendary elf Jiyu. Lily just knew that the cloud she brought was a divine beast, but she didn't calm down for several days, and she was just angry. White-eyed wolf, of the little nebula, actually fell into Luyin's arms and ignored her. Of course, that's over now. What the girls are curious about is, does Cosmog have the power to change people's luck? Luyin told them that Cosmog is an elves that can evolve. Mogu only moves instantaneously. How it can change the luck of an elf, the girls were curious, and then, together with everyone, they watched the elf that flew out of the Pokeball. This is an elf that has always been a little small, somewhat like a mouse. It has its own characteristics, and the most attractive part is its huge and sharp ears that form the shape of letters. It has big blue eyes that almost take up the size of its face. Its head is so large that it doesn't match its body, which looks even smaller. Its body is very similar in color to cream, with orange on top of its ears, top of head, and limbs. Its limbs are rounded at the ends, but grow like claws, just above the ends. Has 3-fingered hands and 2 tails like wings. Of this elf instantly attracted the attention of the girls, but they were so excited that their hearts would be turned into cuteness. This is really a very cute fairy. There are also many muscular men shouting to the sky excitedly, Nima. This is the elf that the macho should subdue. That appeared in front of everyone was the legendary Victini, who could guarantee that the trainer would never fail after being captured. It is said that the Victini body will generate endless energy, and this energy can also be transmitted to other elves and humans by touch. Because the human who conquered Victini is never defeated, some people call it a symbol of luck and invincibility. It's Victini. It's actually a Victini of the fire type and the super energy type. Is this the first divine beast that Master Luyin captured? Master Luyin can subdue this elf. It's really not surprising at all. There is still good luck to win, and Victini also has the power of civil servants and military generals, and the duck-billed fire dragon is really possible to be saved. Was very excited to see Victini. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to come. But unlike most people, Boar and other girls all had confused expressions on their faces. Lu Yin didn't send out Cosmogu. Lu Yin actually has a third legendary elf. This is too scary. Besides, Victini and the Firebird are both fire-type beasts. It was too smooth sailing, but Lu Yin didn't know what the girls were thinking, so he waved to Victini. Victini, come here. Bini. Victini fluttered with big eyes. The small wings on his tail flapped, flew to Lu Yin's shoulder and stopped, and rubbed Lu Yin's cheek affectionately. Now is not the time to be close. Lu Yin reached out and touched Victini's head, then pointed to the duck-billed fire dragon in front, and said softly, "Can you help it, Victini?" The reason why Lu Yin didn't think of Victini at first was because Victini had just hatched, and although there was a game console to share experience, its strength was still at an advanced level. High-level strength Victini, even if the power is endless, he thinks there is a very high possibility of helping the duck-billed fire dragon. But after thinking about all the luck, he thought he could give it a try. Bini. Victini glanced at the duck-billed fire dragon, nodded cutely, and then flapped its small wings and flew to the duck-billed fire dragon, reaching out lightly. Crack! A layer of blue light beams flashed on the duck-billed fire dragon. Immediately after, everyone saw that the origin of the shattering duck-billed fire dragon actually stopped and didn't understand. Shish! There was an unprecedented fiery light in Sha Bo's eyes. This time, can Lu Yin create a miracle again? Chapter 291 _ The Power of Victini. Invitation to the World Championship. 3/3. Bini. Of the duck-billed fire dragon with one hand, a golden light flashed in the big blue eyes, and a strange power began to act in the duck-billed fire dragon. A layer of blue light appeared on the surface of the duck-billed fire dragon, and the shattered source of life on its head suddenly stopped its tendency to shatter. You look carefully, you can see that this source shows that there is a golden light circulating. Bini. Victini blinked, suddenly withdrew his hand, flew to Lu Yin's shoulder and stopped, quietly looking at the duck-billed fire dragon. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be at a standstill. No one lived, no one moved, everyone was looking at the duck-billed fire dragon, especially the broken and manifested source of life on its head. There was hope in Sha Bo's eyes, and a heart had already reached his throat. Everyone is praying in their hearts that a miracle will come. Crack! Under everyone's attention, the source of life on the duck-billed fire dragon's head that stopped dissipating suddenly made a substantive cracking sound. Then, a crack spread down from right above the golden source. Like an egg, it began to split in half, and finally disappeared. All the water friends in the live broadcast room. Live, so the audience. Lu Yin's women, Dr. Damu, Sha Bo, everyone was speechless for a while. Could this be? The legendary long pain is not as good as short pain. Victini's way to improve the luck of the duck-billed fire dragon is to help it lose. No. But soon, everyone reacted, and the situation at the scene was a bit strange. As the source of life has been shattered, the remaining body of the duck-billed fire dragon did not disappear, but instead shone with a burst of white light. That seems to be the light of evolution. Then, some sharp-eyed people discovered that the lava device worn on the duck-billed fire dragon began to melt into its body. When the lava device completely disappeared, a burst of golden light suddenly lit up on its head, followed by a larger and brighter source of life than the previous one. The source of life condensed out, and it did not enter the body of the duck-billed fire dragon. Seeing this scene, Sha Bo burst into tears, and immediately cheered, "That's great. This is really good. Invincible luck." It turns out that there is such a thing. Sha Bo couldn't control his inner excitement, and even most of the people who were following the incident started cheering. They understand that a miracle has really happened. As we all know, different elves have different qualities, and elves with different talents have different life essences. Elves can also forcibly break through capital and enter new areas. To give a vivid example, if a sphere is used, then of course, when an elf raises his strength to the maximum level of talent, it is the time when the source of life is at its fullest. At this time, when he forcibly broke through into a new field, he shattered the originally perfect sphere and built a new sphere. And the reason why the duck-billed fire dragon is facing a crisis of disappointment during this evolution is that it has forcibly broken through the qualification limit in several places to become stronger, and the origin of life cannot be reorganized after being destroyed, resulting in continuous cracks. The current situation is that Victini bestowed luck on the duck-billed fire dragon, allowing him to absorb the power of the lava device first and trigger its ability to enhance his aptitude during evolution. Therefore, the current situation is that the duck-billed fire dragon itself has the qualifications of a champion, and its source of life, that is, the ball of light, has become even larger. By evolution is just a filling, rather than a shock force that forcibly breaks through the physical reorganization of the body. Swish. In the eyes of countless people, the white light around the duck-billed fire dragon's body dissipated, revealing its brand new face. Flame roar. The newborn duck-billed flame dragon raised its head and let out a full-bodied cry, which was full of joy of being born again. Its voice also infected countless people and Shabo around. That's great, old man. Shabo stepped forward and hugged the duck-billed flame dragon, tears welling up in his eyes. Flame roar. The duck-billed flame dragon picked up Shabo, and also wept with joy, with tears in his eyes. That's great. A miracle really happened. Master Lu Yin is awesome. Victini is awesome. So handsome, he is indeed a miracle maker. Congratulations to Shabo, a lover is finally married. Upstairs, are you the devil? Everyone cheered, happy that the duck-billed fire dragon evolved into the duck-billed fire dragon, happy that it died without pain. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even in the mood to start joking. Everyone is very pleased with the evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. Nuzzies only because of Lu Yin's smile on the cold face of Bingshan. There is also a radian, which is very beautiful. Also a burst of cheers at the scene. Thank you, Xiao Yin. Thank you, Victini. Shabo brought the duck-billed flame dragon to Lu Yin, sincerely thanked him, and made the most solemn promise. In the future, whatever is useful will come to my place. As long as you are instructed, go through fire and water, and do whatever you want. Shabo spoke very seriously and his eyes were firm. Anyone present can express his resolve. This made many admire and envy Lu Yin even more. Lu Yin is not only awesome himself, but now he is grateful for Shabo, a newly promoted champion training. If something happens to this kind of person, you need to do it yourself, and you can get things done in minutes. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you. Lu Yin smiled casually, but don't think that he is stronger than Shabo, so he can't use Shabo. In fact, there are always people who will encounter one or two things that are inconvenient for them to deal with. At this time, the benefits of having someone at hand will be reflected. All in all, this event ended with a happy ending. Won the victory and Shabo's gratitude, Lu Yin plans to take the girls around the Red Lotus Island again, and go to the hot springs tonight. Many are also planning to leave. But at this moment, a blue-armored bird suddenly flew from the sky. The name of this elf is Steel-Armored Crow, which is a kind of flying elf mainly distributed in the Galar region of the elf world. It is the evolution of the young tit. On the back of this young tit, stood a young man in a suit. The steel-armored crow flew all the way to Lu Yin and the others. The young man standing above him jumped from the top, walked to Lu Yin, took out an invitation letter, and said a little arrogantly, "Hello, Lu Yin champion. I'm from the Garal region, and I sincerely invite you to participate in this World Championship Trainer Ranking Competition." Chapter 292_Gorgeous and Hypergiant. Recognized as the strongest champion trainer, D&D. 1/3. Invitation to the World Champion Trainer Ranking Tournament. Hearing the young man's words, Lu Yin took the invitation letter in his hand to check, and glanced at the steel-armored crow at the same time. He knew that this steel-armored crow had excellent flying ability and a high degree of intelligence. In the Galar region, the steel-armored crows use these abilities to create a fleet in a room called Galar Convoy. Of companies do the work of transporting people to towns and cities. People in the Galar region believe that there is no elf in the sky that can compare to the Iron Crow. And the reason why Lu Yin pays attention to it is because he is a kind of elf that can be supergiant. The so-called supergiant. We must first mention the supergiant. The supergiant is a special phenomenon that only occurs in certain places in the Galar region. In some special places in the Galar region, there are special energy points. As long as the giant wristband is used, all elves can be giant. After the supergiant, the size of the elf will be greatly increased, various data will be improved to a certain extent, and a dark red reflection will be formed on the body, and 3 gray-red clouds will appear on the height of the body, and all of them can be used before the move will become a giant move. This phenomenon can happen to almost all elves except a few individual elves. This is an evolutionary method that is even stranger than hyper-evolution. Besides, possible. This hypergiant, and hyper-evolutionary significance of elves, occurs only in certain species of elves. And not all instances of a genie type can be hypergiant. That Lu Yin is paying attention to now is a kind of supergiant elf that may be possible, but very few steel-armored crows can really supergiant. Supergiant. Afterwards, compared to gigantic, the elf not only reminds that it will become larger. The appearance will also become more personal. At the same time, when these elves go out, they will improve some of their abilities like ordinary giant elves, and they can also perform supergiant moves that ordinary giant elves can't do. This is a special gigantic move. Because of this special power and special position in the Galar region, the people in the Galar region have some arrogance. They feel that they are naturally stronger than people from other regions. But in fact, after leaving the Galar region, they were unable to become gigantic and hypergiant, and they were often the bottom of the pack. But they don't even know it themselves. This kind of blind confidence and contempt for others will be similar to the people in the Smecta area of the Blue Star world. Gorgeous. Supergiant. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a new function of the game console recently. If the effect of that function is exhibited, his existence should be completely destroyed by the people in the Galar region. An existence that can transform itself into a giant spirit anytime, anywhere. World Championship Ranking Competition. After glancing at the steel-armored crow, Lu Yin began to leave behind the image on the invitation letter in his hand. It stated that Lu Yin was invited to participate in this upcoming championship ranking competition, and he only needed to fill in some names in an unknown. This World Championship ranking competition is not easy. Originally, it was just a competition held every 4 years in the wizard world. The last competition was last year, and logically speaking, it will take 3 years for a new competition to be held. And now, the reason why it was held in advance is because of the fusion of the Elf world and the Blue Star world. The two worlds want to use this event to determine the gap between the top standings of the two sides. Of course, not every champion trainer can and will participate. First of all, a champion trainer who wants to participate in this competition must be an upper-level champion trainer. That is, while having 3 or more champion elves, he also needs to understand the aura of a champion trainer. This point, Lu Yin has already achieved. He will receive an invitation letter, which is also a matter of course. This match between the upper-level champion trainers is not like an ordinary match that gathers these upper-level champion trainers in one place and spends a few days arranging the competition. Every upper-level champion trainer is the strongest under the master level. Even many of the top champion trainers are regional champions. How could they collectively waste time to gather in one place? So the arrangement of this game is very special. The first thing that needs to be intentional to compete is to sign up for champion trainers. Then, after the game officially starts, a lottery will be drawn to decide which 2 upper-level champion trainers will compete first and coordinate the time between the two sides. Doing such a thing, the alliance will never be bothered, because any game between champion trainers, especially between upper-level champion trainers, will definitely sign up from spectators, and there are a lot of people who buy tickets for reasons. And it's an expensive ticket. So, this is an opportunity to make big profits. The third point, the venue must be in the Galar region, because at present, only there is a place that can make the elves go giant. Between the giant elves is also the proof that the trainer has mastered the strength. Finally, this game will last for a year. The final double will be played at the most important venue in the Galar region, and the winner will have the title of the strongest champion trainer for the next 4 years, still recognized. Of each world champion trainer competition will be the winner of the previous one. And the winner of the previous session was the regional champion of the 4 heavenly kings in the Galar region, Dandy. This Dandy was the champion of the Galar region and the world championship. He has always been regarded as the world's strongest king among champion trainers, and is an unbeaten superstar in the Galar region. Dante was born and raised in Galar, and participated in the Galar League competition for the first time. Become a champion and have the myth of undefeated. This man is truly invincible. And this Pill Emperor is also the master of this young man in front of Lu Yin. Champion Lu Yin, if you have any questions, please sign the invitation letter and hand it to me. Young man in the suit folded his arms and suggested a friendly suggestion. I believe you are very happy to participate in this competition. After all, to participate in such an event, you can learn from many championship-level trainers. Chapter 293 _ The Provocation of Dandy's Apprentice. The Elf Master can't be humiliated. 2/3. What's your name? Lu Yin was not in a hurry to fill in his name on the invitation letter, nor was he in a hurry to answer the question of the young man in the suit. The first sentence he said was to ask the young man's name. Lu Yin's performance, but many people are puzzled. Young man in the suit was also slightly stunned, and then said confidently, "Ma family Langpuert." Lumpter. Lu Yin raised his brows and then asked, "Who is Emperor Dan?" Huh. Rumpter took care of Lu Yin with unexpected eyes, and asked in doubt, "How do you know that I have something to do with Dandy Champion?" "No talent, I'm the eldest disciple of the Dedan Champion." Saying that, Rumpter puffed out his chest and looked very proud. However, he does have the capital of self-confidence. After all, Dandy is now recognized as the strongest champion trainer who defeated Yulongdu, Zyrna and others. Lamptey's words suddenly changed the eyes of many people looking at him. It's actually the eldest apprentice of the Dandy Champion. Lumpter, I have heard this name before. It seems that he is a talented trainer who has just risen in the Galar region. He participated in the Alliance Challenge for the first time and has become a lower-level king-level trainer. It turned out to be a disciple of the Dandy Champion, really amazing. Dan Emperor is the strongest champion, of course his disciples are not weak. The strongest champion has asked me, Lu Yin. Yes, the strongest champion should be my Lu Yin. Hee, everyone, Lu Yin is a very talented person. Compared with the Pill Emperor at the same time, he can definitely be crushed. Now he has more divine beasts, and he has saved many people and done a lot of great things. He is a person worthy of worship, but if he is a battle between champion trainers, he's no match for Dandy. Fart, Lu Yin has a special aura that he comprehends. He also has super power assistance. His commanding ability is not inferior to that of a master-level trainer. He will be worse than Emperor Dan. Dandy can become the strongest champion, and he is not weak. Alright, your Dan Emperor is the best, we Lu Yin are masters, more than bullying. The lore upstairs is so good. To be reasonable, do you know it sooner than a game? There is a lot of noise on the internet because Lu Yin and Dandy are more worthy of the title of the strongest champion. At this time, Lu Yin casually threw the invitation letter back into Lamptey's hand, and said lightly, I will not participate in this competition. What, you don't participate? The smile on the old Lumpter's face froze, unable to. Asked incredulously, why did you refuse? But why did I agree? Lu Yin asked back, with contempt in his eyes. This Dan Emperor, this matter can't have anything to do with Dan Emperor, he won't be so boring and care about disappearing. It should be the organizer of this event that made him feel ridiculous. Take this arrogant and rude Heavenly King level trainer to invite him, or promise him that Lu Yin will be a high-ranking champion level trainer no matter what, or even a master level trainer. Don't say how much pomp and circumstance you need, but you have to have an attitude. This face, since Lumpter has been selected by your luck to be selected into the championship trainer competition, who will you show it? Dr. Ogi laughed and shook his head. He now has a good understanding of Lu Yin's temper, so after seeing the performance of Lumpter here, he guessed it would be the result. Especially Lu Yin asked about the relationship between Rumpter and Dante. This is actually what he is thinking about, how to deal with Rumpter. If Rumpter was just an ordinary staff member, Lu Yin would definitely beat the people of the Galil Alliance well. This is what a new master should have in style. If this person has something to do with Dandy, then Lu Yin will let Lang Poop go as he sees fit. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Yin was afraid of Emperor Pill, but that he was very positive and knew how to distinguish right from wrong. Since yesterday, there have been people on the internet comparing Lu Yin and Emperor Dan, both inside and outside of the words, meaning that Lu Yin is more powerful than Emperor Dan. This has already attracted a backlash from some Dandy fans. Now, because of this incident on the internet, there are many people who can't copy it. Open the glue. So Lu Yin confirmed the relationship between Langpoert and Dandy, just wanted to see if he was someone close to Dandy, so he had a little temper. If so, Lu Yin would not have the same knowledge as him. This is the temperament of being a master. Of course, the master has bearing and style, but also has dignity and glory that can never be humiliated. Although Lu Yin will not trouble Langpoet, but afterward, he will definitely go to Dandy to have a good chat about it. And his treatment method is very recognized by Dr. Damu. This is what a master would do. Course, that Lampert is just not showing enough respect, and if he's truly offended, he can't be forgiven so easily. Example now, seeing Lu Yin's words, he turned his head and planned to leave. Langpoert was a little anxious, and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? Are you afraid of losing to my master after participating in the competition and losing the title of the strongest champion trainer?" Asking this question, Lumpter's face was even more disdainful. "Oh, that. The title doesn't belong to you." Crack. Lu Yin stopped the steps he had taken. Sighed. Dr. Omu, who also heard Rumpter's words, changed his expression, and then shook his head. "This Rumpter is a little impatient. It seems that I need to find a chance to talk to Dandy." Dr. Oki has no intention of intervening in this matter. Master can't humiliate, this is the iron law. And now that Trump has violated this iron law, he needs to pay the corresponding price. However, he has a good relationship with Dandy, and he is still willing to remind him. And Lamptey's words caused a wave of waves on the internet. Fuck, this Lumpter really dares to say it. He's a ball, and he dares to question Lu Yin. To be honest, if you're not afraid, why did Lu Yin refuse? Stupid, Lu Yin is already a master, and he is a champion with you. It's said that Lu Yin is a master, but he actually has a lot of luck. He himself is not bad for a champion trainer. That's all, you guys are awesome. No matter what, Lampt is worthy of questioning Lu Yin. Upstairs, although I'm a Dandy fan, I stand by you on this point. Stupid stuff. Apart from these, netizens, Nazi and other girls' expressions also cooled down. Lu Yin has not been questioned or provoked, but then, this time it was not because he was stronger than him, or if someone who registered higher than him speaks, this Rumpter is really the first to commit a crime. Lu Yin turned around, looked at Rumpter calmly, and was terrified when he saw him. "You think, the title of the strongest champion trainer is very rare for me." Preface, 6 months ago. In order to further improve the reading quality, the author is revising this chapter. Please read it later, please read the next chapter. Summer reading is happy every day, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 294 Lu Yin, looking at Dandy's face, "I'll give you a chance." 3/3. Matep wanted to say something, but facing Lu Yin's silent gaze, he didn't know what to say. Until this time, he suddenly realized what he had done, and a chill came up behind him. In any case, Lu Yin is now a recognized master, and no matter how bad he is still a high-ranking champion trainer, and where he can question and provoke him is simply stupid to say such a thing. In fact, there are many objective reasons for this. First of all, Metapo is from the Galar region. Because of the problem of the growing environment, he is arrogant. Later, he became Dandy's apprentice and became the champion of this session of the strongest league competition, and was sought after by all kinds of people. He floated, it was normal. After all, not everyone is Emperor Dan, not everyone is Lu Yin. Since yesterday, there have been voices on the internet saying that Lu Yin is stronger than Emperor Dan. To sum up, he would only issue the sneering question just now, which seemed a little brainless and stupid. But it's actually justifiable. It is precisely because of this extenuating circumstance that he behaved a little rudely at the beginning, and Lu Yin didn't care anymore. Now this kind of provocation is excusable and cannot be used as a reason to be forgiven. I am now a master. Lu Yin sneered and asked back. I don't say how high and strong my master is, but a master is a master. Even if I am the weakest master, which one do you think sounds better than the strongest champion? Metep opened his mouth to argue. He said loudly, I would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Rhetoric. But he couldn't tell. Because no matter how the phoenix tail is the tail, it is also a part of the phoenix king. And no matter how the chicken head is the head, it is part of the chicken after all. The difference between cloud and mud, how to compare, why did I tell you this? Lu Yin shook his head amusingly, and suddenly a strong aura erupted from his body. As soon as this momentum appeared, it all pressed down on Metep, scaring him to the point where he almost fell to his knees. You provoke me, you must pay the price. Lu Yin looked at Metep coldly, and said in a calm voice, don't say I didn't give you the face of the strongest champion. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can stick with me for a minute, I'll let you go. Voice fell, and Lu Yin threw a pokeball at random. Swish. Roar. White light flashed, and a mighty and domineering black carp dragon appeared on the rocky ground and roared into the sky with the aura of a heavenly king-level elf. I heard that you are a heavenly king-level trainer. Lu Yin swept over Metep and said, now, I'll be the first to dispatch a tyrannical carp dragon with heavenly king-level strength. You can send out elves in a targeted manner. The venue advantage here is also given. I won't use a real aura. Finally, in the next game, as long as you can stay unbeaten for a minute, I'll just assume that what happened just now didn't happen, and you have the right to speak. Otherwise, don't blame me for issuing a restraining order. So-called restraining order is a restraining order issued by a powerful trainer that is not respected by the government, but is enforced by the government. Any trainer can issue a restraining order against someone, restricting a trainer's access to the Elf Center, access to alliance battles, access to larger league events, etc. And Lu Yin, a high-ranking champion trainer, can even be said to be a restraining order issued by a master trainer. I believe that no alliance will ignore her and offend her for Metep. Once Metep was restricted, his life would be ruined. Restriction order. Metep's face turned pale, and he regretted his actions more and more. But it had come to this point, and he could only hold on through gritted teeth. After all, this thing didn't turn around. The current site is a hot rock site. Lu Yin sent the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, which is equivalent to abandoning the geographical advantage. At the same time, the black market carp dragon is only a king-level elf, not a champion-level elf. It is the same level as his elf. He is not at a disadvantage, and he can consider using an elf with superior attributes when he comes out later. The most important thing is that Lu Yin doesn't have a real aura yet, which means that he only uses his heavenly king level to fight. Hold on for a minute in this situation. Metep is confident. Even he was born again with a new ambition. He wondered if he could win the game. If he can win, isn't Lu Yin just? He lost to him, the disciple of Emperor Dan in the same level battle, so what face does he have to compare with Emperor Dan? The strongest champion level thing will become a joke. He's just a lucky guy to be a master. With this thought in mind, Matop's eyes suddenly became hot. He took out an elf and asked Lu Yin seriously, really? Huh? Lu Yin smiled disdainfully and did not answer. Matop also felt that the question was superfluous. The scene, so many people watched, and Dr. Damu again, and there was even a live broadcast device filming. How could Lu Yin break his promise but not break his promise, which means that his restraining order will also be issued? He absolutely cannot lose. Then I'm welcome. Matep threw a pokeball. Swish. A white light flashed. One stood on both feet, with arrogant eyes, purple skin all over, golden yellow belly, a pair of three-fingered hands, and a sharp lightning flashed across the elf on its head, appearing opposite the black Tyrannosaurus dragon. This elf looks like an electric elf. Oh, shiny electric elf. Kamizli's eyes flashed, but when she thought that the person who sent the elves was Matep, she shook her head boringly. Carp dragon with the water system is 4 times the restraint. However, Lu Yin's black Tyrannosaurus is a bit special, and the attributes of this book are also super evolved, just like the super tyrannical Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Lu Yin looked at the elf with interest, and then used the game console to scan the elf's data. Shaking salamander. Electric spirit. This elf is an opponent. Fun. Chapter 295 _ competing at the same level. It's going to be a crush. 1/3. Name. Tremolo salamander. High profile attributes. Electrotoxicity features. Punk rock has positive electricity ++ no hidden features. Skilled master has level. Heavenly king level 6 qualification. Champion intimacy. Carrying items. Super giant transformation. Energy stone. None skill. Electric light. Battle cry. Crazy. Teary-eyed. Cry. Hiccup. Rub your cheeks. Stare. Weird waves. Acid bomb. Electricity. Solution. Charge. Electric shock waves. Ghost face. Provocative. Venom shock. Sonic wave. A little. Seeing the elves sent by Matop, Lu Yin habitually used the game console to check the information. Who can make Emperor Dan accept his apprentice? Although his personality is a little too arrogant and a little bit brainless, he is indeed not weak in elves training. This trembling salamander, Lu Yin, who has the memory of his past life, is naturally in a very good condition. That are mainly distributed in the Galar region, and their attributes are electricity and poison. This elf is very special, divided into 2 modes, high profile and low key, and there are many different tricks that can be learned in different modes. In addition, the tremolo salamander in high-pitched mode generates electricity by breaking down toxins stored in the body, producing a stringed instrument-like sound due to the intense stimulation to the chest in the process. It's like a melody played by an electric guitar. The low-key mode of the tremolo salamander produces electricity by playing the power-generating organs in the chest. It is said that the voltage of the electricity is as high as 150 volts, so it is often dangerous. When generating electricity, it will sound like an electric bass playing a precise beat. The high-profile salamander is better at poison, and the low-profile is better at electricity. If I'm low-keyed with a trembling salamander, I'm still in trouble when I deal with it, so I need to think about it. But to deal with high-profile vibrato salamanders, it seems that the only way is to directly crush them. After analyzing the data of the trembling salamander, Matep, Lu Yin showed the temperament that a master should have, and said lightly, "You shoot first." Well, he had actually figured out a way to end the game quickly, so he deliberately took it slow. Then I'll be disrespectful. Of course, Matep would not be polite to Lu Yin in this kind of thing. Now that he has entered a fighting state, he should be cautious. No matter what. Is to avoid the restraining order, or to use an alternative way to prove the strength of his master, Matep will seriously carry out this competition. Tremor salamander, use the crack. Matep took the lead in issuing the attack order. There is no need for a referee this time around, because everyone knows what the outcome means. Broken sound. Isn't this delivered to your door by yourself? Lu Yin showed a strange expression. The sound-breaking move sounds like a kind of unique move. In fact, the attack form is indeed the same, but the effect of this move is similar to the electric system. That is to say, if this move hits a normal carp dragon, it is an attack in the form of sound, but it can exert 4 times the effect. Even on the special black Tyrannosaurus, Lu Yin, it can also have a huge effect. Moreover, this trick is the exclusive trick of the trembling salamander, and most people have absolutely no experience against the enemy, and are easy to fall into passive. But this definitely does not include Lu Yin. Even, Metep's attack command was right in his arms. Electromagnetic waves, covering the surface of the body, endure. Lu Yin opened his mouth and gave an order. No one understands the purpose of his command, on the spot, except Dr. Damu, a well-informed elf doctor and master trainer. Swish. The black carp dragon also didn't know what Lu Yin was going to do, but it was very obedient, and immediately mobilized the dorsal fin that stored electricity on its back, creating a layer of golden electromagnetic waves that spread around its body. At this time, the trembling salamander has stimulated the toxins in its body, making sounds similar to guitars and basses, and these sounds become a loud noise under the blessing of special power. The invisible waves spread out, attacking the black tyrannical carp dragon. CCC. The sound wave came to the black Tyrannosaurus dragon and touched the golden electromagnetic waves around its body. Under the victory of the sound wave, these electromagnetic waves began to vibrate. Roar. The black tyrannical carp dragon hit the sound-breaking trick, showing an uncomfortable expression, followed by an angry low-pitched roar. Seeing this scene, Metep did not appear happy, but frowned. What's the matter? The sound-breaking trick should be 4 times the restraint of the tyrannical carp dragon, which is stronger than the combined power of the 2 destroying death lights. Now Lu Yin did not let the black tyrannical carp dragon defend and dodge, but took this move solidly. Why, will only have this effect? Huge doubts swept through Metep's heart, and many also appeared in his heart. Then, the next moment, they saw an even more incredible scene. I saw Lu Yin smiled slightly, and suddenly said, "The game is over, use 100,000 volts to attack. Finally use the earthquake trick to end the game." Hearing Lu Yin's words, 3 question marks appeared on everyone's head. Why do you use 100,000 volts? The Tyrannosaurus also uses 100,000 volts. It seems that it does. Use the earthquake trick to end the game. The ground-based quadruple restraint of the poison-based and electrified-type vibrato salamanders. If it hits, there is still a chance, but the question can be hit. Even if you are a master, the game can't talk to yourself, everyone. They all complained in their hearts. As long as Dr. Damu shook his head, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Emperor Dan. He wasn't trying to help, he had already helped. It's just that everything has been settled, and Dandy is also a good junior to him. Now that Metapo is about to face the result of a restraining order, Yu Qingyu should also inform him. What if Emperor Dan is willing and able to pay the price of letting Lu Yin act? I don't know what kind of person Dr. Damu is doing, and now after experiencing the initial confusion, and soon entered a bigger confusion. Only seeing the scene, the cool and handsome tyrannical dragon raised his head and let out a low roar, followed by his body trembling, creating a powerful electric dragon. As soon as the electric dragon appeared, it miraculously merged with the surrounding electromagnetic waves that were about to disperse, and the momentum became stronger. At the same time, it also brought electromagnetic effects. Not good. Metop's pupils shrank sharply, realizing that the situation was not good. But obviously, he found out too late. Boom. Chapter 296_simply lose. Dandy's request. 2/3. Roar. Before Metep could do anything, the thunder and lightning around the black tyrannical carp dragon increased again, and it also brought the effect of sound waves. Immediately after, a burst of embodied lightning with a huge sound wave attacked the trembling salamander, giving it no chance to dodge at all. Bang! Boom! At the moment when the thunder and lightning hit the trembling salamander, a burst of noise spread instantly, and its body was enveloped in a layer of golden lightning. Salamander. Under the thunder and lightning attack of the black tyrannical carp dragon, the trembling string salamander made a painful scream. This situation was much more miserable than when the black tyrannical carp dragon was attacked before. This situation makes many people a little confused. What's going on? The black tyrannical carp dragon and the trembling string salamander have similar imposing manners. They should both be heavenly kings, and their strength is in the middle, and there is basically no difference. Then why did the electricity-type elf shakestring salamander use the electricity-type trick on the black tyrannosaur that was ruthlessly restrained by the electricity type, and the black tyrannosaur attacked the shattering salamander in turn, and the damage was not as great? And depending on the situation, it seems that much worse. Clap. The black tyrannical carp dragon's 100,000-volt attack quickly ended, and the trembling salamander trembled, half kneeling to the ground, gasping for breath, obviously suffering great damage. But the black tyrannosaur's attack didn't end there. It condensed khaki power on its tail and slammed it to the ground. Boom! A strange wave spread along the tail of the black tyrannical carp dragon, toward the square where the trembling salamander was located, spreading out 180 degrees, and the whole ground began to vibrate. The ground began to crack, and cracks spread toward the location of the trembling salamander. Seeing this scene, Metep's heart tightened, and it had a hunch that if the trembling salamander was hit again, it would definitely lose its ability to fight. Then he will lose the game. Absolutely can't lose. At least you can't lose in a minute. Metep's eyes became resolute, and he shouted at the trembling salamander, "Shaking salamander, don't give up, use the shift trick, and jump up." Gear shift trick is a steel-type trick. The effect is to turn the body gear, increase the attack power, and greatly increase the speed. Metep's order is not bad. There is no way to let the trembling salamander just jump up to avoid, or use a defensive trick, which makes the game completely fall into the rhythm of Lu Yin. He can also think of letting the trembling salamander evade the attack while improving himself, providing opportunities for the subsequent counterattack. It's not bad that the disciples of Dandy are skilled. Lu Yin complimented aloud, and also said that Emperor Dan was called a disciple, and he might have shown his strength, but the others were not very good. Metep's face became very ugly, but he didn't get any bigger. Only when he really played, did he know the gap between Lu Yin. You must know that the elf that Lu Yin is currently using is still a black tyrannical dragon that is restrained by him, and his strength is not strong, and he has not even mobilized the aura of a heavenly king level trainer. Under the circumstance that Lu Yin had restrained his strength, Metep found that he could still feel that kind of naked oppression. It made him understand that no matter what, is his master Dandy stronger than Lu Yin, but he himself is far worse. But if you want to beat me in a minute, it's infatuation. The word, delusional, came out of Metep's mouth, and he was already there. Not only him, but most of them were sluggish. I saw the trembling salamander stood up with difficulty, originally to follow Metep's order to use a shift trick to improve itself, and then to avoid the black tyrannical carp dragon's attack. Without waiting for it to change gears, a layer of electric light suddenly emerged from its body, circulating around its body, making it unable to move for a while. Paralyze. When is it possible? Countless people are shocked, but the truth is, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the trembling salamander was paralyzed and unable to move, and the earthquake attack of the black Tyrannosaurus did not leave it to hit it. Waves of strange waves traveled down the ground into the body of the trembling salamander. The ground split open, swallowed it up, and finally only one head remained exposed. Bang! By the time the earthquake stopped, the trembling salamander had completely fainted and was unconscious. Metop, just lost. His 30 seconds, only 30 seconds have passed. Someone recovered from the shock of the shakestring salamander's easy defeat, only to find that only 30 seconds had passed when the battle was over. It was only 30 seconds. It was half the time that Lu Yin had previously set for 1 minute. What an unbelievable thing is this as a fantasy. If it weren't for the fact that it happened in front of countless live audiences, as well as countless water friends in the live broadcast room, they would never believe that such a thing would happen. Even if when they saw it, they still couldn't believe it. After all, although Metep is young, he is the disciple of the strongest champion, Dan D. He has become a high-ranking heavenly king in his first year of travel, and even won the league championship. To say that he can't compare to Lu Yin, that's for sure. After all, normal people are comparing Lu Yin with Dan D. The current situation is that Metep has a huge advantage in attributes, and when the two elves are of the same level, and Lu Yin did not take advantage of his trainer at all, even without mobilizing his aura, he won the game. This is horrible. I just lost the game. As if struck by lightning, Metep stood there stiffly, his mind completely blank. He never thought he would lose so fast, so crisply. If Lu Yin used his strength, he would take it for granted. This is obviously the same level of resistance. How can it be like this? Damn, Metep, I asked you to send the invitation letter, look at what you have done. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, awakening Metep. Teacher, Master. Metep looked in the direction of the sound, and found that Dr. Damu had come to him at some point, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and the person on the screen of the mobile phone was his master, who won the strongest award last year. The title of Dan D. At this moment, Dan D's face was ashen, and he looked very angry. He was angry because he wanted Metep to meet the strong and make friends with Lu Yin. This guy is a good guy, he just offends people. How can he not be angry? But he is not in a hurry to train people now, but asks Lu Yin, Master Lu Yin, I don't know what price I will pay to make you cancel the right Metep's restraining order. Chapter 297 Lu Yin's condition. Let's fight in advance. 3/3. Humph. Look at what you've done. Dan D snorted coldly. His original intention was to let Metep go, to let him make friends with people like Lu Yin and Dr. Damu, and by the way, he also took away his arrogance, and told him not to put his eyes above the top. On the one hand, the outsiders are too arrogant, take a fork in the road. Or even ignorant of the sky and the earth, and offend people who cannot be offended. When Dan Emperor wanted to come, Metep was a little impetuous, but he didn't show it in front of Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin was a master flame bird, and he was a master. It's true that he is the strongest champion, but in front of the master, the strongest champion is only a champion, isn't he? Even if he has the confidence to win Lu Yin without using the flame bird, he is sure that this one is strong. He thought that Metep wouldn't be so blind. Who would have thought that this product would actually offend people, and the other party would have to issue a restraining order? This restriction, Metep's future can be said to be ruined. After all, this is the first restriction order issued by Lu Yin, a new master who has a promising future and is expected to step into the realm of legends. No one with such strength would offend Lu Yin for Metep. And this time, it's really Metep's problem. In the world of trainers, there has always been an unspoken rule that the king cannot be humiliated. Naturally more true when it is placed on a champion trainer, or even a master trainer. This point, even Dandy will abide by, because he is also one of them. Therefore, Emperor Dan also believed that his apprentice did something wrong this time. Do something wrong, you should pay the price. However, as a master, he did not teach his apprentices well, so he should also take some responsibility. But he didn't rush to reprimand Metep and educate his apprentices. There will be opportunities in the future. Now the champion still asks Lu Yin not to issue a restraining order. As Metep's teacher, Dandy felt that he had to fight for it. Therefore, he directly said to Lu Yin, Master Lu Yin, I don't know what price I have to pay to make you forgive Metep. Dr. Damu heard that Emperor Dan was going to talk to Lu Yin. He immediately turned the phone camera against Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the screen and found that the person on the screen was the one. Purple hair, golden eyes, wearing a cloak, the current champion of the Galar region, and since his debut, he has never lost in any official elf competition. The strongest champion trainer. This dandy is famous, but it's not easy. But Lu Yin saw sincerity on his face. He really apologized for what his apprentice did. This man, at least his aura is really good. Lu Yin secretly affirmed in his heart that Emperor Pil was indeed the one. Pil Emperor who could defeat Yulongdu in the official competition, although Emperor Pil did not defeat Yulongdu's strongest Kuailong, and not everyone admitted that he was the strongest. But at least the title of the strongest really belongs to him. With such a halo, one can bow. Less of this character is worthy of recognition. In this case, in a sense, it can be regarded as a lesson for Met. Lu Yin didn't even plan to hold on to it. Of course, Emperor Pil can't open his mouth about other things. Exposing it, this may get Emperor Pil's favor, and make many absolutely his Lu Yin reasonable. But there are also people who think that he is afraid of Emperor Dan, or that he is too talkative. So, forgiveness is okay, but not so easy. Thinking of this, Lu Yin suddenly reached out and used his superpower to get the invitation letter for the World Championship qualifying tournament, and smiled slightly. Dan Emperor Champion. Since you speak in person, I will definitely give this face to me. But it can't be easy either. Well, your apprentice is so impulsive, and a large part of the reason is that he thinks that I am not as strong as you. Now many people say that I am stronger than you, which makes him angry. I have a proposal here. Said, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. Dandy had a bad premonition in his heart, but he still said seriously, please say it. Simple. Lu Yin smiled even more. He took out his pen from the space device, wrote his name on the invitation letter, and then said, I only have one request. The first game of this championship qualifying match will be opened by me and you. If you win, it means that you are indeed the strongest champion, and the matter of your apprentice is excusable, so I will pretend it never happened. If I win, it means that your apprentice is guilty of a crime, but I agree that I can forgive him, but your dandy owes me a favor, how about? That's right, this is Lu Yin's plan. He wants to fight Dandy directly. The first game, he will fight against Emperor Dan. He wants to eliminate Emperor Dan in the first round of the ranking competition. This is also the price Dan Emperor should pay for his apprentice. Aren't you the strongest champion? I'm sorry. There are so many champion trainers in the two worlds, you are out in the first round. No one knows if you are the weakest, but the strongest. Ha ha. At the same time, Lu Yin also wanted Dandy to owe him a favor. Of a trainer at the level of Dandy is a very useful thing. This. Dandy saw through Lu Yin's plan right away, so he was a little stunned. He was not afraid of Lu Yin. He is also 100% confident in himself. He also definitely can beat Lu Yin himself. So Lu Yin's condition, he can agree. He was only surprised by Lu Yin's self-confidence. Is no exaggeration to say that if Lu Yin and him participate in the championship qualifying match, they both have the qualifications to enter the finals. For such two people, the alliance will definitely operate behind the scenes to prevent them from meeting in front of them. But Lu Yin is now doing the opposite. If this is lost, he, a new master, will suffer a lot of rumors. Contrary, although he lost the title of the strongest, his performance in the competition last year is also obvious to all, and his strength will not be questioned. Therefore, Lu Yin's confidence moved Dandy. At the same time, he also felt that Lu Yin was a bit like him. Thinking of this, Emperor Dan smiled lightly and promised, no problem, one favor is nothing, 3 feet are fine. Of course, the premise is that Master Lu Yin can't let me violate the principles and do things that I can't do. That's natural. Lu Yin also smiled, and as the two of them finalized this matter, the people around who ignored the excitement became excited. Lu Yin and Dandy are both trainers who have never lost a game since their debut. Will happen when the two meet like this. I believe there will be an answer soon. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yin suggested. Fight against Dandy for the first time. Chapter 298 _ A Promise with Dandy. Dante Cultists. 1/3. What did I hear? It's over. It's going to explode. Lu Yin wants to fight against Emperor Dan. The championship game is actually started by these two. Does this directly compare the finals? Yulongdu. Am I not worthy of Yulongdu? Sharona. Am I not worthy of Sharona? Zvqi Dao. Am I not worthy? Upstairs. Although the things you said are very powerful, but seriously, it is still a little bit worse than Emperor Pill. I feel that Lu Yin is the strongest. Don't make a fuss, it's all things that you quarreled about, these. It's really coming. I suddenly seem to thank Metep, all this guy, for letting me see the match between Dandy and Lu Yin soon. I'm going to be excited. Because it's a championship game, it's 3-on-3, I don't know what they will use, what kind of elves. Who knows, all I know is that I'm really looking forward to the explosion now. Lu Yin and Dandy finalize the game, which directly caused countless people to start looking forward to it, and even many people have already started to run the relationship in advance, and plan to get a live ticket inside to watch the game. World Champion Trainer Qualifying Tournament follows the principle of random selection and arrangement of battles. There are also secret operations of major alliances and aristocratic families behind the scenes. On the one hand, it is to exclude champion trainers who are admittedly weaker. Other hand, it is for some benefit. However, if two trainers who participated in secret at the same time requested to fight with each other, they could also arrange it directly. With the identities of Pill Emperor and Lu Yin, it was even easier to arrange this match. It was a sure thing. Between these two is basically the same as the final, a real championship-level peak battle. Who can not expect that at the same time, everyone is also impressed by the courage and self-confidence shown by Dandy and Lu Yin. Look, this is the real champion trainer. Oh, it seems that there will be a lot of fun right now. Dr. Damu raised his brows, and the blood in his body burned for a long time. Lu Yin and Dandy are both existences that he thinks can comprehend the realm. He was also very interested in their games. Even Dr. Damu is like this, let alone others. This event is live. So basically, after the two parties have made an agreement, Damalanchi from the headquarters of the alliance has already received the news. He immediately called the branch minister in the Galar region to prepare for the relevant competitions and coordinate the venues in the correct and fastest time. Such competitions do not need publicity. Because watching the scene, at least half of the trainers must be related households. After seeing this news, Zyrna, Yulongdu and other champion trainers also decided to watch it at that time. Although each of them is confident in themselves, although each of them is naturally the strongest champion. But for Dandy and Lu Yin, they have the same emotions. This match is not to be missed. At this time, hearing Pill Emperor's words, Lu Yin smiled, nodded and said, since you are so generous as Pill Emperor champion, then let us have 3 favors. I hope after I win, you, Dandy, Dr. Damu, all girls, all the melon eaters, Lu Yin, so you are such Lu Yin. Since it's not polite at all. Even Emperor Dan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and laughed. Okay, as long as you can win. Dandy didn't think he would lose either. So what's the difference between one of the conditions and 3 feet anyway? He doesn't need to execute any of them. Meet up. An agreement with Lu Yin, Dan Emperor planned to admonish this incompetent disciple. Although this matter was resolved, Metep's future was finally secured. But the education that should be given can't be stopped. Dr. Damu cooperated and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Metep, providing him with the opportunity to train people. The surrounding melon eaters also pricked up their ears. Everyone has a heart of gossip, and now, they want to gossip about how Dandy will educate his disciples. Do you know where you went wrong? Dandy asked with a serious face. Metep glanced at Dandy, his face a bitter. To be honest, he didn't mind being reprimanded by Emperor Dan, After all, he had experienced this before. But there are too many people around now, and these people are either gym owners of any gym, or Dr. Damu and Lu Yin. These are people who have to deal with in the future, and being trained by Emperor Dan in front of them, it is very embarrassing. It doesn't matter, there are people next to him who are broadcasting live, aiming the camera at him. Doesn't this mean that if he is to be reprimanded by Emperor Dan in front of countless hot faces, there should still be people who are bored to keep the video? This will definitely become a black history that cannot be washed away. However, he couldn't resist. Matep closed his eyes and began to examine himself. I shouldn't be because. Below is a review of over 1,000 words. That Matep spoke out his shortcomings and mistakes very smoothly, the eyes of the onlookers widened. Even Lu Yin gave a thumbs up in admiration. This Matep, as soon as he does the review, has a lot of experience. After talking for so long, the reasons are not the same. Awesome, awesome, well, I know quite a lot. When Matep said that his mouth was dry, Dandy nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, then do you know why you lost so fast? Many people pricked up their ears, most of them didn't actually understand how Matep lost so quickly before. Looking at the current situation, it is clear that Emperor Dan already knew the reason. Everyone wants to hear it. Teacher, please clarify. Matep bowed to ask for advice. Why he lost so quickly, he still hasn't figured it out yet. His trembling salamander is an electric type, but why does the black tyrannosaur, a flying type plus water type elf, take little damage from the electric type? Contrary, the electric trick used by the black carp dragon in turn can cause great damage to the trembling salamander. Why does the trembling salamander end up paralyzed? Reason. Dandy's golden eyes flashed. He did not rush to explain, but asked Lu Yin, Master Lu Yin, if I guess correctly, your black tyrannical carp dragon should not be a flying type plus a water type. Chapter 299 Why did Lu Yin win so fast? Dante cultists. 2/3. The tyrannical carp dragon is not a flying type plus a water type, what attribute is that? If the attributes are different, isn't Lu Yin Champion's Tyrannosaur not a flash Tyrannosaur, but a product of regional distinction? I've never heard of the black carp dragon branch. Hearing Dandy's words, many people whispered. Glitter sprites are not the same as regional sprites. Shining elves are elves whose appearance will appear different colors, and at the same time, their talent and race values will increase, their qualifications will increase, and their combat power will increase. They are also prone to have special characteristics, or have multiple characteristics at the same time. The geographically differentiated elves are just like the coconut egg tree and Pikachu in the Alola region. Not only their appearance but also their attributes will change, becoming a new kind of elves, and they can even be treated as branch evolution of elves. As for the black tyrannosaur, this one is still the first one throughout the ages, so everyone regards it as a flashing elf. But if his attributes mutate, it may not meet the definition of flash. That's right. Under everyone's attention, Lu Yin didn't hide it. He nodded and said, my Tyrannosaur is the same as the normal Tyrannosaur after its super evolution, it's an evil type plus a water type. Regarding the issue of the attributes of the black Tyrannosaurus, after using it in public this time, there is no need to hide it. Smart people can spot the tricks in it. As for people who are not smart, even if they knew, Lu Yin would not take it seriously at all. Sure enough. On the screen of Dr. Damu's mobile phone, Emperor Dan nodded, then turned to Metapo and said, I have seen the replay of the battle just now. After your trembling salamander shot, Master Lu Yin asked the black Tyrannosaur to use electromagnetic waves, which is an alternative defense. If the black Tyrannosaur is the same as the ordinary tyrannical dragon with a flying type and a water type, then under the circumstance of being restrained 4 times by the electricity type, its electromagnetic waves cannot prevent the sound-breaking attack. On the contrary, because the sound breaking is a sound wave attack, suffering great pain, unable to defend well. At that time, the black Tyrannosaurus was hit by the electromagnetic wave carried by the broken sound, and while being severely injured, it would also fall into a paralyzed state. But the black Tyrannosaurus is an evil type plus water type, and the restraint of the electric system is not as strong as that of other tyrannical dragons, so the black Tyrannosaur can bear it. At this time, electromagnetic waves will instead become a sharp weapon to block broken sounds. Under the situation, after the electromagnetic wave blocks the power of the sound-breaking trick, you can calmly deal with it and use 100,000 volts. Because of the confrontation between the sound breaking and the electromagnetic wave, a body art wave with a paralyzing effect, will stay in the display. At this time, the black tyrannical carp dragon uses 100,000 volts, which will combine part of the sound breaking and the effect of the electromagnetic wave. So, the reason for this move is not to mention 100,000 volts, it will also bring a 100% paralysis effect, and the attack speed is extremely fast, your trembling salamander can't escape. At this time, the black tyrannical carp dragon uses 4 times the unique trick of restraining the trembling salamander. The power is huge, and if you can't dodge it, you will naturally lose. Following Dandy's narration, Lu Yin's layouts were all explained in this seemingly simple battle. Everyone was stunned to hear that. In this competition, when there were so many things hidden from Lu Yin, when he took out the black Tyrannosaurus dragon, did he take it into consideration? Because the black tyrannical dragon is special, so he wanted to use the opponent's tricks to expand the power of his own tricks. And hit the opponent by surprise. By the way, I also added the paralysis effect to this move, paving the way for the opponent to kill the opponent in seconds. The point is that the opponent didn't even dodge. If it weren't for Dandy's analysis, many people would have to study the recorded battle video to analyze this result. Who would have thought that Lu Yin's 2 simple tricks had so many purposes? The most important thing is that Lu Yin was the one who sent the elves first, and he should have been the passive one. But the result was that Matep lost and didn't know why he lost, and he needed Dandy to explain. It turns out that the game really ended when it started. Matop finally felt the gap between him and Lu Yin. Who is only a little bit older than him is really powerful enough to make him despair. It can be said that people are overwhelmed by what happens in the sky, one scene after another, making people unable to react. First, the flame bird appeared, and a large number of master-level trainers and champion-level trainers in the 2 worlds were on the scene, containment. Then Lu Yin appeared strongly, and with Lugia, the limelight was no different for a while. Not only that, Lu Yin was pulling his teeth out in front of so many powerful trainers, defeating the flame bird head-on and subduing it. Here, everyone also saw Lu Yin's 3 champion-level elves, and found that he was able to materialize his aura and integrate superpowers into it, reaching a level similar to that of a master-level trainer. Everyone pointed out that Lu Yin was already a real and powerful upper-level champion. But this is not the end. When everyone thought that Lu Yin was already strong and unscientific, the flame bird he had just conquered became stronger in front of everyone's eyes and grew to a master level. Champion of Lu Yin, became the master of Lu Yin. This day, everyone was digesting news related to Lu Yin. But Lu Yin didn't seem to think it was enough. The next day, he once again brought out a brand new elf in the competition with Shabo, the master of the gymnasium on the Red Lotus Island. This brand new elf was an evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon, and it was a very powerful duck-billed fire dragon. Afterwards, everyone witnessed the relationship between Shabo and the duck-billed fire dragon. Because of this, I saw Lu Yin's other legendary beast, Victini. The beasts all appeared. Everyone thinks that the noise you made today should be enough. As a result, after a series of episodes, Lu Yin actually made an appointment with Dandy, the most recognized champion trainer. Soon, the 2 will start a battle for the purpose of ranking. This level of competition, just thinking about it, makes people feel exciting. But Lu Yin seemed to feel that his reputation was not enough. Today, he held a special gym master opening ceremony in Hangcheng. Chapter 300 _ The Birth of the Fairy Prelude. 3/3. Hangcheong, near Laifeng Pagoda, was crowded with people at this time. I don't know when, a building with a very light area has been built in the open space in front of Laifeng Pagoda. Who come here are all here to join in the fun, and they also want to enter the newly built Hangcheong Avenue Pavilion to watch the ceremony. That's right, now Hangcheong Taoist Hall has been renamed Hangcheong Avenue Hall. There will be these changes, all because the alliance cooperated with Lu Yin to formulate a new system. Now, Lu Yin is the head of the main museum in Hangzhou. If a trainer wants to challenge him, he must have the strength of a quasi-celestial king. If you don't have the strength of the quasi-king level, you can only challenge the branch owner. Bang! With the sound of a gun salute, the gate of Hangcheong General Gym opened. The audience and tourists who came to join in the fun began to enter the scene in an orderly manner under the command of the staff, and everyone was discussing things related to the Hangzhou General Gym. Soon, the public came to a huge venue, which would become the main gymnasium versus the battlefield, that is, the location where Lu Yin and people fought. The staff of the alliance started the webcast early, and on the spot, synchronized the opening of the Hangzhou General Gymnasium this time. Swish! In the eyes of many expectations, a blue light appeared on the high platform. Immediately after, 4 figures appeared out of thin air. Seeing this 4-person 4, the scene suddenly burst into cheers. Miss Camisley, I love you. Miss Nazi, the super queen, the strongest. Miss Jiyu Qingqing, the poison system is high. Miss Acelona, show the charm of ghosts. The scene, the cheers piled up, and the names of the 4 of them were called out. These 4 people are the masters of the 444 branch gymnasiums that Hangcheong Gymnasium has started so far. Nazi, the head of the branch hall. Jiyu Qingqing, the master of the branch hall specializing in the poison department. And Acelona, the master of the branch hall specializing in ghosts. Among the 444 girls, Camisley and Lu Yin are in an employment relationship with a little bit of ambiguity. Nazi is Lu Yin's woman, and Jiyu Qingqing is also Lu Yin. Hidden woman. Only this is Acelona, in fact, Lu Yin only met yesterday. But this woman brought it to the door herself, with, "My Highness," in her mouth. If so, you must help Lu Yin. If an ordinary person encounters a legitimate and powerful lowly girl like Acelona, it's either a conspiracy or a stay away. But Lu Yin knew this girl very well and knew that she was one of the 4 heavenly kings in the future La region, and she was indeed a descendant of the Alola royal family. Also know the traditions of this family. The most important thing is that she is a professional girl who just meets his criteria for finding a gym owner, so there is no problem in agreeing to the situation. So, there were only 3 openings of the 3-door pavilion today, but it became 444. Hello everyone. Nazi and other women interacted with the people at the scene one by one, and at the same time introduced the types and specific conditions of their gyms that they want to be elite in the future. Because Lu Yin is still a champion trainer, he is the master of the main gymnasium in Hangzhou. If challengers come to Hangzhou to challenge in the future, they need enough strength to challenge him. Otherwise, you can only challenge the branch hall and get the badge. After defeating the branch hall, you can also choose to challenge him. At present, Lu Yin has temporarily opened 555 branch gymnasiums under his main gymnasium. Hello everyone. Lu Yin appeared in the middle of the 444 girls and in front of everyone. He didn't use a microphone, but with the blessing of his superpower, his voice could ring in the ears of everyone in the venue. Master Lu Yin. Master Lu Yin. The strongest champion. With the appearance of Lu Yin, various calls emerged one after another, but there was no unified name. Hearing these names, Lu Yin smiled calmly. From the name, he can roughly know who is calling. Most of the locals in Hangcheong like to call him the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion, which makes them seem close. Who call him the strongest champion are all his most loyal admirers, and those who will call him master must be the ones who recognize his strength the most. Everyone's perception of him is different, and the name is naturally different. He didn't even think about correcting it. Thank you all for coming to the opening ceremony of the new gymnasium venue. Lu Yin showed his welcome to everyone, and then explained straight to the point. From today, our Hangzhou gym will implement a new gym system as the 10th at 1010. First of all, it will be divided into the main gymnasium and 8 8-point gymnasiums. Separate the gym, keep the system of the former gym. If there are trainers who want to challenge, they can choose between permanent badges or temporary badges. Trainers can challenge the gym and get temporary and permanent badges. On this basis, add new rules. Everyone can come and challenge me too. In a 2-on-2 match, I will only send out Heavenly King level elves, and at most only use the aura, not the aura. As long as you can defeat one of mine, you will get a permanent badge. If you can beat my 2 elves, you can get a permanent entry badge for the China League competition. Lu Yin slightly changed the challenge rules for the badge of the main gymnasium. Originally, if you want to challenge him, the requirements will be very high. But now, he has limited the difficulty to the Heavenly King level elf and the Heavenly King level aura. This limitation is because Lu Yin has absolute confidence in himself at the same level. As for the champion trainer, it is impossible to be bored to challenge him and then get the badge, then it is meaningless. Finally, what I want to introduce is the 8 branch halls in Hangcheng. After explaining the general situation, Lu Yin talked about the most important part of today. I believe that after today, he can shock everyone in the 2 worlds again. My gym will have fire, electricity, poison, evil, steel, ghost, super energy. And the fairy, the line. That's right, Lu Yin intends to release the information about the existence of fairies at the opening ceremony of the gymnasium today. To this end, he invited someone to cooperate with him in an exhibition match.